Yo, what's up, my gamers in Christ? I just realized my mic was muted, so isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just a beautiful thing that happens on occasion? Anyways, what's up, gamers? Today is the date of January 13th, 7 days until my birthday. And we've got a lot to talk about. We've got the Mark Kelly speaking out on the Senate floor, PBS NewsHour, obviously, and then we've got the House Democrats' weekly press conference to get into. I'm hyped about that. After that, we're going to get into a WIC panel that our planet was on, Lonerbox. He was on a panel with Non-Smoker, Jebtan, and Counterpoints, and I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun time. I don't know if any of you guys were there yesterday, but I was there, and I was making my presence known, you know? Just the way these people are able to just sneak around answering some things is pretty incredible, in my opinion. It really is. And I mean, you heard all the typical shit. I don't know why these people are so unwilling to just criticize some authority figure. Like, that's what our entire country is based on, is expression and telling your opinion. Why is tomorrow's stream set earlier than usual? Because tomorrow will be a normal stream, or I guess tomorrow will be the old system we had to use, because I have work. It started as I was falling asleep. It was pretty great. I liked it. I was really entertained. But there's a lot of people upset about this one. There are. I have people coming into my shop even talking about it. Anyways, we're gonna let some more people file in, and then I'll get started. I haven't been really doing anything with my game here. I apologize for that. By the way, guys, if you're new to the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It gets me boosted out there. Our like goal for today is 20, like it was yesterday. So if we hit 20 likes, I'll create a brand new TGDEU character based off of one of the members in my chat. So if we can get up to 20 likes today, guys, that is the goal. My next gamer box will have a like counter on it, so I'm looking at it at the pawn shop now. Have you seen the description for the ice guy that shot Renee Good? I've seen that he had a past of incidents like this, but I have not seen, like, his name or anything quite like that. Make a bunch of yellow dots for Sans. Hey, smart. I like that idea. Shout out to Sans, by the way. He was asking about the stream. I appreciate that, man. Alright, I do need to open up Discord real quick, and then we will, I'll just get started after that. No need to let the people wait. You know, it really does shock me, though, how many people don't come into Discord. I mean, I know, I thought I'd be getting, challenged at least at some points, but I guess not. I haven't gone out and gotten the phone yet, by the way, but that's on the itinerary, so at some point I will have a call-in number for you guys. me go grab that. This is probably my favorite, definitely my favorite song of the entire soundtrack here. Go to stream announcements, at everyone. What's the meme of the day? We'll just do We Are Live. A nice, short, simple, but sweet. Short, simple, and sweet. It's been a while since I talked to Ice Beans, who I self-promo on her server a lot, but she's also a great friend, so I'll need to, we need to have a community day where she comes in and talks to us. Same for Kalinda and Mina. I'd like Spider to come in, but he's fighting his own battles right now. I noticed he changed his he changed his profile picture to Nick Fuentes. What the fuck are you doing, Spider? I don't know. There's probably a good reason for it. Or maybe not a good reason, but there's definitely a reason, you know? Sure, man. Love your streams. Usually can't watch, but it's always worth it when I can. Well, thank you, Sans. I appreciate that. I don't understand what the emojis are there for, Russian person. At least they, I didn't add the Discord to the description. Oh, thank you. I'll do that real quick. I don't think I can change it while I'm live though. Let me see if I can. Oh, I just exited out of my music. Always good to do that, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a rough start today, not gonna lie. Just because, I woke up like 30 minutes ago. I don't know what made me so tired today. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you guys, don't forget to give a like and a sub. We've been absolutely killing it, by the way, recently. I mean, I have been so impressed with your guys' passion and just love that you guys have been showing. It means the world to me. It really does, guys. Real quick, I'm adding my link. Let's go to invite people to the server. Copy that right there. Alright. I guess I can close my DoorDash order. Don't tell Toby I was door dashing, by the way. She will be upset. I promised her. Well, I didn't quite promise her, but... I said I wouldn't be using too much DoorDash anymore. That was a lie. That was a lie, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I'll admit it. Alright, let me go to the YouTube studio. We're almost ready. We're about to get started here soon. I need to fulfill a promise that I made to one of my amazing moderators, Bill Clockwell. Absolute Chad of a person, just in general. And very intelligent as well. I'll add that. Very intelligent. He's been able to help me with a lot of research and stuff. when I'm just at my... When I'm just streaming and I don't have links or something, he is always able to help me out with that. Alright. Publish. Now, I don't know if it should publish it right now. Oh, by the way, we've passed 2,000 hours of watch time, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. Majority of billionaires and wealthy donated to Biden in 2020. Graph seems fishy. Well, that graph is real, my friend. That's a real graph of the top 100 contributions to Republicans. So, and that doesn't seem to be the case with this graph. That doesn't seem to be the case here. But let's not talk about 2020. Let's talk about 2024 and 2025. When you... By the way, Bill, what I'm publishing, when you do an edit on your YouTube channel, instead of like saving, it says publish. So that's all I was doing. But I think we've got enough people here. Let's get started, I'd say. All right. Let me turn off the music. Yeah. Like I said, still waking up a little bit, guys, so I might be a little bit of a loose cannon to begin with, but I'll tighten up as we continue. Anyways, let's get into our PBS. It sucks that we won't be having a PBS News weekend anymore. I mean, that really pisses me off, to be quite frank. It's an incredible service, so heartbreaking that we won't have a PBS News weekend anymore. We gotta get the trumpets.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz.
Let's go! Let's go! Jeff Bennett, Amna Nawaz, the kings and queens of public broadcasting.
I'm Jeff Bennett. On the NewsHour tonight, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell comes under...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It gets me boosted out there in the channel, or in the algorithm.
Criminal investigation by the Trump Justice Department.
This is an atmosphere that is one of intimidation, where people will feel pressured to do
yeah, this is
what the president wants.
Protests grow in Iran, and so does
YouTube just hates Discord. Yeah, I know.
the death toll as the regime cracks down on dissent.
I actually saw a really interesting Warfronts video about this, and I think we might watch it.
And how the Trump administration is increasingly using extremist rhetoric to bolster its policies.
When you get people to stop knowing what's true and false, it's very easy for them to stop knowing what's right and wrong.
Well, isn't that exciting? That's an exciting kind of events we've got going on.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
On an American Cruise Line's journey, travelers can experience the
We're giving them some ad space because they're funding
coastal
PBS
heritage
NewsHour,
of the
so
Southeast U.S. and the Gulf
I
Coast.
think they deserve a little
Aboard our fleet of small cruise ships, travelers
ad
can
time.
explore the historic towns.
I mean, think about that. Think about all the historic towns you could see in Florida, guys.
Like Charleston and Key West,
Charleston and Key West, for example.
while experiencing the local customs and cuisine that define the Southeast.
Hold on. I don't think that doesn't look like anything from the South I've seen. Hold on now. I've never, had a southern dish like that.
East Coast. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour.
But you know what? Who cares? Go on their cruise line. I bet it's great.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And
Of course, we love Leonard and Norma Chlorfine.
friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation.
Yeah, notice how they only say the Gulf Coast, not naming the Gulf to avoid controversy. That's true.
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions.
You want to know what's crazy? As a child, when we were at war with Afghanistan and I heard about the Gulf Coast, I thought they were talking about Mexico, dude. I thought we straight up had Mexico terrorists and shit. I was not a smart kid. I gotta be honest, I honestly thought anything hot was just in Mexico. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Once we hit 20 subs, I'll create some TGD EU characters, or 20 likes, I should say. I'll create some TGD EU characters from the people in my chat. So don't forget to like and subscribe.
This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS
And if
station.
you guys disagree, let me know in chat, or you can come into my Discord and we can have a healthy discussion about it.
Viewers like you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome to the News Hour. The Justice Department has launched an unprecedented criminal investigation against the Federal Reserve and its chairman, Jerome Powell.
For his part, Powell made it
I'm
clear
stuck
he
by
was
that
fed
until
up
She could have had a career as a Republican
with what he
pundit.
sees as threats from President Trump and said he would not capitulate to political pressure when shaping economic policy. It was a stunning turn of events as several lawmakers from the president's own party also broke with Trump, suggesting his
Like I
team
keep
had
hearing
gone
them
too
say terrorists from Mexico. Well, they're calling anybody that doesn't agree with their policies a terrorist. They called fucking Renee Good a domestic terrorist. My city must be full of domestic terrorists, ladies and gentlemen. Because I have met many Renee Goods, and they don't scream domestic terrorists to me.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas.
Last night, an extraordinary message from Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of.
I respect the hell out of Jerome Powell. No, just if you try to flee without regarded to the cop in the front of your car. I still don't think that makes her a domestic terrorist,
and ongoing pressure.
friend.
That video, posted by the Federal
If you're
Reserve.
arguing for the label of domestic terrorist, then you've got an uphill battle.
Sunday
That's all I'm
evening
gonna
in
say.
response to a criminal investigation launched by U.S.
Good to
Attorney
see you,
Jeanine
though, the real RJ. I know we disagree on a lot of things, but I appreciate you being in the chat.
Pirro into the $2 billion renovation of the Federal Reserve headquarters. But Powell claimed that is not what's behind this probe.
Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences
Dude, I know, MAGA stubs toe. Fucking terrorist door frame. We really need to get this under control. We've got terrorists in my own house, ladies and gentlemen.
The president.
Since returning to office, President Trump has consistently and frequently attacked Powell.
No, he's a political hack. Not very good. He's not a smart
Political
guy.
hack. That
Threatening
is
to
so embarrassing to say of a man that you put in office. That is so embarrassing to
Fire
say.
him.
He's got some real mental problems. No, he's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'd be honest. I'd love to fire his.
And criticizing the pace of interest rate cuts.
He's too late. Always
Hey,
too
what's
late.
up, Top
a
Corn
little
Biscuits?
slow.
Good to see you.
And I'm not happy with him.
Over the last year, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates 3 times, most recently in December. But the headquarters renovation project has fueled Trump's attacks, as in this exchange with Powell in July
Oh
when
my
Trump
God, this
visited
was so awkward,
the
dude. Jerome Powell, by the way, true patriot, dude. A true fucking patriot.
construction site.
It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is.
And he's like, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. Murderous PDF files. Talking about Trump, I agree.
Now 3.1.
People defending the ice guy shooting lady in the face have lost their goddamn minds. I agree.
I'm not aware of that. Yeah, it just came out.
In a
President Trump is a beautiful job.
Sunday night NBC interview, the president
You're
denied
defending the Federal Reserve. You are very true. It's very true. I do think the Federal Reserve is a valuable asset to the American fabric.
any involvement in
me.
the investigation.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there.
Saying, quote, I don't know anything about it. Powell was first appointed to the Fed board by then-President Obama in 2012, nominated by Trump in his first term to be chair in 2017, and reappointed by then-President Biden in 2022.
I would expect that the markets would be happy to see that there's more transparency at the Fed.
Today,
so
nationally,
the real DJ or the real RJ, I do wonder. I'm reading your comments. I wonder, what is your excuse for the officer not just getting out of the way? You are aware a bullet can't stop a car, right?
Economic Council Director Kevin
Or the real RJ, do you believe that physics is wrong and that a bullet will stop a car?
Hassett, a potential replacement for Powell, defended the Justice Department's probe.
Hey, all I'm going to say is the real RJ, you're the one listening right now. Look at MAGA now wagging their finger at the lower class, saying, I don't believe you have a good enough job to have a political opinion. Look at MAGA waving their fingers.
That it's really important to understand where the taxpayer.
Well, I'm actually very proud that I work at a gas station, so you can suck it.
Money goes, and to understand why it goes this way or that.
As did White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president has every.
Bullets can stop a car from keep on driving at you. Well, it didn't stop the car is the issue. We saw the results of what happened when he shot the car. It continued onward. So
right to criticize the Fed chair. He has a First Amendment right, just like all of you do. And one thing for sure, the president's made it quite clear, is Jerome Powell is bad at his job. As for whether or not Jerome Powell is a criminal, that's an answer the Department of Justice is going to have to find out.
Limited pushback.
No, it didn't. The car kept going. The car did not stop. Go back and watch the video, my friend. The car ran into another car.
Back today from congressional Republicans, Senator Kevin Cramer calling Powell a, quote, bad Fed chair, but adding, I do not believe, however, he is a criminal. Senator Tom.
No, the car damaged public property. The car damaged private property by running into another car.
Tillis went further, saying he would, quote, oppose the confirmation of any nominee for the Fed, including the upcoming Fed chair vacancy, until this legal matter is fully resolved.
Yeah, the car definitely didn't stop. It didn't stop? I think that's what you're having an issue with. This is a stupid argument. What matters is the legality, right? No, not necessarily. Morality is important, and also we don't know if it's legal by the letter of the law. The real RJ, are you a lawyer? Are you intelligent on this type of stuff?
Reaction from House Speaker Mike Johnson was definitive.
No, Trump is definitely hurting America. Number one, by his constant divisive language.
When asked if the DOJ was being weaponized.
Of course not.
The markets reacted initially, too.
It did stop. She died. The car stopped. No, the car ran into something. And I can tell you're just being a little troll, so I appreciate that.
With the Dow at one point dropping more than 400 points after the opening bell.
For more, I'm joined by Janet Yellen. She served as chair of the Federal Reserve Board from 2014 to 20.
But I guess MAGA is onto some brand new, I guess they're onto some brand new physics, ladies and gentlemen. They've discovered some sort of interesting exotic technology that allows a bullet to stop a car.
2018. The current Fed chair, Jerome Powell,
Why did the car run into something? Because the driver was deceased. That would be why.
started his term immediately after her. Most recently, she served as Treasury Secretary during the Biden administration. Chair Yellen, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
So you said in an interview with the New York Times today that you believe
It's funny the Don't Tread on Me crowd has become the cowardly bootlicking weaklings. MAGA cultist ideals are so malleable, it's pathetic. I agree, it's very sad. Like, you should at least, as an American, want an investigation to why an American citizen had died. But instead of actually seeking out the answers for that, they're so willing to just defend anything this agency does. It's quite embarrassing.
the Department of Justice is being weaponized here. In your words, you said to
If you look at the video correctly, I think this is an issue. Because what I see through all of the videos is an unnecessary use of lethal force. But again, I am not a federal investigator, and this is not my wheelhouse. You know, so it's not my wheelhouse, and the issue I have is that the Trump administration is not going to investigate this. That's the issue I have. Democrats are hurting America. How so? We're fighting for your health care. We're fighting to make groceries more affordable. How so?
go after somebody that you don't have a valid basis to get rid of. In your view, what is this investigation really?
But you insist on still commenting on them? I can comment on them. What are you talking about? Do I not have the right to talk about something in the news?
About?
Well, it's really about wanting to intimidate Fed leadership to be able to control monetary policy decisions, to bend monetary policy to the president's will.
Fighting for groceries? Fighting for healthcare? Are you kidding me? No. Why did we shut down the government?
He's been very openly
Why did we
critical,
shut down the government, ladies and gentlemen?
really since his second term began.
Imported millions of illegals. How many illegals did we import, Shadow? Can you tell me that?
The Fed's policy decisions.
How many illegals did we quote unquote import?
And
you must be dumb as fuck. That's what a very smart person typically says.
That he wants far lower interest rates than the Fed.
Well, how many did we import?
Has regarded as reasonable to set, given that inflation is
millions. 10 million. Oh, big mouth loser. He's wrong. Oh, Shadow Otaku is wrong as well. 14 million. 15 million. Well, guys, I've got some bad news for you because the number of illegal immigrants in the United States went from 11 million to 14 million. So, unfortunately for you guys, you're wrong. Now, it's okay. I understand you guys are victims of a right-wing media apparatus that has totally ruined your brains, but no, you guys are actually wrong.
Significantly above the Fed's 2% target.
Funny how we all had an answer immediately, or maybe you are purposely ignorant? No, I have a feeling you guys probably watch the same news sources. 4 billion too many? God, apparently we had half of the fucking population of Earth here.
The congressional mandate the Fed's been given to achieve price stability and the labor market, well,
if 10 plus 3 million, where are you getting the 10 million number from?
It's shown
where are you
some
getting
signs
that from?
Of weakening is still the unemployment rates very low.
I have a reading comprehension of a 5th grader, by the way. You get every other word wrong by a letter or two. Well, I do have that thing where letters switch around, so, but that's okay.
Low, and it's still in good shape. And President Trump has indicated that
Keep your mouth shut. Oh, I'm really afraid. Gray Bay. What is that? Gray Bane? I'm really afraid, man. No, you're just a liberal dumbass who doesn't know what he's talking about. And unless you're actually walked and looked at the border every single day. Okay, I don't think Donald Trump has walked up and down the border every single day.
one of his goals
Terry Collins, please stop projecting. You know, it's not healthy for you.
is to lower the amount
A
of
lot of boot
interest
taste
that the
testers and
government
chat
has
feed?
to
Oh,
pay
yeah.
to finance roughly $38 trillion in outstanding.
But look at this. Eagle is a perfect example of why I am not a fan of the Republican Party. They're saying I'm the scum of the earth. You know what I mean? Like, think about that. I would never say the Republicans are the scourge of the earth. They just don't have a functioning party right now. But you guys seem very content with calling your adversaries just the worst things.
Federal
And celebrating the death of one of your fellow Americans. That has been shocking to me.
debt. Now, that is not one of the goals that Congress has assigned to the Federal Reserve. And that's a very dangerous thing to hear
My mom
a
is the scum of
president
the earth. Hey, my mom's a good person.
say he thinks is an
Scourge, asshole! I said scourge! Well, sorry.
appropriate
I
goal
decided to go with
for
scum
monetary
instead.
policy, because it's when central banks lose their independence and are forced to help governments finance deficits, that's when we see that's always a precondition for high and even
How
high
about when Charlie Kirk got shot? That's a perfect example. Please show me a Democratic leader that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death.
hyperinflation.
Can I just
That's
get
a perfect example.
your take on the
Tit for tat? No, you guys are the ones just... You're not even doing mad. You're just launching your nukes out without any provocation.
context here of this moment, Chair Yellen, because it's been pointed out past presidents, Republican and Democrat, have pressured the Fed in different ways to
We are Charlie Kirk.
lower interest rates. Caroline Levitt, I'm sure you saw earlier today, made the point that the president has a right to criticize
Lamau, you're kidding. No, not at
Chair
all.
Powell and
The real RJ, why don't you show me a Democratic leader that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
policy of the Fed. Why do you feel this is different in this moment?
Well, he does have a right, although I don't think it's a wise thing to do. And
The real RJ seems to be very obsessed with my my gas station job. You know, it makes me kind of feel like maybe he himself does not have a job. Because people typically insult other people's jobs when they're jobless.
I think during the Clinton administration, the Bush
Which one didn't celebrate? Okay,
administration,
now that is,
Obama,
some coke.
Biden, the White House really was
The conservative movement needs to villainize people because it keeps the average people divided and focused on each other instead of developing any sense of class consciousness. I'll agree with that, and I also think that we're continually running our wheels in the mud, you know? Little Russian roulette. Hey, what's up? How you doing, man?
very careful not to comment
Oh, the real RJ, you just got called out, man. And I think it's obvious to everybody in chat that you don't have a job. And that's
on
okay. I think it's totally fine if you don't have a job right now. You know, it's a tough economy, but I wouldn't be finger wagging at other people's jobs.
Fed policy and to support the Fed's independence because it's better for the economy. But the president has a right, of course, to
Oh, good. That's
criticize
good
the
to hear.
Fed. But President Trump has gone much further than that. He's asserted that he has the right to remove one of the members of the Federal Reserve.
Oh, here we go. We've got a Magasoy. ICE deports child rapists and sodomizers. Democrats want them to stop. So please tell me, was Renee Good one of them? She used, oh, right. All right. You know what? I think that's okay.
Reserve Board, Lisa Cook, for cause, and the Federal Reserve
The president has no guardrails anymore, and everything he does is unconstitutional.
does
Amen.
allow the president to remove people for cause, but this has never been done. So it's very clear that he is trying to.
Holy shit. Costa, was that a bit of a Freudian slip? Because nobody here was talking about the Epstein files. All right, Eagles, you're going to take a little bit of a timeout, my friend. Just a little bit of one, a 10-minute timeout. Just a little 10-minute timeout, okay?
Remove people whose views he disagrees with.
I only finger whack at jobs if it's illegal or pays brown people under minimum wage because they don't have citizenship. Well, I agree that we should be we should go after the employers. That's what I've always said. If we want to really take this illegal immigration issue seriously, we need to go after the employers and not the people who are participating in these jobs.
From the Federal Reserve Board to insert his own appointees.
I saw
Fascism is always on the left. Very interesting
it
statement.
reported you call this now criminal probe that's been launched the
Can't
most
do that to
significant
me.
attack
Well, of course not.
on the
You
Fed's
haven't been spamming
independence
my
that we've
chat.
seen. And specifically, we should point out that prosecutors are reportedly looking at Chair Powell's congressional testimony from last summer about that renovation project at the Fed's headquarters. I just want to put to you what one Republican senator on the banking committee said. That's
LOL, go after the employers, not the child rapist. Are you assuming that every illegal immigrant is a child rapist, sir? Is that what you're implying?
Senator Cynthia Loomis. And
I
she
agree
said
both are
whether
bad.
Chair Powell was unprepared.
Yeah, I really do think like we'd be far more efficient if we went after the employers. That way, because what is somebody who's here illegally going to do if they don't have a job? They're going to leave.
For his testimony or intentionally misled Congress about the Fed's extravagant spending, the American people deserve answers. I guess my question to you is, what would you
That's George W. Bush's position. That's why we have E-Verified to protect, to prosecute employers. Yeah, and I think only like, what was it, 1/10 of American companies used E-Verify?
say to her and to others who say, let the process play out, let the facts fall where they may?
Well, of course, Congress has oversight of the Fed, and they have every right to look into the building project. And
Oh, geez. Here we go. Lifetime trying to build a straw man that just doesn't exist. Are you assuming every ICE agent is part of the Gestapo? Did I ever say that? Or every MAGA is racist? Listen, I don't hate MAGA voters. I do not hate Trump voters, dude. I think you guys got sold a set of lies, and I think that's bullshit for Donald Trump lying to the American people. He hasn't kept promises like ending the Ukraine war in one day. Your grocery prices have definitely not come tumbling down. So, I feel bad for a lot of Trump voters because they got sold a giant lie.
to demand answers and information. And I believe the
Why are
Fed
y'all stuck on Kamala? That's something else I'm wondering. They just love to insult Kamala. I think it shows some beta tendencies. Hey, why are you stuck on Kamala? It was over a year ago. She's not even relevant anymore. It's almost like talking about the Trump admin right now is indefensible and you need to live in the past. Fucking man, dude. Speaking my language out here.
has provided all of the information that his
We are all Americans, no division. Exactly. That's, hey, I know I think we've just disagreed before Russian roulette, but I love that sentiment that we're all Americans at the end of the day, and I don't think Republicans are evil scourge of the earth. So I hope that the Republicans think that the same way about me. But
been requested about the project. I will be very surprised if evidence emerges that.
But by the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and to subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. typically. Today's a little different because I had time off of work, so that's what we're doing today.
Chair Powell was untruthful in his testimony, knowing him.
The leftists are under a black magic spell. Well, I haven't noticed any weird magical going-ons when I became a liberal, but maybe you're right.
It
Maybe
is
you're onto
my
something.
guess that that is not the case.
Chair Yellen, I've heard you say that all this could have an impact on the Fed's independence, that it is at risk. I guess, are you looking at this now and thinking, has it already had an impact? All of the president's political pressure.
Oh yeah, Nunya, good to see you, by the way.
This criminal probe that's now been launched. From when you talk to people on the inside now, is it already having an impact on how they're doing their jobs?
Well, I think
Glad to see level-headed viewpoints. Well, I try to. I don't deny that I have a bit of a, I have a Democratic bias, but I think more people need the ability to admit that they have a bias for one side or the other.
it is placing a lot of pressure on Fed leadership. When you think about speaking out about your views about the
Oh, true. You're totally magic and you cast the spell? Well, now we know where it comes from. I was wondering why I was able to make things levitate with my mind. I was wondering why I had that ability.
economy and monetary policy. And you know that if you say something that displeases the president, that you may find yourself.
I pray each day that the spells all be broken and all people can see clearly. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I'm under the control of a black magic spell. How cool that would be. That would be super cool, but unfortunately, I am just under the spell of America.
An object of a criminal probe by the Department of Justice.
Seriously, guys, if you enjoy debating us soy lefties, join the Discord. Well, that's what I try to tell people. Join the Discord, and it just never happened. Looks like Shadowband got immediately
This is
annihilated.
an atmosphere that is one of
Living up to his name.
intimidation, where people will feel pressured to do what the president wants in order to avoid harm both to the institution
Oh, you speak to
and to
squirrels with
themselves
black magic. That's exciting.
personally. And it may make people question whether or not they want to hold senior roles in the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, this is going to cause a lot of damage to the Federal Reserve, ladies and gentlemen.
If they're not going to be able to take the actions that they think are in the public interest and accord with their congressional mandate.
All right, that is the former chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve Board, Janet Yellen, joining us tonight. Chair Yellen, thank you for your time. It's good to speak with you.
Thank you so much.
And now
Well,
let's dive into some of the
46MD, all
legal
I'm gonna say
questions
is
behind.
Amna Nawaz said it was good to speak with her. And Amna Nawaz is a Stacy.
All of this and similar moves by the president in other cases.
Oh, geez. Listen to this, Cope. Imagine supporting the party that supports a dictator in Venezuela. I don't support the Maduro regime. Supports drug trafficking. I don't support drug trafficking at all. I think we need to take cartels far more seriously than we take Venezuela. Releasing dangerous criminals. I don't know what that even's about. Open borders. I don't advocate for an open border policy. Paying illegal migrant fraudsters stealing tax money. I don't think you're going to find anybody on the Democratic Party that advocates for that. And Hamas. I think Hamas is a horrible death cult that does not value the Palestinian people at all. So, unfortunately for you, you have painted a picture that is just not true. And look at this, claiming I'm not American. I would never say Lifetime isn't an American just because we have a disagreement. What I will say is un-American is advocating for silencing your First Amendment and stuff like that. Ilhan Omar, that is a person. Very true.
We're joined now by Mary McCord, a former federal prosecutor, now executive
Every Democrat would disagree. I don't think that's true, my
director
friend.
of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown University. Mary, it's always good to see you. So Jeanine Pirro, who is leading this criminal investigation.
Yeah, it sucks when you try to paint a picture and the picture isn't anything like the scene you were trying to paint.
The U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., longtime Trump ally. What
Oh, God, look at this.
are
woman.
the standard guardrails when the appearance of a political
Trump's going to hit Iran. That will be a shit show. Well, I am a little concerned because of how Venezuela's going that Iran might not be. You know, I support the protesters in Iran, but it's if Trump decides to intervene, it might not be. It might not do the most. It might not do what he's wanting to do. I think the Palestinian genocide is a nuanced, considerably considering the living condition they are forced to live under. But I can understand your position. Well, yeah, I believe in a two-state solution personally. I think the Palestinian people deserve a state just as much as the Israeli people do. And I think there needs to be like a temporary separation, so a two-state solution, and then every 10 years they can vote on if they want to join together and become whole. I think that's a reasonable position to have, personally.
conflict of interest is this intense?
Well, Mike, I'm glad you're enjoying the show, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the show.
Well, this is at the very earliest stage, right? With the service of a subpoena seeking information from Mr. Powell and from the federal.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
Reserve. And so that we are a long way from any criminal charges. If the office determines that they've got evidence sufficient to seek a grand
Mike
jury
has expected
indictment,
that Trump is doing so badly they will lose in 2028. Hey,
they would then
true. I
have
never
to
thought
go
about
before a grand jury, and the grand jury would have to vote. At least 12 members
that.
of
Get
the
real,
grand
you're
jury
preaching
out
to
of
bots.
up
Well,
to
shout out to
23
my
would have
bot
to
army. I love the bots. You know what I mean? It's bots all the way down, and I'm here for it.
vote to return an indictment. And then if that were to happen, the case would be brought into federal court. There would be opportunities for Mr. Powell to make motions to dismiss the case, including
Yeah, I would skip
expect
over that First Amendment comment as well if I was a fascist grifter trying to spew propaganda. That is so embarrassing, what you just said. I'm not going to lie, my friend. Let's just take a minute and sip what Lifetime just said. Let's just sip that for a moment. Copium.
here on grounds of vindictiveness, because this is because of
Yeah,
what
the
you've just been
projection is
talking
insane right now.
about
dude.
this program, about the
I ran a
pattern
squid
of
either
pressure
way, hard
on
to explain with limited text, but basis in the religious fundamentalism that entrenched in the different sects that run the Iran currently. Yeah, I think the people of Iran, I mean, they obviously want something different, and I hope they get it. I'm afraid that if America intervenes, the protesters are going to be seen as American collaborators. And if they're seen as American collaborators, then the protests are... Iran's going to have even more of a casus belli to just slaughter the people in the streets. So it's a touchy situation. Israel and Qatar are reporting the highest level of deployment of air defense. Could the U.S. strikes on Iran is imminent? Maybe. I mean, it's a very nuanced discussion. Wait, supporting the First Amendment, but not when Biden worked with big tech to ban conservative accounts during COVID. Were they spreading misinformation? Was that what was going on? Because the government has a duty to protect the public. You know that, right?
Jerome Powell to
Iran
pause
people aren't
the
religious as their government is. The ethnic conflicts between the Persians and Azeris is a bigger deal, and they have the exact same region.
board to lower interest rates, and then the really awful things that the president has said about him and
Ross will
criticized
never
him.
be held
all
account for that
very
woman's murder. Yeah, and I think that's I think that's really a heartbreaking thing. I think that's heartbreaking, dude, because even if I thought she was completely in the wrong, I would still advocate for an investigation to happen. Like, are you guys really okay with no investigation happening? Imagine if the shoes were on the other foot. You guys would want an investigation, and I would support your want for an investigation. MAGA. Hell yeah.
Vicious timing with the bringing
And
of
I hate the MAGA phrasing too, because I think America's always been great. Who got to choose what was misinformation? Well, I'm assuming the doctors would get to choose that, but I'm not going to support people being deplatformed, you know what I mean? So I'll say I disagree with Biden on that stance. Whoa now. I know that's hard for you guys to believe that I disagree with one of my big leaders, but yeah, I disagree with that. I think the best way to deal with misinformation and stuff like this is to just meme on people. You know what I mean? They do it with us. They never seem to want to have a serious conversation. So why not return the favor? Mutually assured memeing.
these of this investigation. So there'd be an opportunity for him to make motions based on that and other things. And ultimately,
That's why
if
everyone
his
wants
motions
to come
were
here.
denied,
Well, hell yeah, we got an
he would
amazing
go to
country,
trial,
dude.
and then of course a jury of 12.
Way to change the goalpost. Well, I think she was murdered, but again, I am not an investigator. But you can say I changed the goalpost all you want. You're still not going to address the fact that there's no investigation going on. How did Omar make 30 million? So that's actually a very commonly misconceived point. See, Ilhan Omar has holdings in a winery, and that winery is worth 30 million. So when people are counting her assets, for some reason they're putting that winery in there as if she owns the entire winery, but that's not true. Yeah, 3 headshots, and he goes home for tea. Unbelievable. Amen, dude. Now, Lightstop, I understand insulting something that challenges your worldview is a human reaction, but I implore you to actually engage with some of the things I'm saying rather than just call me mentally deficient. But I mean, you can keep doing that, you know.
Have to
Up to
find
you, man.
unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, that every element of the offense has been proved. And I would note that with
I believe there is an investigation going on currently. Where have you seen that? I have not seen any notes of an investigation going on.
respect to
Where did she get the money for the winery? Well, she only invested like $10,000 into it, so I don't know. How else do you get, how do you get
the
$10,000?
offenses that potentially are under investigation
Trump
here,
doesn't
false
keep
statement.
winning. The Republican Party has lost special election after special election. Hey, what's up, Rebel Duster? Good to see you.
To Congress and perjury. These are the things that Representative Luna referred to the Attorney General for potential investigation. It doesn't mean that that's exactly what they're investigating, but that's what the indications are. Those charges require willfully.
Shout out to
and
Rebel
no-
Duster, by the way. He made his profile pic a TGDE U character, so I appreciate that. Winery. You mean she's a professional whiner? Ha! Liberal, get destroyed with facts and logic. Oh, we've got a call. Hold on. What's my thoughts on the Second Amendment? I love it. I think it's an amazing right to have. Hello, you are now talking to 50 million people across the world. What do you have to say for yourself? Nothing, huh? Nothing. Really, you have nothing to say to these fine people in my chat. You're from the same state. You're from Kansas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to have a good conversation, call 620-250-8197, and they'll hook you up with good conversations.
Knowingly.
I don't think Trump is hurting America. I think he's exposed everything that's been going on. You think he's approving these moves, the bigger players at play. See, when does the buck stop at Trump? You know? When is it finally not gonna be, when is it gonna be Trump's fault, you know? You can't constantly say it's some shadow group.
Making false statements. And there's just nothing that I've heard so far based on Mr. Powell's testimony in June, Chairman Powell's testimony in June, that would suggest
like he's now some baby boy. I don't think I'm infantilizing him.
A basis for some willful and
I'm worried about
willfully
the big red wave coming. All right, that's some copium. Where are you seeing that coming from? What special election has given you that confidence?
False statement about a material fact.
And the Trump administration.
I missed the comments asking for my opinion on the 2A. Oh, I think I love the Second Amendment. I think it's very much a very valuable right to have. I know a lot of my people on my side disagree with it, but I think it's an amazing right to have. When will Democrats admit their... See, that's just the thing. You want us to be wrong about everything, and you got to admit we're right about some stuff. And I'll admit the Republicans are right about some stuff. Like, why does it have to be this zero-sum game for you guys?
Also tried to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook over unproven allegations of mortgage fraud. The Supreme Court has allowed her to remain on the board.
Trump keeps winning? I'm not saying that.
For now. Do the Cook and Powell cases have any direct bearing on one another?
Well, the Cook case is going to be heard by the Supreme Court next week, and I actually think the timing of the...
Sorry, it's weed time, by the way, guys. If you're a fellow stoner, light up.
This revelation of this criminal investigation against Mr. Powell, while not technically related to the case in front of the court, I think it is something that, lends credence to an argument that the attempt to get rid of board member Lisa Cook, is not based in, it's not well grounded. I mean, the president offered his...
Makes sense you smoke weed? Oh, geez. I didn't know I had such a finger wagger in my chat.
Version of cause, meaning these allegations that, again, are just...
Just about to say, put the bong down. Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? It's my day off. I get to enjoy it just as much as you guys.
Allegations of some sort of mortgage fraud that, many of those who have looked carefully at the facts think don't stand up. And so in that environment of pressure, in the middle also, remember, of President Trump removing Democratic appointed...
Hey, I do think it would... We just hit 250 subs. Hey, thank you guys so fucking much. That is so huge. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. Honestly, we have had an unprecedented amount of support and love, and I really appreciate it, guys. You guys, it means the world to me. I do this just as a hobby because I enjoy talking about politics, and I never ask for money or anything from you guys, so thank you so much.
Board members from other multi-member independent commissions like the FTC, the NLRB, the CFPB. We could do alphabet soup here. I mean, this is has been a year of removals of Democrats or those appointed by Democrats in favor of having boards made up of all of his own appointees.
Oh no, I don't drink. I have depression, and unfortunately, when a day, like, I'll be fine when I drink, but the day after I just have horrible depression. It's very bad.
So I think the context of adding this real lever of power, potential criminal investigation,
Oh, I
needs
didn't
to
know you were a saint, Lifetime. Congratulations.
be thought of in the context of everything else happening, and including looking at the attempted firing of Lisa Cook.
And after the tossed and
Okay, you can't say Diddycrats when, you know, your number one guy is in the files.
indictments against James Comey and Letitia.
Why do liberals look at me funny when I go bird hunting in downtown San Francisco? Well, I do think that it might be the activity itself. You know, I support bird hunting, obviously, but you might run into some issues if you're in downtown San Francisco. Not a smoker myself, but the weed kills brain cells from a study where the scientists suffocated a monkey with no air, only smoke for a long time, but really representative for an occasional smoker. Interesting.
James, what does it mean institutionally that the Trump Justice...
Hey guys, I mean, you know, if you enjoy weed, that's great. If you don't, that's great, you know. I don't think anybody should have I don't have any issues if what people decide to do or not.
Department is even pursuing this case against Powell, regardless
Trump is ruining America. Totally agree.
of whether it ever results in charges.
Well, as you and I've
yeah, I think he is ruining the world with this whole idea of spheres of influence, because it's such an old-timey, archaic idea that nobody really, no nation really abides by, you know, this idea of spheres of influence. Like, the world is interconnected, so of course there's going to be issues halfway across the world that you need to focus on.
discussed before, Jeff, it does seem like the White House and the president in particular is really directing the investigation.
IDK, I feel like maybe if they smoked weed, they wouldn't root to waste our tax dollars with ICE. Very true.
That the Department of Justice engages in, particularly with respect to those people he perceives as his political opponents, James Comey.
Like, why are they okay with paying more taxes for ICE, but not like public health care? I don't get that.
Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and now Jerome Powell. And he, you know, there are also investigations into people like Adam Schiff, right? So the president is denying that he had anything to do with this, but
no spheres of influence? Nonsense. No, we don't. America was the unipolar power of the world. We didn't rule, we ruled the world, brother. We did not just have a sphere of influence. We ruled
skeptical.
the world, and now we're pulling back from that multipolar order. And it's only because of Donald Trump.
Of that, given
No one
how
else.
many times he has disparaged.
Hold on, it seems we have a picture of the supposed Diddycrats. Oh, interesting. Very true. Damn, you're right, Bill. We are the Diddycrats. You're right. I should have fucking remembered this photo. Yeah, guys, this is pretty damning for the Democrats here. God. Oh, geez. Look at that Democratic leader sitting next to Diddy. I mean, Jesus. How are we ever going to recover from this, guys? How are we ever going to recover from this? By the way, I don't know if you guys notice in the background there. Is that fucking Captain Sparkles of Minecraft YouTube fame? Is that Captain Sparkles of Minecraft YouTube fame? You guys remember Captain Sparkles, right? Oh, fuck. Yep, that's a great point, Bill. That's a great point. Yep. I mean, look at that Democratic leader hanging out with P. Diddy. He was infiltrating Diddy parties. Well, according to Micah Johnson, that's the case. Cap Sparkles is in the files? God, I hope not. I'm surprised. Dude, Captain Sparkles is, if you guys want to, like, make a career on YouTube and you don't want to be, like, super... You guys don't want to be like... That brought my attention back. Hey, I saw it. If you guys don't want to... But if you do want a good, like, layout for how to do a channel and you don't want to be, like, just the most popular person in the world, but still making a good amount of money on YouTube, look into Captain Sparkles, dude. He's managed to stay controversy free. He is rich as fuck. He invested all of his money. I mean, it's very interesting. Democrats are disingenuous hypocrites and liars. Oh, you mean like when Donald Trump lied when he said he'd release the Epstein files? When he did that? Keep it up, terrorist. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it looks more like Diddy hopped in for a pic. No, I know, Greyhound. I'm not saying, like, it's a joke, because obviously, anyways, I don't need to explain a joke. You know what I mean? I think you
Disparaged
get it.
Mr. Powell and the pattern that this fits into of the
Holy
way he would
shit, does he
disparage.
really have this many pictures with Diddy? Oh my god, how many pictures with P. Diddy does Donald Trump have? Dude, what the hell? I didn't know he had this many. Gas prices are way down. Oh, I love when people bring this up. So how down are they? Can you please tell me? How down are they? What state are you in? I'd love to know. What state are you in that they're so down? He only released 1% of 1% of them. What are you talking about, Lifetime? Did you see the interview where the insider said we only have 1% of 1% released? Like, and he's still not following the law. Border secured. Oh, he doesn't want to answer about the gas prices. He doesn't want to answer about the gas prices. And the border was secured by the time Biden left office. They went from 300,000 border encounters to 60,000 border encounters by the time he left office. They dropped yesterday. Oh, interesting.
And call for investigations of others.
I'm interested to see what's the number. You know, you guys are saying that the gas prices are way down. What's the number in your state, man? How much lower are they?
And then the Justice Department launches those investigations. So it does not pass the smell test.
Mary McCord, thanks as always for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Seems to me closed border is bad for jobs. Yeah, no, it's we're seeing it. Epstein files dropped yesterday. All of them? All of the Epstein files dropped yesterday, huh? Let me go to the DOJ's website. $2. So it's $2 in your state. What state are you from, friend? You don't have to tell me specifically, but I do need to know. Georgia? Okay. So this is the AAA's gas price map. And what they do is collect data from all across the nation, and we get to see how much they are. So Georgia. Where is Georgia? There it is. Oh, Lifetime, you're a liar. You're a big fat liar. Oh my God, you're such a fucking liar. I can't believe it. What a shock. You're a fucking liar, bro. What a shock. Supposedly it's $2. Seems like you're off by about 70 fucking cents. You goddamn liar. Ah, the liberal think tank of AAA. I know, right? So, honestly, I think Unhinged TDS he's being a lot more truthful. It dropped $2 from when Biden was in office. Well, it seems like you're still lying because a year ago, it was only 20 cents more. So can you please stop lying for 5 moments? For 5 minutes, stop lying your ass off. And just admit that it's not nearly as down as you guys are saying. Yeah, we've got the prices here, bud. $2 cheaper. Oh my goodness. What a fucking lie. You got caught in a lie, bro. Like a major lie. And you need to sit in that for one moment. You need to sit in that and realize that you got caught lying. It was peak Biden. All right. Hired record average price. I mean, yeah, gas prices were high under Biden, but they weren't nearly... He was able to bring it down by the time he left office, and we see that with his mid-grade there. The host is a nut bar. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It means I'm doing something good. Biden, the most corrupt president on the planet. Oh, geez. That's embarrassing. Yeah, did Biden ever take a $400 million jet that Donald Trump said he's going to take when he leaves the White House? I don't think so. Oh, and now we go to the name calling because they are such baby men that they can't admit when they're wrong. Anyways, guys, we gotta finish this PBS NewsHour. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. You're embarrassing. That's actually what your mom said to me last night about you. So, very interesting that we have similar paths there.
We start the day's other headlines in Minnesota. State and city officials are suing the federal government to try to stop the surge of immigration enforcement in Minneapolis and St. Paul. It comes just days after a 37-year-old woman, Renee Good, was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. The Department of Homeland Security says it's pushing more than 2,000 immigration.
All I'm gonna say, Hollow, is you were not able to answer any of my questions. So, I think you might have the DDS, Democrat Derangement Syndrome, where people can't stop blaming the Democrats for all of their problems and actually address a real problem. And instead, all they do is just blame Democrats. It's honestly a new wave, and I'm starting to see more and more sufferers of it.
Officers into Minnesota as part of a crackdown targeting fraud in the state. This afternoon, Minnesota's Attorney General said the increased action is jeopardizing community safety.
Thousands of poorly trained, aggressive, and armed agents of the state, of the federal...
I'm sorry. If you think that video is in self-defense, then I guess we're watching two different videos. Don't worry, we'll get to the latest in that. And in a panel we're about to watch here soon, a lot of people bring up case law arguments. So get excited, Lifetime. I know you're very legally minded, so...
Government have rolled into our communities, overwhelmed our local police departments, and...
Dude, now you're just literally blaming Democrats on everything.
Law enforcement agencies should be focused on our public safety, but instead, many are dealing with the aftermath of DH.
But I don't blame Republicans for all of the issues in America. The number one issue I have one moment. I don't blame all the issues we have on Republicans. I think one of our biggest issues, you're a lawyer? Oh, I'm sure you are, man. I'm sure you're a lawyer. And I'm a fucking doctor.
DHS agents, chaos, and violence.
Meantime, another 10.
See, Rebel Duster, I don't agree. I think most politicians, especially local level and state level, they're typically just good people that want to help their community out. I think we need to get away from the thinking that all of our politicians hate us. I think we need to really, and I think one of the ways we do that is getting rid of gerrymandering so we can actually elect people that represent us, you know? But I mean, I know that's a common sentiment, but we do need to have some trust in our Bro, okay, so when you get hit by a car, is your immediate reaction to shoot them? Is that what you do?
Tense scene unfolded between neighborhood activists and federal officers just blocks from where good wishes.
Local good guys aren't allowed to do anything? Well, that's not true. If you vote in your local municipalities, you can get you will get some good representatives, you know.
Shot. This crowd formed after ICE agents reportedly rear-ended a bystander's car. Officers then fired tear gas to disperse the protesters. Also today, Illinois state officials and the city of Chicago sued the Department of Homeland Security.
Don't put yourself in that position. Exactly. Why did the officer put themselves in that position? That's what I'm
over what they
wondering.
called unlawful and dangerous tactics carried out by federal agents. Federal officials have defended their work in both Illinois and Minnesota, saying it's necessary to carry out.
Can you guys hear okay, by the way? I need to adjust my headphone real quick, so I think I'm going to do it that. One moment. Unfortunately, it's got this little cover on it that prevents me from hearing. There we go.
President Trump's immigration.
But a fleeing felon, the penalty for a fleeing felon is not death. And also, something else that's very interesting is she, you know, the discussion of is she a fleeing felon? I don't believe she is. But don't worry, we will be getting into this discourse here soon, guys. Don't you worry. I have played the front angle video.
Agenda. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is suing the Pentagon over its attempts to punish him for urging members of the military to refuse illegal orders. In his lawsuit, the former U.S. Navy pilot argued.
Okay, you can't lie. This is kind of badass. You can expect to get shot in the face? No, not at all. And there's case law that will go into that. But again, guys, I already know this is going to be like a fucking 10-hour-long struggle session with my chat. So just give me some leeway here, please.
Argued that the First Amendment forbids the government and its officials from punishing disfavored expression or retaliating against protected speech. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced last week that he was censuring Kelly, a procedural step that could lead to a demotion and a cut in retirement pay. In November, Kelly and 5 other Democrats released a video calling on.
I don't agree with that, Rebel Duster. I don't think this is a very contentious topic right now. You know what I mean? Calling people idiots, you can't do that, man. Come on. Just because we disagree with you, you know what I preach about here, you know? Just because we disagree doesn't mean everybody's an idiot. I understand, like, tensions are high right now, but that's why I just advocate we need to make sure an investigation gets fully funded, and not just that, but is fully cooperative and transparent, you know?
Troops not to follow orders if they are unlawful. Greenland is asserting its place inside of the NATO military alliance as President Trump continues to push the idea of a U.S. takeover. The government there released a statement today saying, as part of the Danish Commonwealth, Greenland is a member of NATO, and the defense of Greenland must therefore be.
I don't think they're aiding and abetting illegals who want you dead. Like, the idea of the immigrant being this you know, evil person is just untrue, dude. It's just untrue. She's probably heard stories about ICE, and she wants to defend her community. She had no idea who they were going to get, and she probably just wanted to protest and defend her community.
Through NATO. It comes after President Trump told reporters last night that the U.S. would have Greenland one way or another. But NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte today chose to focus on what he sees as cooperation, not conflict.
And I applaud the fact that our colleagues who are bordering on the Arctic have come together, have worked together, and have decided to get NATO more and more involved. That's the United States, that's Canada, that's Iceland, Denmark, and the other.
Now, I see it right here. You Democrats discuss the fuck out of normal people. Like, bro, I would never say that about, like, some just random Republican. I agree she shouldn't have fled. This is why this is a very contentious topic, right? Because there's parts where I think she was in the wrong, and then there's parts where I think the officer was in the wrong, you know? And so I think truly it should be up to an investigation.
European countries bordering on the High North, all seven, but of course with the whole of the alliance.
Meantime, China also weighed in today.
If you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Our current goal for the day is 20. Once we hit 20, we'll draw some people in the chat, whoever is feeling like being drawn when we get to that point. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about news, politics, and more. And I try to keep my chat diverse with different ideas and opinions, so...
Pushing back on President Trump's claims that the U.S. needs to take Greenland to prevent China or Russia from doing so. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said the U.S. should not use other countries, in their words, as a pretext for pursuing its own interests. Venezuela's interim government said today it had released more than 100 political prisoners, though human rights groups say the number is far lower. That comes as opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado asked Pope Leo today for his help in securing.
All right. Lifetime, can you please? All right, we're just gonna, 30 minutes, nice little 30-minute timeout. The soyness is real. It's just, it's very annoying. Like, I appreciate you guys adding stuff and giving your perspective, but if you're just gonna insult me nonstop, I don't think that really adds anything to the conversation, you know?
Securing more prisoner releases. She's due to meet with President Trump on Thursday. Separately,
Lifetime, I appreciate you adding your commentary. What I don't appreciate is the constant ad hominems.
Mr. Trump says he's inclined to freeze ExxonMobil out of Venezuela's oil market after its CEO.
I'm so sorry about that, Bill.
Called the Venezuelan market uninvestable. In New York City, nearly 15,000 nurses walked off the job today after contract negotiations hit a wall over the weekend. It's the
This is interesting. I haven't heard about this. I kind of want to make a short about this.
largest nurses strike in the city's history. Striking work.
Sorry, I disappeared. I got a right-wing streamer to panic shut down her entire stream after convincing her to look at the Epstein file where Trump helps murder a baby. Oh, dude, that is a fucking crazy story. It's not a perspective. It's on video and multiple angles. Yeah, and I've seen all of the videos, and they still do not paint a clear picture. And if you think any liberal supports the Iranian regime, then you're on crack. I am very excited to see the people of Iran stand up against their government. What breaks my heart is how many people are dying. Every single allegation against Trump has come out is all a lie that will be proven wrong too. See, that's delusional thinking. That's magical thinking right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Workers gathered outside locations linked to 3 private nonprofit hospital groups.
So delusional. See, I say something that goes against your narrative, and it's like you double think it. And that's very embarrassing. You should look into that. Read a book called 1984. It paints a very clear picture of yourself. But he has to double think it, and instead of engaging with it, he has to say I'm delusional. Very embarrassing stuff, man.
Demands vary by
the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about news, politics, and so much more. I also do shorts if you guys ever want to see my face.
Hospital, but the nurses union says staffing levels and workplace safety are among the key issues.
Amen, Bill. You say it perfectly. Iran is going against a conservative, It's a conservative religious regime. What evangelicals want in America.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani showed up in support of the workers.
Why didn't you fucking recommend George Orwell during the Obama-Biden? Because they did not fucking, in no way, besides the NSA stuff, which I'll admit was fucked up. They should not have been spying on American citizens. But look at how you guys are double thinking. Do you not see the double think you guys engage in?
And pointed out,
I agree with Trump on some issues, but that doesn't mean I agree with everything. Most liberals can't even admit Trump did something they agree with. Totally not true. And I'll give you an example. The Trump accounts, I think, are a beautiful and amazing idea. Now, I do think I think there are unfortunately some issues with it, but that doesn't mean it's not an amazing start. And so I think the Trump accounts are a great idea. I do have issues, like if you're not putting in the max 5,000 each year, or is it each month? I can't quite remember. Anyways, if you're not putting in that max amount, you may not get as many gains as you would if you are putting in that max amount. And so I think the issue will come, like, more not as well off families may struggle to actually use that money, but still a boost of like $2,000 when you're out of high school, that's great, man. I think that'll, people will pay for a car or something else. I think that's great. How is he hurting America? Well, I think when he's using divisive language, when he is not actually solving the issues he ran to solve, like grocery prices have not come tumbling down, the Ukraine war is still not over. And so I think he's hurting America in those ways.
That hospital executive.
But I'll give, if Trump has a win that I think is a win, I'll give him credit where credit is due. And I think the Trump accounts are a good idea.
Are raking in millions.
This strike is not.
And you know what? I'll even give you another example. When he sat down with the man in front of me, Mamdani, I thought he acted very presidential. I thought he acted like a real president. And so, you know, I can give him credit where credit is due. The issue is, the problem is, he's not, that's not how he typically runs his administration. You know, those are a rare highlight.
Just a question of how much nurses earn per hour or what health benefits they receive, although both of those issues matter deeply. It is also a question of who deserves to benefit from this system.
The hospitals say the union's demands are too costly. In a statement, New York Presbyterian said, "We're ready to keep negotiating a fair and reasonable contract that reflects our respect for our nurses and the critical role they play, and also recognizes the challenging realities of today's healthcare environment." The hospitals have hired temporary nurses to help in the meantime, though some sites have canceled surgeries and tried to discharge patients ahead of the strike. In Mississippi,
by the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted. You may hear me say that pretty often here, because, you know, view time is about 2 minutes, which is pretty killer, guys. You guys are killing it. Also, if you guys like the stream and we get 20 likes, we'll do a couple TGD EU drawings. So that's an exciting thing to look forward to as well.
Mississippi, the FBI says the suspect in a synagogue fire admitted to targeting the site because of its, quote, Jewish ties. The FBI says Stephen Pittman confessed to lighting the fire inside the Beth Israel congregation in Jackson this past weekend. He was charged today with maliciously damaging or destroying a building by means of fire or an explosive. No one was injured, but the synagogue's library and administrative offices were damaged. Beth Israel was founded in 1860. It was bombed by the KKK in the 1960s over its rabbi support for civil rights. Paramount Skydance is ramping up its efforts to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery.
They're so brain dead. Their response to Trump wants to ban hate speeches, cancel culture.
Today, the company said it would name its own slate of directors to the Warner Brothers board, and it filed a lawsuit seeking information on how Warner Brothers decided that a rival offer from Netflix is better than its own. Warner Brothers has already...
Oh, that sounds like insider trading, ladies and gentlemen.
Rejected multiple takeover efforts.
We used to have a segment where we'd go over like some business news, and I think I might bring that back. My mom lived through World War II. She spots Nazi fascism from a mile. She says, "I Stapo." Yeah, I mean, I think that the ICE members, I think ICE, it's been turned into something that it wasn't meant to be. That's what I think. Like, I think it served a valuable service originally to help out, you know, to get people who were here undocumented that had committed crimes. But it's turned into something that is just disgusting and sad to
Paramount.
See, in my opinion.
Instead, it's urging shareholders to back the sale of its streaming and...
Whataboutism is the MAGA backup parachute. Amen. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to like it. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted.
Studio businesses to Netflix in a $72 billion deal. On Wall Street today, stocks managed modest gains as traders brushed off early concerns about President Trump's battle with the Fed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added more than 80 points on the day. The Nasdaq managed a gain of about 60 points. The S&P 500 also ended higher, rising
that's
about...
good. I'm glad. Hopefully you guys are investing into the market. It's a decent time right now, but it's very strange because they sometimes disagree with each other. So
10 points. Still to come on the NewsHour, the Trump administration...
Hey, Rebel Duster, I've always said, never assume someone is being disingenuous until you have proof. You know what I mean? That's something my Planet Loner Box has has gifted me, and I tend to find it very very true, you know. And people, if they're disingenuous, they will you can spot it from a mile away. You know what I mean?
Administration ad campaigns that are borrowing from white nationalist ideas.
Now, this is something that really spooks me, because we had a Proud Boys rally at my capital where they were being very violent, honestly. So imagine being a MAGA and not knowing anything about the Constitution. Well, unfortunately, not many people have read it. But luckily, every 4th of July, come here and you'll be able to hear me read the Constitution.
Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the latest political headlines and an effort that's trying to rekindle a love for reading.
Feel free to judge others too. It's good for you and society as a whole. I don't know. I don't think casting judgment is very good, because what if you misjudge somebody and then you miss out on all that valuable information, you know? Yeah, and if you were 10 in 1944, you would be like 91 right now. It's very plausible. People are living like way longer nowadays, which is great. I'm very happy about it.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
But truly, I'm just waiting for my mech suit. Once I get my mech suit and I just have a technological interface with everything, I'll be fine, guys.
Protests in Iran continued to grow today and over the weekend, as has the death toll, with security forces now estimated to have killed at least 500 protesters, perhaps many more.
Have you guys seen any updates on the numbers? I know YouTubes like this just prove modern men are weak. Thank you. I appreciate it. Say they're opinionless, objective observer, and that's dumb anyway. Well, yeah, I don't claim to be opinionless and objective on all things. I say I have a bias towards a certain way, you know what I mean?
In addition to renewed military threats from President Trump, late today he issued another threat saying any country doing business with Iran will pay a tariff of 25%.
I saw this. 4,000 to 6,000 last I heard in Iran. I've heard those numbers thrown around, but I haven't seen a human rights group report on it yet. So I mean, it may very well be. Oh wow, reports from today estimate 12,000 to 2,000? Holy shit. Or 12,000 to 20,000? Oh my god, that is just disgusting. The Iranian regime is disgusting, dude. They should not be in power. They're repressing the people's will, and that is just... You know, I really do take freedom and liberty and justice for all to heart, guys. So when I see a people being repressed in this way, it pisses me off. And it makes me very heartbroken for the people of Iran, you know? So it's just hard to say if yeah, America probably, if it's up to 20,000, dude, then it's time to intervene. It's time to intervene. Hey, Rebel Duster, all I'm gonna say is Christian nationalism has its extremes too. You know what I'm saying?
On any and all business being done
I don't
with
like
the United States.
I don't like any religion in my politics personally. I think religion in politics is pretty gross, you know.
It is unclear what sectors the president is designating. Nick Schifrin reports now, and a warning: some
The
images
issue
in this
is
story
the info
are disturbing.
suppression means it's difficult to verify those kinds of numbers. Yeah. So sad.
In Iran, the street demands the end of the regime. spews contempt for their leaders, and declares
I don't
this.
blame them. You know what I mean? Like, this all started last Christian nationalist terrorist attack you can think of, the Christchurch shooting.
The final battle. Over the last few days, protesters set fire to symbols of the regime's repression, including this mosque in Tehran, and sources of government power,
Oh my God.
including
A more reasonable number right now is about 2,000 minimum. Oh, wow. Holy shit, that is just heartbreaking, dude.
municipal buildings in the north. The response has been ruthless. In the last 2 weeks, human rights groups now accuse security forces of killing about 500 protesters, soaking the nation's streets in its citizens' blood.
Whoa,
and
and
now
Iran regime has admitted to about 3,000? Holy shoot. Holy shit. Unrelated? No, I think it's very related. He had very Christian nationalistic rhetoric and ideology. I don't think you'd support any, like, why would you support religion in our politics, dude? Our Constitution makes it very clear we're not supposed to have that.
New footage of the aftermath of a massacre. Rows of body bags, all believed to be protesters who fought and died demanding freedom, line the floor of the Harizik morgue outside of Tehran. So many bodies, they overflowed outside, where family members were beleaguered by loss. The regime called these victims, all lined up for their loved ones to find, armed terrorists. The toll so high, morgue officials cycled through images of the dead so they could be identified. Today, the government gathered its own march, tens of thousands, led by President Masoud Pezeshkian, who this weekend accused Iran's unnamed enemies of bringing, quote, trained terrorists into Iran. Today, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi aimed his comments directly at the U.S.
We do not seek war, but we are fully prepared for it. At the same time, as I have repeatedly said, we are also ready for negotiations.
Last night, President Trump confirmed he was considering a military strike.
But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it.
I have created division. I am the one creating division, ladies and gentlemen. You got it. You are totally right, CX. How did you know? Guess it's time to wrap it up, guys. Yep, he found out I was funded by Soros, and it's all over now.
And we're looking at some very strong options.
But also acknowledged Iran's willingness to talk.
A meeting is being set up.
Fuck no. I do not agree with this. If we're gonna fucking support the protesters, we do not talk to their enemy, you know? Fuck no. If Iran is killing their people in such massive numbers, fuck no. This guy is a paid activist. Yep, you know it, guys. You got me. Paid activist. George Soros spent millions of dollars on this UI, as you can tell. Made with the best programming known as MS Paint. And he paid about $1 million per screen, so, and that's per episode, so.
But we may have to act.
Yeah, no shit, he sucks. Well, I agree, Robert. I think this is a dumb idea, just flat out. We love Trump? Well, that's good. I hope you stick around long enough to realize why I don't, but we have a phone call incoming from Verizon. So, this is $50,000 just completely it's just 50,000. What a great deal, honestly. Oh, they hung up. Well, guys, good news is that I'm about to be $50,000 richer.
Because of what?
Idiots for dump. Idiots appear to be winning. Unfortunately, Trump did fool America, but that does not mean our American brethren are not waking up. So,
It's happening before the
have
meeting.
faith in our American Constitution and the people that make up this great nation.
The protests began in late December, triggered by rising prices. They expanded into calls for regime change and in unprecedented ways. Geographically,
Dude, this really is crazy. I don't think I've ever... I think this is like... I mean, I don't see Iran surviving, honestly.
spreading from urban centers to rural provinces such as Ardabil in the north.
See, that's a big issue for the regime, because if it's spreading to rural provinces, they don't focus on their rural provinces as much. They focus much more on the big cities. And so if it's spreading to rural provinces, what could happen is just a massive wave coming from the rural areas, potentially into the cities, so their voices can be more heard. That's not good at all for Iran.
And socioeconomically, to include both the working and middle classes across the
wow.
country. And despite the danger, protesters continue their clashes with police.
These people
calling
are
for an
brave freedom fighters, by the way. They need nothing but our support, ladies and gentlemen. They're fighting for a better future, you know? And if we... It is always a risk helping them, but I always say, like, if the death toll is reaching... Rising prices is a weird way to frame runaway inflation for hundreds of % in currency value cratering. Yeah, I mean, this is something the Iranian people really haven't seen. Hey, what's up, that guy? How you doing? Oh, we've got another call. We've got another call. Hello? What do you have to say? Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm calling about the latest open enrollment Medicare update. You may now qualify for additional benefits. Do you have Medicare Part A and B?
I have Medicard C, actually. It was unlocked when I hit the achievements, so I have Medicard C.
Okay, do you currently have Medicare Part A and B?
I have better. I have Medicare Part C.
Okay, but does your plan currently offer added benefits like prescription caps, preventive care, flexible payment options?
Oh, let me tell you, I can go into a doctor's office and basically tell them exactly what I want, and I get it. So, does that kind of answer your question?
Dates are added, the plan becomes even stronger. You could receive free hospital stays, doctor visits, and capped prescription costs. I'm here to make sure you get those benefits.
I already have those benefits. I'm 700.
Unfortunately, you don't seem to qualify for the plans we're offering.
Damn it! No! You're telling me I don't... Oh, damn it. They hung up. We get it, bro. Tim Walsh is your hero and you sit down when you pee? Fuck, how'd you know, man? But anyways.
Into a government that gives religious leaders ultimate control. And they're willing to pay the ultimate.
Hey, by the way, Digital Warrior, hope you're doing well. It's good to see you in the chat again. Thank you so much for laughing at my jokes, Liberal Trigger. I can tell you're a big fan.
ultimate price. This purported video
By the way,
shows
if you guys are
protesters
enjoying
checking
the
their
show,
bloodied
much like
friends'
Liberal
signs
Trigger
of
here
life.
is,
These scenes
make sure to
exactly
like
what the
and
government hoped to
subscribe. It
hide
really helps
through an
out the channel. Gets
unprecedented
me
internet
boosted
shutdown.
out there in the
This is the
algorithm.
most extreme shut.
You know that was recorded, right? Yes, I know.
Done that we have seen in the history of internet inside.
I thought I heard the people in the background. Sayan came back. Well, hey, thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. Liberal Trigger is a big fan of horses, I heard.
Ali Tehrani is the director of operations of Siphon, which provides protesters around the world
No, I love Digital Warrior. He's sick.
virtual private networks to bypass state censorship. He says Iran shut down the
Even if we
internet
don't see eye
faster.
to eye on things, I will still come by and support. Well, thank you. I think that's what politics should be about these days. You know, it should be about a fair and open dialogue where we try to solve each other's issues and not just run on partisan lines.
With fewer loopholes than ever before, showing the regime fears the protest threat is existential.
The national internet shutdown is very,
By the
very
way,
rare.
Liberal Trigger, I don't know if you mean to be soying out in my chat or if it's just kind of something something of a hobby for you, but you are soying out, so.
And the reason for that is because of the collateral damage. The airports don't work.
Oh, look at Liberal Trigger soying out. You guys shot Charlie Kirk for the free speech. Oh, geez. Here we go. Let's talk? Yeah, let's do it. Come into my Discord, man. That sounds like a fun time.
Banks don't work. A lot of internal services do not work. When a regime such as Iran's,
Yeah, you got me. I am very bothered by you, Liberal Trigger. You're really making me mad, man. You are making me so upset.
chooses to do that, it means that there is a higher stake at play. This is the biggest threat that they have ever felt. Therefore, they implemented the internet shutdown the way.
Then I can do the same thing, by the way, Liberal Trigger, if you but could you please come into my Discord? I think you'd be a fun person to have a conversation with. But I can do the same thing because a majority of Americans did not vote for Donald Trump. They either voted for Kamala or a third party. So yes, I paused the trigger to address everybody in my chat, my friend. Anyways.
That they are doing it right.
But the Trump administration has partially cut Tehrani's funding.
Courier, a ship without guns, goes into battle armed with the greatest weapon of all, truth.
As part of its cuts to the parent organization of Voice of America.
Citizens around the world are being tortured, imprisoned, and even killed for their online speech.
Or didn't
Those
vote.
cuts also hit
Very
VOA's
true.
digital descendant, the Open Technology Fund, which supports Siphon and other software that opens windows for protesters to share videos and communicate,
How
despite
many
government
swing
attempts
states did
to
Kamala
close them.
win? I'm not sure.
One of
Why
the
don't
pillars
you
of U.S.
enlighten us?
policy in the past 2 decades has been restoring disinformation. And that is paying
Enlighten
off.
us,
All these people
Liberal
that are
Trigger.
chanting on the
You seem
streets like
to,
what they are looking for, it's because this window was open.
Be very insistent.
I
But
mean, it
could you
didn't
come
happen
into the
overnight. It
Discord, man? Like, your name is Liberal Trigger, but it's like, I don't know, because you're not really going to trigger me by just texting in my chat. You know what I mean? I think you should come into the Discord and defend some of your ideas.
Didn't happen accidentally. It is because this option, this window of opportunity was open in front of them, and they could see that what they could demand.
And so Tehrani and others want the U.S. government to restore funding, to help protesters demand change and broadcast it to the world. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Oh, geez. Over 22,000 people were arrested in Iran in 2025 whilst trying to exercise their right of freedom and thought and expression. Yeah, I think what's going on in Iran, we probably should go into there. You know, I'm always too wary of US support in the region because of the culture right now, of how a lot of the factions there are anti-American, but if so many people are being slaughtered, then I support intervention and just make sure we support the protesters and not do what we did in Venezuela and just insert the new regime, or insert the old regime with a new paint coat on it.
Just weeks into the new year, the Trump administration has surged ICE agents to American
Sweet
cities,
ski lodges? I actually didn't know about that. That's sick.
overthrown a foreign head of state, threatened a military takeover of Greenland, and rewritten the history of January 6th. As Liz Landers
Yeah, the CIA's involvement during Iran's revolution is not great. I won't sit here and support our involvement. It wasn't great what we did there. I'm murky on the details, but unfortunately,
reports
I
the
know we had a
administration has
hand in
rolled
that.
out a campaign across departments that draws on images and ideas borrowed from right-wing and white nationalist circles.
From the U.S. Department of Labor, a message.
Was it, before we get to this, was it more like we supported a fundamentalist regime because we thought it'd be easier to control, or was it something other than that? Because I mean, I know the CIA has installed dictators because we don't like what was going on. We've done that in Southern America. So was it something like that? I can't quite remember. Set up to make us on the bad guys because they kind of were, and pre-1979 Persia was not Islamic. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know the Shah was secular. I don't remember what... I know the CIA played a role in the revolution. I just don't remember exactly what role they played.
One homeland, one people, one heritage. Remember who you are, American. It's a video that appears to be part of a campaign.
I think it was for the military complex. Look at the money since that was funneled away from America. Well, the unfortunate thing is, while they do have a thriving arms industry, unfortunately, they seem to be sending all their profits from that terrorist groups, like the Axis of Resistance. And so it's very interesting. The CIA didn't like Mosaddegh, so they removed him, which led to that led to Khamenei, who took advantage. Okay.
Campaign now
That's kind of what I thought it was, to be honest. I had a feeling about that.
ramping up to sell the administration's efforts to the American people. For example, calling on potential ICE recruits to, quote,
defend the homeland? Okay, that's some weird messaging, dude. I mean, yeah, America's our homeland, I guess, but have we ever referred to who refers to America as our homeland? That's Russian shit. This is our country. This is our democracy. That's what I think that would be more effective, but I see what they're saying about the white nationalist kind of branding here.
defend the homeland from outsiders while featuring heroic images of white men, often.
That's why Iran wants the Shah back. Yeah, I'm all for, honestly, I hope under the Shah's rule. Yeah, motherland. What the fuck? I hope that under the Shah's rule, they move toward, if they do get to put him in power, that they move towards a secular democracy.
From a bygone era. Then there's this tweet from Friday, an ICE recruitment ad featuring the turn of phrase, "We'll have our home again," plastered.
Okay, what the fuck is this? We'll have our home again? I'm sorry, but I don't think the immigrants that are moving here are moving to fucking Montana. go back towards pre-1790 or 1979? I hope so. That's my biggest hope. And I hope it evolves, you know? I hope it becomes so much more. My dream scenario, right, is that the regime in Iran falls, they install the Shah starts to support Syria in their efforts to stabilize the region. Syria becomes a democracy, and then over time Iran becomes a democracy. That's my hope. I know it's probably not going to happen that way, but so many Iranian friends. Yeah, I know a lot of Iranian people, and they're very intelligent people. Like they become doctors and physicists. It's incredible. And
Over
it
an
just sucks that they're under a repressive regime.
image of a man on horseback and a stealth bomber flying in the distance. That's a reference to the song We'll Have Our Home Again, a white supremacist anthem favored by the Proud Boys.
Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home.
Another image
This is gross. I'm sorry. This isn't America.
tells supporters to, quote, trust the plan, the slogan of the right-wing conspiracy theory known as QAnon, which posits there's a global cabal of pedophiles and deep state actors trafficking children, and that Trump is fighting it.
Professor was Iranian, nice guy too. Yeah, like I said, I've met very many people who are diaspora of the Iranian country, and they're all great people.
It's also a movement heavily
That song was shit. Amen, dude.
involved in
Hey,
the
fucking
insurrection
man.
on January 6, 2021. Last week, the Trump administration published a new website rewriting that history to blame Democrats for security failures that day and to justify the president's pardoning of more than 1,500 defendants. Weighing in on another era, last week President Trump also sat for a lengty interview with the New York Times. He was asked about the civil rights movement and told reporters that while the landmark legislation did some good,
You know, Digital Warrior, I'm gonna fight. That's the one thing I think I'm gonna work on to try to disprove is that I don't think there's some big deep state. And if there is, it's probably a collection of like companies like the Heritage Foundation. You know what I mean?
good things. He said, quote, it also hurt a lot of people that deserve to go to a college or deserve to get a job were unable to get a job. So it was a reverse discrimination. A day later, Trump supporter and billionaire Elon Musk wrote 100 above this message on X, which read in part, quote, if white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered.
Oh, geez. Here we go. If white men become a minority, we'll be slaughtered, ladies and gentlemen. That's just not true, dude. Like, everybody who is of a different race, I'm totally cool with. Like, I don't get this big race division between people. Everybody's human, you know what I mean? And, I don't think their race has anything to do with that. I hate that we're still talking about this type of stuff. White men become a minority. Like, dude, this was big in 2016.
White solidarity is the only way to survive. That's known as the Great Replacement Theory, popular in white nationalist circles.
It is a coalition leader, UN being key, real opener, extra read UN Agenda 21 and 30. I'll look into that, but I don't know, dude. I think the UN, people are losing faith in it. You know? And that's the biggest issue, is that, like, I think the UN needs to be restructured. I think people like India, I think countries like India, I don't know, is Japan on the Security Council? I don't think they are. In some African countries, and you know, I think there needs to be more people on the Security Council. And I think there needs to be, like, we kind of need to rework the UN system, you know what I mean? If we can hold on. Don't ask my chatters about their race, man. That's fucking weird. Don't you ever, ever ask my chatters about their race, their gender. That's weird behavior, and I'm not gonna allow that shit. So, anyways, yeah, Japan lost World War II, obviously not. That's a good point, my bad.
That falsely claims the white population is being intentionally replaced by non-whites. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz Landers.
For more context on what some of these images...
Well, I wish it wasn't Rebel Duster, but I think you're right now. It doesn't have any enforcement mechanisms. It doesn't have any way to like if they condemn a country, you know, that doesn't mean anything. So I think what we need to do...
And
Power
posts
takes it, does
mean...
not ask. Well, I disagree. We built an international order that was working. Yeah, I do agree, it has no teeth. I wish we would have set up an enforcement mechanism, like you're saying, you know, it needs an enforcement mechanism. So I just hope that cool-headed leaders, you know, get together and decide that we don't want constant conflict, because we're seeing what happens when isolationism starts to take root in a lot of countries. We're seeing... Did you guys see have you guys seen anything about the civil war in Sudan? It is maybe the most bloody conflict ever. Yeah, who enforces? Well, ideally, NATO would, and alliances could have representation. And so if a UN council deems it, they could rely on a NATO coalition or another coalition to enforce it. But that's unfortunately just not in the cards right now. China won't do anything leaving the US. I mean, it'll hurt China and it'll hurt us, you know? I think an interconnected world is just what we live in now. Trump is a giant diaper-wearing man, POS, con man, felon, shithead. I do agree. Yeah, but not new. I mean, yes, but did you see the siege of El Fasher? That, in cooler times, that would have been a tipping point, in my opinion. The brutalization of El Fasher, and in better times, people would have intervened before then.
And why the Trump administration is using them, we turn now to Cynthia Miller Idris, director of the Polarization and Extremism Research Innovation Lab at...
I don't see those posts. Did I get blocked? No, I don't. You didn't get blocked, brother. What are you talking about? Oh, so if you're on mobile or if you're just on computer, go to where it says Top Chat and switch it to Live Chat. That will give you access to all of the message. YouTube has this weird thing where if you cuss or anything, it'll block you from the Top Chat. So, the Live Chat will, so instead switch it to Live Chat and you should be able to see everybody's messages. It's really weird. I really hope they update that here soon. But good thing is that they have been very receptive about all sorts of things. So they seem very willing to embrace the shorts streaming community and the shorts community in general. So you have to hold the screen and switch Top Chat to all messages. Top Chat is useless. Yeah, I think they should get rid of it, honestly. It just doesn't really serve its purpose because you can't really engage with the full conversation. Oh, by the way, Bill, I turned on live chat replays. I know you watch the VODs, so I hope you've been able to see chat on those.
American University. Welcome back. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So we've seen some of these messages before, but this ramping up of their delivery and from multiple official administration accounts. What does all of that signal to you
Hell
at
yeah, dog.
this point, nearly 1 year into this administration?
Yeah, it does feel like a turning point in the.
At some point, I'll get the chat on my screen. I just have a limited amount of space here. Once I get a better computer, I might consider, okay, I got a few meetings today. Gotta get the dog ready and head out. I dropped a like. Thank you so much, Digital Warrior. It was good seeing you, man. It really was. I appreciate you coming down here and chatting up the chat. I really do. Yeah, have a good day, man. Good luck at your meetings. You're gonna kick ass, dude.
Propaganda campaign, if you will, in the shift to try to change people's minds about.
If Al-Fasher happened 5 years ago, it would be one, if not the biggest story in the world. Now it's mostly brought up in passing thought of, oh, that's bad, before talking about something else. Yeah, I agree. Al-Fasher was just a disaster. And it's something you could, if you had some understanding of the conflict, just a little bit, you would know Al-Fasher was a bloodbath waiting to happen. For weeks, the RSF was building mounds of dirt to prevent people from escaping the city. It was just horrific. And then it happened, you know? Like it should have never happened. 67,000 people dead in one day. That's, you could see the blood from space, ladies and gentlemen. It's it's heartbreaking.
About what's happening. I think they feel we're at a moment.
By the way, I'm not gonna,
ICE
I'm not gonna do my
has a
spiel after that
57%
one.
disapproval rating. I heard
Feels a little
today,
inappropriate.
where it's the second least liked federal agency, only after the IRS. And so, you know, we have a moment.
Why does everybody hate the IRS, dude? We are leaving so much money on the table by not funding the IRS right now.
When the American public is seeing what's happening, are watching abuses, are watching cell phone videos.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news and all that sorts of stuff. So if that interests you, remember to give a like and a subscribe.
Especially the recent murder of a protester. That, I think, is why we're seeing this kind of campaign to try to position
People
what
hate the IRS because of Intuit. In other developed countries, you just get a bill.
ICE is doing as in the public interest, as safety, and of course with a lot of dog whistles, or
I think I'm
sometimes
actually
not
gonna
even dog
game for
whistles,
the first time in years.
making racist and conspiratorial claims about what would happen if they don't do it.
Let's take just a closer look at some of the examples that Liz was just citing there, because some people will look at this and say, I don't see anything wrong with this. There's the painting, for example, this 1870s painting called American Progress.
Yeah, so this is an issue. I'm sure they'll get into why, but taxes are useless, used to steal resources from shithole countries? No way. I love taxes. I would pay half of my paycheck if it meant my fellow man got to sleep somewhere, eat a full meal 3 times a day, and live a good life and have access to free healthcare. I would pay half of my paycheck for that.
Was posted by Homeland Security. It features a sort of manifest destiny tableau, talks about a heritage worth protecting. Why is that significant?
What the fuck is American heritage worth protecting? Like, I love America, dude. Like, what are we talking about? Our culture is so, like, the ideals of freedom, democracy, justice for all. I think that's able to be applied anywhere, and so as long as that's in your life, you know, there is no culture we really have.
Why this reliance?
People hate the IRS so much, but when billionaires dodge taxes, they go, yeah, fuck up the IRS, they fuck me up, not realizing that's why they go after you, because they aren't allowed to go after the big ones. Oh, we've got our favorite spammers in the chat. That's all right, man. This is how they cope. You know, we got some low chatting today, so we'll let him
on this
spam
sort
a
of
little bit.
old
you know?
imagery and this messaging, this language.
Oh, now,
Yeah.
Mr.
So-
Mayhem, you are the definite. You are un-American, sir. You know, that is one of the most un-American things I've ever heard. I disagree with you, so I want my fellow American to leave the country. Think about that. You want your fellow American to leave the country just because you disagree with them. That's embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing. I think you need to apologize for your, I think you need to apologize, Mr. Mayhem. I mean, not really, Rebel Duster. I disagree. Like, what is American culture? What can you point to and say, this is a product of purely American culture? Nah, dude, I disagree. I think America's amazing because we're able to have different sub-ideals, you know? You hate America? No, I love America. This place is fucking amazing, dude.
Well, propaganda messaging relies on people's memories of other images that they might associate with
Hot dogs? Okay, hot dogs are the American culture that we are. So we're losing hot dogs. That's what we're losing. You know, guns? I don't think we're losing our Second Amendment anytime soon. Because I gotta pass. I'm at work right now. All right. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. But, yeah, good luck at work, man. Anyways, hot dogs, you know, if we're exchanging hot dogs for shawarma, I'm cool with it, man. This shit sounds fire.
positive things even. So we'll see even terrorist groups use things.
Yeah, where did you move to, Mr. Mayhem, in 2021 when Biden was presidency? He must have been living in Costa Rica somewhere.
Like civil rights iconographic messaging or women's rights iconography to sort of position themselves as a liberating force from oppressors. We see in that particular image not just a woman flying over, a white woman carrying a textbook, right? A really interesting part that is known as a kind of education is going to.
And hey guys, you will not find me hating on the Second Amendment. I think it's a very valuable right that we have. So, well, if you don't love hot dogs, then get out of Trump's America. What? I like burgers, bro. I've never been a fan of hot dogs. I'm sorry. I'm a burgers guy. I just got to be honest. I like burgers more than hot dogs. I don't think I've had a hot dog that I like in a while, you know? And burgers, dude, burgers are the definition of American culture. You know why? Because you can make so many different types of fucking burgers. And it will still be good. Then I'm a commie? But I like, what? Hold on.
The way we're going to claim
accusing me of being a commie.
And you know what we can about knowledge and make sure that people believe
Trump is a devil, a world-known devil. Well, I don't know quite about being a devil, but he is a bad dude. I'll agree with you on that.
as we claim more
Hot dogs
space
are
at a
Danish.
moment when we're
Oh,
also
geez.
invading Venezuela.
Yeah, my family did flee the commies in the 1930s. That is a good point, but I guess I'm a commie now.
Venezuela and making threats about Greenland.
He's not part of the administration technically, but to have Elon Musk openly.
No, Bill, you were totally right. Like, yeah, my family on my mom's side did flee Russia when the communist revolution was happening because we just did not, you know, we didn't agree with what they were doing there. We saw a lot of bloodshed and we didn't want to take any part of that. So we fled to America and lived out the American dream. But I wrote the wrong your. Oh, geez. It's over. The spelling Gestapo's about to come over now.
Retweeting white nationalist language. Why is that significant?
Well, this kind of white nationalist language, when it's conspiratorial, it's been linked.
Would suck to be a communist. I mean, I don't support communism. I don't think it's fucking. I don't think a centrally controlled economy is a way to do it. I believe in privatization and liberty. Hot dogs are for the gays. Well, damn it, now I have to eat them. But I am a big fan of privatization. I just think it does need guardrails, or else obviously they're going to play the system. That's what they're, designed to do. That's what you're supposed, as a company, you're supposed to make as much money as possible. And so we need to make it not as possible.
To terrorist attacks in Pittsburgh, in El Paso, in Buffalo. I mean, that was the motivating
during the 30s. That's a very beginning of Stalin's reign, so they dodged a massive bullet. Yeah. I'm not a fan of communism in the slightest, dude. I think it, it has led to a lot of death, but not simply. Yeah, I just think it's not good. Sorry.
Christchurch, New Zealand.
I can be more articulate on it, but if you want my just general opinion, I am not a fan of communism in the slightest.
In Oslo, Norway, I mean, hundreds of people have died because of that conspiracy theory, because people believe there is a dire threat posed by multicultural societies and that someone is orchestrating it to make white people disappear. And so that.
When Americans say they have no culture, well, what I personally think is that our culture is liberty, freedom, and justice for all. You know what I mean? And so when I hear, when I want to stand up for that, and that's the culture that I believe we spread across the world. Great stream, you commie hyping, Islamic loving, illegal hiding, anarchist supporting, Biden voting beta cock. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sans.
That is dangerous.
There's also this piece that Liz reported on in.
Obama was a full-blown communist, Muslim communist. Fact. That's a fact. That is true.
It's an interview the president gave.
I remember him saying, yeah, I'm a communist, actually.
Articulating his views on the civil rights movement.
I started it very well, but I didn't end the impersonation great. I used to have a killer Obama, dude.
Which was the black-led equal rights.
Well, Biden.
Push to end legal discrimination
now.
And segregation in this country. He said it hurt a lot of people and ended in reverse discrimination. What does that tell you about where these ideas are coming from and how they're making their way to the President of the United States?
Yeah, I think I think we're seeing several different things in that statement. I think one of the things we're seeing is an unedited version of a belief system that as possibly always.
European here, I support every American who sees through Trump. Well, hey, I appreciate that, brother and or sister. And all I gotta say is that you guys have our support here. I know a lot of people are not, a lot of rhetoric comes from Trump that is anti-European, but you guys might have my support. No, I think Mr. Mayhem's real, but I think he's a memer, okay? Because I'm remembering Mr. Mayhem now. I remember you, Mr. Mayhem. You're an absolute ardent Trump supporter. I mean, I don't know why anybody would think anything differently.
He's been there. It's not just new advisors suggesting something. It is a belief that white men are losing ground and that something has to be done to restore male standards.
Gosh, I just hate this idea of like whiteness, blackness, it's just like eventually we are just going to be a shade of we're all going to look like we're from Brazil, okay? So I think all this this race-based ideology is just kind of lame, dude. We have the ability to think so much, you know, have such better thoughts than that.
Standards, as we
That
heard
actually, like, move the needle and help our democracy.
the Secretary of Defense say recently.
Europeans got to put more money in defense against us. U.S. Trump, this hatred won't die with Trump. Well, I am so sorry, and I hope you guys don't abandon us too, you know? I know it's a big ask, but you guys have been ardent defenders of democracy ever since World War II, and it's a shame of what Trump's doing, in my opinion. I wish the situation wasn't as bad as it is, but I am sadly not going to come to the U.S. for the Soccer World Championship. If I don't go to Qatar or Russia for it, then no, definitely not the U.S. at the moment. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man, and I hope, that just breaks my heart, you know, because I think America is great, and I think we have so many great people here, and I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, you know, what else can I say?
To the military, or
I hope it gets better, though, and I hope you see after
Mark
this moment we have, we eventually spring forth into a beautiful embrace of democracy. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. Very true, Mr. Mayhem. Right again. God, he is getting me on all of these. I remember him now. He was the one who I was just unable to beat. Are working on militarizing again. We have to thank Trump, though, that his actions woke us up and can't rely on its defense anymore. I get that, but I know for a while, you know, we kind of said that we would take care of the defense, and I like the idea of us being the arsenal of democracy. I know you keep getting me, Mr. Mayhem. I can't get around you, man. I don't know what it is. It's like you're my kryptonite. Like if I'm ever in a serious debate on Wick or something, it'd be over. It would be absolutely over if Mr. Mayhem came into the Discord.
Zuckerberg, that we really need is masculine energy.
His name's
in
very
the corporate
fitting.
sector, right? So these kind of gloves are off, right? There's no more hiding those kinds of statements, and
After
I think
Trump
President Trump is an
hope
example.
EU and USA will come closer again. I do too. Because I think you guys are just, you've been the biggest supporters of democracy. So,
Example of someone who has always believed that kind of thing and is now feeling more emboldened or empowered.
and you guys came to help us all the way back when we were fighting fighting Britain. It was France whose ships we depended on to defend our harbors. So,
To say
anyways,
it.
King Trump 2028, ICE is going to deport. Okay, so you just hate America. Got it. You just want everybody who disagrees with you to be deported. Okay. What can we do other than boycotting to hurt the billionaires that support him? Well, what we can do is elect representatives who are interested in things like getting rid of gerrymandering, getting rid of the filibuster, and breaking up some of our largest companies so they don't have as much of a monopoly on our system. That's what we can do. And I think we're on track to do that. I really do. Adolf Trump, ICE MAGA, and the Jan 6 are terrorists and traitors. Well, I do think the Jan 6ers are especially traitors in my opinion, but I don't think ICE is necessarily, they've been turned into something they were never meant to originally be. And so in their current iteration, they're a paramilitary group basically, but they did have a role before this that was a lot more important, but now they've just, like you said, been turned into a paramilitary force. That is true. I forgot about that. In the Communist Manifesto, it did remind me to break the companies. Fuck. He's exposing me, dude. Like, what the hell, bro? ICE was always meant to be this. All of this sucks. Well, I think its original iteration was just to be much more of a, like, arresting the criminals. But I do think that that could be handled by other municipalities, like actual
these are ideas.
local police. I know that's what you can do. We as an EU citizenships. Oh, okay. What can we do abroad to help? Well, I mean, just keep doing what you guys are doing. I mean, you guys are kind of kicking ass in terms of democracy and stuff. I do think militarization might be a good idea just for Russia. And I think one of the key points to support in Europe right now is obviously Ukraine, but Moldova is going to be the next Russian target. So if you elect leaders that are interested in abroad security, and if you talk to your representatives, bring up Moldova as a example of somewhere that that is a future Russian target. Because if you turn Moldova into a bulwark, that essentially Russia is use the porcupine strategy from Taiwan, for example, then you would prevent Russian aggression within that region. And again, they still have to take Ukraine too. So if you focus on Moldova for the next couple years, turn that and make it form into potentially like a mini NATO, with it being the center of that, that would be a very effective strategy of defense. If you can't, depend on the US right now, which it seems we're unable to, which is heartbreaking. But that's my recommendation right now. Yeah, keep voting in leaders to make fun of Trump. That pisses him off.
As you've
It's just
noted
funny.
and tracked, they've long been simmering below the surface. Now they're sort of out in the open. You also cited a number of other big things that are going on.
But you guys are you're doing great, honestly. I don't know why we have to act this way. I don't.
On the planet right now, and as a result of you.
When Russia invaded Ukraine, it set in motion a lot of things that were just unavoidable, like the inflation going up, all of that. Moldova and Ukraine are now, the past 10 days, cracking down on Russian dissents in Moldova Transnistria region. Yeah, Transnistria is a interesting part of Moldova. It's much more Russian. Like there's a lot more native Russians there, and it's got a very high Russian population. So that's why I think it's so important that they start making Moldova a bulwark, because we've seen with Russia's invasion of Ukraine that they use that as a casus belli. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
U.S. policy. When you see historically these kinds.
Yes, he is. Oh, are you talking about the prompt? Yes, Trump. I do believe Trump is hurting America very much. Making fun of Trump needs to be illegal. God damn it. He's trying to keep America free, and y'all are crying dissent. Very true. I mean, I remember in the First Amendment, I forgot, it said you can't make fun of Donald Trump. And you've just checked me yet again. I don't know how, I should just give up streaming at this point.
Of campaigns, propaganda pushes. Is it because they're trying to get a message out, or is it distraction from something else?
It's both. So one of the things we see is that one of the very first things undemocratic leaders do is to try to confuse people, to say there's alternative facts. There are other ways of seeing the world, to undermine journalism, the media, academics, expertise, scientists, to basically say this isn't true, whether that's about vaccines or about what we saw in a video with who shot and why a woman who was protesting. So that kind of confusion is what Hannah Arendt said about the Nazis, that when you get people to stop knowing what's true and false, it's very easy for them to stop knowing what's right and wrong. And so I think that's one of the first
Hey, that's a powerful
things we see,
statement,
is that
honestly.
confuse, and then flood the zone with a lot of different things happening all at once.
Cynthia Miller-Idris of American University. Thank you for being
Shout
here.
out to Cynthia, Lib Stacy.
appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
More than 90% of Democrats and Republicans believe the other party's rhetoric has gone too far. That's great. Well, that's what we fight against, ladies and gentlemen. We try not to, we try to have a level-headed voice out here and show that extremes are never good. Unfortunately, we have people like Hassan Piker as representatives of our fucking party.
It is only Monday, and it is shaping up to be a busy week as tensions continue to rise in Minneapolis after the ICE shooting, and some Republicans push back against the president's threats to the Federal Reserve and the strike in Venezuela. A lot to talk about with our Politics Monday team. That's Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter and Tamara Keith of NPR.
Hello,
it's good to see you both. So let's start
Amy.
with that headline last night.
The other side
DOJ
does eat babies. I forgot about that. We do eat babies. I mean, but why are you guys judging me for that? You know what I mean? Like, why are you guys judging me for eating babies? It's bullshit.
launching an investigation into the Federal Reserve and its chair, Jerome Powell, amid President Trump's now long-running pressure campaign to lower interest rates. Tam, I mean, so far they're just a handful of Republicans, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who's not running again, who say this crosses a line.
Yeah, and then there are a few others who say, well, this is a distraction, or they'd like to see this resolved before the president's nominee for a new Fed
Personally, oh, are we talking about the Fed chair?
chair comes through. Tillis is saying that he intends to take a stand,
gotta get
that he
a
does not
drink.
want this
I'll be right back.
investigation hanging over it, and that he does not intend to vote to confirm Trump nominees to the Fed until this is dealt with. But this is still, in terms of pushback, it's still pretty tepid. You have the Speaker of the House saying he doesn't really have a problem with it. You have a lot of people just not commenting on the investigation and bashing Powell, which is essentially what President Trump did as well, saying, "Oh, I don't know anything about that," but he's
horrible idea. Removing the independence of the Fed chair is such a it's a great way to destroy your economy. These traitors is all and hate America. Very true. Mr. Mayhem, man, why, how do you know all this? How did you find my diary where I said I hate America? I mean, that's just unfair, bro.
he's not good at what it.
You're like Nardwar out here. It's like Nardwar right now, ladies and gentlemen. You're like, oh, do you see this journal? Well, guess what? See right here where it says you hate America? Bro, how did you find that?
That is.
You're that guy doesn't exist. We have to know.
Job, and he's not good at building buildings, because of course the underlying premise here is that there are cost overruns in the construction or reconstruction of the Federal Reserve building. This is part of a long pressure campaign from President Trump. In July, he toured the Fed headquarters to get his eyes on it and said he would fire
Dude,
somebody if that person was
awkward. That was the most awkward set of news I've ever watched. Jerome Powell and Donald Trump walking through that building just breathed awkwardness.
As over budget as this project is. And as recently as December, he was saying he was going to sue Powell for, quote, incompetence. And then, of course, there is Lisa Cook, the other Fed governor.
Now, careful. Getting sued for incompetence is a very bad. I mean, if you get sued for incompetence, that's basically a death sentence, from what I've heard.
Who is about to be argued, her case is about to be argued before the Supreme Court about whether Trump can fire her for cause when, in fact, there has been no cause proven.
And after this game, I am going to be playing Fallout
You have
New Vegas.
these
I've
2 or 3
decided on it.
Republicans
Powell is
who are
a
speaking out on
communist.
this
He
issue,
needs to
combined
go.
with the 5 Senate
It
Republicans.
is
who
true.
voted-
He does have a communist communist manifesto in his room, like a picture of Lenin. He's got a picture of Lenin there. Not a lot of people know about that. Unfortunately, Mr. Mayhem is just too smart for the mainstream.
with all the Democrats on that war resolution to rein in President Trump's actions in Venezuela. How do you read all that?
Yeah, I think Tam had the right word, which was tepid. Many of the people who have come out on the War Powers Act, who've come out speaking out about Powell, are also the people who we see the sort of the usual suspects. They're the same people over and over again. Murkowski being one of them from Alaska. Tillis, as you noted, is leaving. And then you have some of the other moderates like Susan Collins from Maine or Rand Paul, from Kentucky, who is sort of a eclectic.
Dude, shout out to Rand Paul, by the way. I think he's been.
He is his own man.
Yes, he's been on the other side of
Trump is a fascist. I agree. He is very authoritarian.
Trump for some time now. So you're not seeing like a concentrated force of Republicans in any of these measures coming out against what the president's doing. Even as we see, for example, there was a vote to try to overturn a veto of 2 very popular, uncontroversial bills that had passed earlier in the year. The president is upset about certain things happening in Colorado. He's upset about certain things not happening in Florida. He said, I'm going to veto this not controversial legislation. Only about 25, 30 Republicans agreed to go back and try to overturn that veto. The one thing that
Democrats are the real fashnets. I do agree. Unfortunately, that is a bad thing about our party, is that we have a propensity to be fashnets.
Congress has stood up, I will say, is on the filibuster, where Republican senators, those who are big fans of the president and those who maybe aren't,
Of course they
are
want to keep the
all
filibuster.
seemingly in agreement that they do not want to follow Trump's admonition to get rid of that filibuster.
Of course they want
Let's
to
shift
keep
our
the
focus to
filibuster. Commies? Fuck, you're on to us now. He's on to us, guys. It's just, how do they know this stuff? Like, it's insane the amount of research some of these guys do about just a small YouTuber. So just think about the research they're doing on some of the bigger YouTubers. They must have major dirt.
Minnesota, because protests continued there over the weekend. Kristi Noem continued to double down on the administration's defense, even surging more federal law enforcement to the city.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that's interesting to you, give a like and a subscribe.
Why has the administration chosen such an aggressive posture here, even after the fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen in the street, even in the face of all this mounting backlash?
This administration has one gear, and that is just charge forward, never apologize, go forward, and they are driven by the view that they are doing what they were elected to do, that this is what Trump's base wants. Now, if you look at polling on any number of topics, including immigration enforcement, including on the Fed, what you see is that the president has lost independents, and he never had never had Democrats. But he is losing independence on a bunch of these issues. And this is just another case of him really governing for his voters versus governing for a broader
And Green
swath.
just did a video on Renee Good. He typically stays clear of politics. I'll check that out.
And Amy, there can be an appreciation for tough positions on
Green. He's
crime, tough positions on illegal immigration, even while there's broad concern about overreach and unilateral power.
Right.
How are Americans, just based on the data, how are Americans viewing all of this?
Well, I mean, I think Tam has that correct, that overwhelmingly where Americans seem to sit is kind of in this middle place, not surprisingly, which is to say we want to see enforcement on the border. We want to see enforcement of our laws. If they go over the line, we would like to see accountability for those things. And what's interesting is watching Democrats try to also figure out this moment and
Here, one sec. Let me get the link up real quick. And we will check that out here in a moment. Oh, today's a little different. Today I'm working. Today I'll be on for a lot longer because I just don't have work today, but that's my schedule when I have work. So the schedule's a little different today.
Look,
at this time. If you
I wanna be
remember
working
back
on
in the
videos
first
about
administration,
democracy,
there were a lot of
Democrats
Democrats
every day.
the
You
US
guys
system.
sure
I
are.
would, of course, much rather
Let me
this
tell
video
you.
be any
Oh,
of those
hold on.
videos. I don't want to be talking about this. I
Excuse
want
me.
very badly.
Hey, Hank. One moment. Oh, yeah, we've got Joe Rogan to look forward to.
immigration policy
Get
who came
excited
out
for
and
that.
said we should abolish ICE. There was some backlash among Democrats after that election.
I don't like the
that was
messaging
too,
that we should abolish ICE,
They went too
personally.
far, and it gave Republicans
it
the
just
opportunity
rings
to
of
own the
defund the
crime and
police,
safety
you
issue.
know?
You're
And
not
that
hearing
was a
Democrats talk about it
huge
as much
failure
this
for
time
us.
around. And in fact, there's really not much appetite from leadership to hold government funding over DHS to once again shut the government
Jesus.
down over an issue like this. So even as there is backlash to what Republicans, what the administration is doing and saying, there is not necessarily
near
an appetite for
slaughtered my poor
Democrats
girl
to go all
Ladanya.
in to say, let's get
Jesus,
rid
I
of
don't even
ICE
know if I can
altogether or
save
let's
her.
hold off their funding.
To your point that the White House is doing what they believe the American people elected them to do. 2 weeks ago we were talking about the Epstein files. Now we're talking about
Oh, still
Venezuela.
need to know the time. Able to Oh, I am CDT.
Greenland, what happened in
I am a
Minnesota. Is this the
CDT.
conversation Republicans want to be
I live
having
in the state
an
of
election year?
Kansas.
Well,
so.
President Trump tomorrow is going to Detroit to deliver a speech at the Economic Club of Detroit. He's going to tour a Ford F-150 plant. That is what the administration keeps telling us they want to be talking about. I will be very interested to see whether this speech weaves like almost every speech the president gives, or whether he stays on message on the economy. What Republicans want is the president to focus on affordability and convince the American public that things are getting better. But often what they're getting is a lot of everything else. And next week the president's going to go to Davos and talk about housing affordability in Davos, which is
Trump is the greatest president ever, and liberals are destroying the country because of their ignorance. I would never in a million years say Republicans are the ones destroying the country because of their ignorance. One moment, we've got a phone call. You are now live to 700,000 people. What do you have to say to them? Oh, they were afraid. They were afraid of the American people, ladies and gentlemen.
a little discordant.
Tamara Keith, Amy Walter, thanks as always.
You're welcome.
%34% of Republicans approve of the job Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is doing, compared to the 46% of Democrats and 49% of independents.
Reading for pleasure has fallen by some 40% in the last 20 years, continuing a long-running downward trend. And by many measures, reading skills for both students and adults continue to fall. That's just part of the impetus for a new effort to boost the world of words. Senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown talks to Elizabeth Alexander, president of the Mellon.
Honestly, I don't think anybody cares about the Wordsworth. So let's move on to Mark Kelly speaking out on the Senate floor. I will not stand for it. Senator sues Defense Department. This is big, ladies and gentlemen, because Mark Kelly is an absolute Chad. And I think he honestly has a chance of potentially getting the presidential nomination. We'll see.
The senator from Arizona.
Madam President, I didn't
Chad. Look at him. God,
expect
a bald king. A bald king.
that I would ever find myself here.
Words are getting cringe.
As a U.S. Senator.
Yep, damn it, Mr. Mayhem, you found a flaw in my ideology. If you get rid of ICE, there will be Marxist communism within 3 months.
Having filed a lawsuit against a Secretary of Defense.
Trump is doing a great job. On what terms is he doing a great job? Our economy is losing jobs every day. We are more divided than we've ever been as a nation. You know, how is he good for America? What is he doing good?
When I graduated from the United States Merchant Marine Academy in 1986 and was commissioned into the United States Navy
I don't know about that, man. Have you seen your guys' poll numbers? Embarrassing.
As an ensign, I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Also, Trump is a bitch. That's true. I think he's more of a Yas Queen type of girly. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if Trump was his true self, he'd be something
upheld
very different
that
than what
oath
we know him
every
as.
single day since. I upheld it on the second night.
Hey, Rebel Duster. Mark Kelly's cool. I actually really appreciate Mark Kelly. He's a fucking astronaut. How many politicians are an astronaut? Not many.
Of Operation Desert Storm, when a Russian-made SA-6...
My dream is Mark Kelly leads us into a new space age where we all agree that we need to get off this rock.
Surface-to-air missile locked onto my airplane while I was on a mission to bomb an airfield in southern Iraq. I made a last-ditch maneuver. The missile exploded above us, and I delivered the bombs on target. I upheld my oath as a test.
He's not fake. I don't agree with that, man. If you listen to him, he does not seem fake at all.
Pilot, logging hundreds of flights.
That will never happen. Well, a man can dream, can he? A man can dream, can he?
Hours, pushing aircraft to the limits to make sure that our pilots had the best aircraft.
I do think that a smart American politician would tap into the old space age. He's absolutely a fraudster. That's not true, Rebel Duster. This man served our nation. You know what I mean?
And systems to use in combat. And I upheld my oath when my service took me to NASA, where I went into space 4 times, where I was honored to command 2 space shuttle missions, and where I was also the first astronaut on the scene in East Texas.
No American politicians are traitors right now, ladies and gentlemen.
After Space Shuttle Columbia exploded during re-entry. and I had to recover the bodies of my friends and astronaut classmates. And I have upheld my oath here in the United States Senate, a place
That is true.
I never
do remember
expected
Donald Trump serving our nation. Israel has the best technology. Well, I do think our alliance with Israel is important. I also have to say we should be holding them to a little bit more of a standard, you know.
Find myself in. Because my wife, Gabby, was always the elected official in our family. If she had never been shot in the head, it probably
Understandable, Rebel
would
Dusty.
be here. She would be here.
But hey, that's what's beautiful about, you know, hopefully my channel is that we can have our disagreements and still be cool. I love
in
that.
this chamber and not me.
God damn it, Mr. Mayhem. It was his fault that Challenger exploded. I forgot about that. Okay. You've had some good memes in chat today, but that one's funny.
But I love this country. And I felt that I had an obligation to continue my public service in a way that I never expected. And so,
By the way, guys,
upheld-
if you're new to the channel, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. And if we get up to 20 likes today, I will draw some members of the chat. So, I know, I'm learning a lot from you today, Mr. Mayhem. Opening my eyes.
Held my oath in this job too, because I take seriously my duty to protect the Constitution for all Americans.
Oh, looks like we've already hit 25 likes. Guys, you guys are absolutely killing it today. So we will, of course, be drawing some characters at the end of the show. So stick around for that.
I just never expected that I would
Thank you guys so much. That means the world to me.
have to protect the rule of law against a Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth is now coming after what I earned through my 25 years of military service in violation of my rights as an American and as a retired veteran and as a United States Senator whose job it is to hold this.
Oh, we've got some cope. Get ready. LJS3627 says, President Trump is doing an amazing job. Mark Kelly knew exactly what he was doing, telling Trump's not to take illegal orders. Not every person knows what is illegal. Exactly. That's why he let them know that they don't have to do illegal orders.
And any administration accountable.
But how is he doing an amazing job? What's amazing? What you know? What are you seeing that's so amazing? I'm not seeing that. Point to a couple things where you think President Trump is doing an amazing job. I'll wait.
He doesn't like what I said. And so he is trying to censure and demote me. And let's talk for just a second about what it is.
Soldiers follow orders. What he did could, huh? I don't know if MAGA is discovering new ways to talk.
Is that I said that he decided.
Yep, and here we go, Mr. Mayhem, able to fucking checkmate me. Blah, blah, blah. Off to Gitmo with Kelly. Go. How do I fight with that? I mean, it's just like a spell card.
Decided to censure me over, according to.
In it to WNNNNIT says, maybe don't hit federal agents with your car. I don't believe Senator Kelly was accused of hitting agents with his car. I could be wrong about that, though.
His letter. First, that I simply restated the law that service members must refuse illegal orders. Somehow, restating the law is now against the law, according to Pete Hegseth. This isn't new. It's something every recruit is taught. It's something that Pete Hegseth himself has said.
I won't lie, Trump is the GOAT of being in the Epstein files. I agree with you with that. He is in those bad girls.
Repeatedly.
Deep in there.
Including specifically.
And I think that's disgusting.
About this president.
Yeah, the Bubba Throat Goat.
And Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump.
Amen.
Second, that I
Trump's got the best head game, apparently.
Criticized him for firing admirals and generals, and that this administration is surrounding themselves with a bunch of yes men. Let me repeat it here right now.
How do you think the just follow orders jokes about the German Nazis came from? Yeah, that's a good point.
It is bad for our national security that Pete Hegseth fired admirals and generals because of who they are.
I agree with that. Like, this is something that didn't get a lot of press coverage, but I think this makes us weaker, dude. This makes us way weaker, because if we have those admirals and generals are there for a reason, dude. Admirals and generals, these aren't just your typical soldiers. These are intellectuals when it comes to warfare. Trump's unfortunately ruining the country through the toilet. Well, that may be true, but it's not all over. That's what I try to preach to everybody here, is that just because our country is bad and just because we're kind of divisive right now does not mean that our country is going to fall. So anyways, I think that's important, and that's something you need to keep in mind. And also, I preach, like, having a much cooler climate, you know? I don't like constantly hating on each other just because one person's a Republican and one person's a Democrat. I'm a Democrat, but I let my bias be known, and I wish I had a more functioning Republican Party, because if we did, we would have way more, less divisiveness, and we'd be able to actually get things done. Unfortunately, things like gerrymandering and the filibuster prevent us from doing that.
And a bunch of yes men? Well, that's...
Everyone is waiting for you guys to have a sane person and admin in. Well, don't worry. We will... I feel like the American people are going to be they're very disgusted with what they're seeing right now. And you're going to see a rebirth of American democracy. I truly believe that.
Bad for any organization. Lastly, he is censuring me because I've raised concerns about his actions and military operations. Well, that's my job. I have every right to say these things. As an American...
You needed a more functional president, namely Biden? Dude, Biden was kicking ass. What are you talking about? He passed so much good legislation, the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. Oh my gosh. The American Rescue Plan that lifted half of American kids out of poverty. When has Trump done anything like that?
As a retired
And if the Democrats are done, why do we keep winning special election after special election?
service member and as a U.S. Senator. And especially...
If you could enlighten me about that point, Bad Hat. Interesting.
As a member of the Armed Services Committee, whose duty it is to provide oversight over the Department of Defense. Pete Hegseth's unconstitutional crusade against...
I'm realizing something. Everything Trump does is projection, so it will be revealed that he is actually paying protesters and bussing them in. I know. I'm telling you. Don't take your eye off the ball, ladies and gentlemen. Keep track the money.
against me sends a chilling message to every retired member of the military. If you speak out and say something that the President and Secretary of Defense doesn't like, you will be censured, threatened with demotion, or even prosecuted. Every service member.
It's on record? What record are you talking about, Bad Hat? What record?
Knows that military rank is earned, it's not given. It's earned through the risks you take, the sacrifices you and your family make, the leadership you display, and the respect.
And then invaded America. G. Did you spend your toddler years in COVID shutdown? I have no idea what you're talking about, Franklin Thomas. Oh, and now that Bad Hat is losing on one aspect, he now has to scurry to another. The money in the Somalian bank accounts. What are you even talking about? Autopen Biden? Oh yeah, just like Autopen Trump. Trump was big in using the Autopen back in his first term.
Respect you earn from the superiors who recommend you for promotion. After my 25 years of service, I earned my rank.
Oh, we've got
as
some
a
more
captain
cope
in the
going
United
on in
States
chat.
Navy.
Trump has saved the USA and had caused positive change to the world. Positive change, as in more conflicts than there's ever been in recent history. Positive change, as in the murders and massacres that have been committed under Trump. What positive change are you talking about?
Now, Pete Hegseth wants even our longest-serving military veterans to live with the constant threat that they could be deprived of their rank and retirement pay years or even decades after they leave the military just because he or another Secretary of Defense or a president doesn't like what they've said. If Pete Hegseth succeeds in silencing me, then he and every other Secretary of Defense who comes after
Iran is overthrowing their government. That positive. That's good. That's not because of Donald Trump, though. But we don't know if they're going to overthrow their government yet. I hope they do, though.
After him will have license.
You can spout all you like. Back it up. What have I not backed up? What are you expecting me to back up right now? I'm interested to know.
Punish any retired veteran of any political persuasion.
See, Cameron, I'm sorry. This is cope. Trump isn't perfect. No one is, but he's delivering on his campaign talking points. No, he's not. He hasn't ended the Ukraine war. He hasn't brought grocery prices tumbling down. Like, what are we talking about here?
For the things that they say. And by that logic, a 100-year-old World War II veteran could be hauled.
Dude, you gotta stop calling me. What's up? You're talking to 10,000 people. Oh, they got nervous. They were afraid to talk to you guys. I'm sorry about that.
Hauled in and censured or court-martialed because...
What did Biden get done? I've already mentioned what Biden got done. I'd ask you to refer back in the previous sections of what I just said about 10 minutes ago.
He says something that Pete Hegseth disagrees with.
Trump is not delivering on his promises at all. He hasn't, and the Ukraine war is my, big issue.
That's wrong.
So it's Trump's
not the way
responsibility
things
to
work
end all
in the United
wars?
States.
That's not what I'm telling. That's not what I'm saying, man. But Trump said that. Trump's the one who said that, man.
Of America, and I will not stand for it. Because our freedom of speech, the separation of powers, and due process are not just words on a page. They are core principles of our democracy.
Okay, Bad Hat, I'm sorry, but I don't even think Trump's going to be alive in 2028.
When we say we have an obligation...
Cameron, it wasn't 20 million. How many times do we have to go over this? It was 3 million people.
to protect and defend the Constitution.
I don't think it's the end of our empire, quote unquote. Like I said, I think our culture is malleable, so it can be applied to anything. I don't think 90,000 people in Somalia is really turning it into, or in the Minnesota. Oh look, I fucked it up, but I don't think that's quite the demographics shift. You know what I mean?
This is exactly what we are all talking about.
And I think these cultures, you know, they add something. They add something. Since our culture is so fucking based and so chad-pilled, it can take good parts of a culture and leave out the bad parts. You talk about your own army man like that. You served the Constitution and you swore an oath. You will follow it. Yeah, exactly. Most of these people just don't follow the Constitution in Trump's admin. I totally agree with you, Jonathan. I'm quoting your media, dude. Well, isn't that an issue? Don't you not trust our media? The real numbers is 3 million. So if you want to, you know, you can have any type of theory or fantasy land that you want, but when the cold hard facts come knocking, don't say I didn't warn you.
Because that oath...
Walls did not change. The original flag is actually closer to the Somali flag, if you look at it.
That I spoke about earlier, it should sound very familiar to other folks.
He is the leader of the country. We have bad presidents and good presidents. Doesn't mean you get to say no to our president. Yeah, it does. That's my fucking right, you loser.
In this room, because it is the same one that every member of the United States...
No, I didn't go to the Somalian Learning Center because that was actually shut down and all the way back, I don't remember what time, but it was shut down by the time Nick Shirley showed up there. So just another example of how Nick Shirley is a complete idiot.
States Senate has
But we'll be
taken.
hearing from Nick later. Channel 5 has an interview
For
with
250 years, we have been the greatest democracy the world has ever seen because patriotic Americans have been willing to stand up for not just their own rights.
I can't go to the Qualling Leary Center, and sadly Tim Walz shut it down 2 years ago for sucking. Amen.
But for the rights of all of our fellow citizens. That continued...
How's Somalian culture enriching the West? It isn't an effective cannot. Well, I disagree, man. I dis-a-fucking-agree. Our fucking culture and values will override any of those fucking... Like, I don't think there's any... What are you getting that they have a bad culture, you know? Like, where are you getting that from? Like, what? I don't think they've been inbred for hundreds of years.
Resolve is what will decide if our democracy lasts another...
Yeah, they said that about the Irish, too. And now the Irish Americans are just as American as anybody else.
250 years. That's why today I filed a lawsuit against the Secretary of Defense to protect my rights, the rights of retired veterans, and the rights of all Americans.
Integration is not just a simple process. It takes time. They've been here for 30 years and they're already starting businesses and doing great things. It takes time, man. Of course, you know, the first wave of Somalian people are gonna be a little different from us, but over time they will adapt to the American way, as we're seeing. I've traveled a good amount, so
back down from a fight for our country, and I'm not going to back down from this one. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Out of my country? No, I have not. I have not. Anyways, that was Senator Mark Kelly. Now we've got a weekly press conference from the House Democrats. I don't know how much I'm going to watch of this, but we'll watch a good amount.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be.
It's not a low. I love our Somalian Americans, dude. I think they're great.
Joined as always.
Oh my God, why is the mic like this? Holy shit. I'm sorry to jump scare you guys.
With Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
They are not here to assimilate. Yes, they are, dude. You guys have this idea of like what a Somalian person is. That's not how they are. Most of them just want to live a good life, and they love the idea of America and starting your own business. It's not disgusting to defend your fellow American. I'm sorry, Rebel Duster. It's
And
not.
Democratic National Security Task Force co-chairs, Representatives Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, and Derek Tran. Nearly a year after Donald Trump and Republicans came into power,
The mic had enough of my BS. Well, I'm not the one speaking into it. So.
America is less.
No, they aren't, dude. You are delusional. No, I think it's delusional to think that anybody come into our country from an African culture is here to steal, and they're all inbred. Come on.
Safe and more expensive. While working families across the country struggle to put food on the table and afford health care, Trump is more concerned with inflaming tensions both home and abroad. The question that Americans continue to ask is how does
Fuck the left, stupid people. It's wild. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
intervening in foreign countries
I miss Sanders' funny comment. Hold on. We all hope at some point white Americans will step away from this European superstition ways and finally assimilate, right?
threatening military action on NATO allies or lying about.
You came here legally, and that's great. I'm really happy to have you in our country, man. But there needs to be more open, I'm not being disingenuous at all. Virtue LARPing. These are things I truly believe, my friend. Never assume disingenuous intentions unless proven.
The shooting of an American citizen in Minnesota do anything to bring down costs. It's clear that Donald Trump is unserious about strengthening our economy or making life more affordable for the American people. Meanwhile, Democrats are laser focused on delivering real results for hardworking families here in the United States, and we aren't letting being in the minority.
I bet you don't have
stop
children.
us.
Well, I'm 25, so I would hope I haven't started a family quite yet. You know what I mean? I would hope not.
Under Leader Jeffries'
kinda gotta get some
leadership,
things
House
together
Democrats
first,
have been
man.
able to use the few tools that we have at our disposal to take meaningful legislative action. In 2025, Democrats successfully moved 3 discharge petitions forward, restoring federal collective bargaining rights, releasing the Epstein files, and extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
But let's say I did have a children. What does that mean? You already proved you were virtue LARPing? I'm not. I'm not, man. You cannot. I know it's hard to believe that a fellow American would not engage in the hateful rhetoric coming from the right about our Somalian community, but I think they add so much value, just like every culture adds to this amazing country.
Let's just stop for a minute and recognize the
have
significance of what that meant for
Hey,
millions
what's up,
of
the real
families.
RJ? How you
But
doing?
while we continue to get
Algorithm keeps
questions
pulling you back
about,
in. I'm telling you, the scheduled streams are doing something for me.
compromises and coming off of our 3 years that we asked for, Democratic leadership and Leader Jeffries
I
had
don't think
decided
that's
that
an.
we
I
would
know you are,
push
but what am
this
I comment? What are you talking about?
proposal for a 3-year clean extension, and we passed it with
I know.
strong bipartisan support. People said it couldn't be done, but after months of sounding that alarm,
Right,
we
Bill?
delivered bipartisan solutions to the House to keep insurance
Well,
affordable.
they're already here, and we're not going to denaturalize them. So we have to, help out with the community now.
This won't be the last time that Democrats will work to break through the partisan divide to deliver for our constituents. Now it's up to Leader Thune to join Democrats in sending this legislation to the president's desk so millions of Americans can afford health care in 2026. Next up, Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. My prayers go
And
out
I'll
to
note
Renee.
the head of the scam of the Somalia operation was a white woman. You know that, right, Rebel Duster? It was a white woman that was scamming all these people, not Somalians. Well, I mean, Somalians were also engaged in it, but the head of it was a white woman. Also to note that Nick Shirley's video didn't prove anything. He showed up during a winter break. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Good, and to her family and friends. She was a U.S. citizen, a Christian, and a mother of 3. This tragedy was completely preventable.
Well,
And
Rebel Duster, I'm not happy about that, and I'm not a fan of that Austrian painter, and I think you're gonna see a giant rejection of that. I don't think Gen Z is nearly as, enjoying what you guys are serving up. So
I asked the federal government to cooperate with local and state officials who are doing investigations. We need to have fair and transparent investigations. And when federal officials do not cooperate with state and local officials in the investigation, it leads American people to think, what are you hiding? Are you covering something up? So for full transparency, we need everyone
Nick
to cooperate to
Shirley
get
is
to
a
the bottom
loser who decided to go harass daycares.
of what happened. And I also asked ICE leaders and the administration to tone down the rhetoric. ICE Commander
But Rebel
Greg
Duster,
Bovino
if they're
last
all
night made a
scammers, then why
post
was the
that
why was
essentially
a
called
white woman at the head of it all?
protesters, quote, cannon fodder. He needs to delete that post or he needs to resign. The American people are not cannon fodder. We have the absolute First Amendment right to witness what ICE is doing publicly, to film what ICE is doing publicly, to photograph what ICE is doing publicly. We
Yeah.
are protected by the Constitution. And if Greg
I know what you
Bovino
mean, Bill. I know what you mean.
and the administration doesn't turn on the rhetoric, it's going to cause more people to get killed.
I'm
Now
pretty
I'd like to talk about
disappointed
Venezuela.
too. I didn't know Rebel had these thoughts and opinions about Somalian people.
Donald Trump posted that he is the acting president of Venezuela. Now,
Cherry picking the one white person. Well, that wasn't the only white person there.
I tell you what a great job the acting president of Venezuela is doing, because the U.S. Embassy this weekend literally sent out a warning notice asking all Americans to evacuate immediately because the United States government cannot keep Americans safe.
Sometimes
in
we have to
Venezuela.
do it.
There are roving
Sometimes we
militias
have
going around
to.
trying to find U.S. citizens. And the reason the acting president of Venezuela,
Sometimes we
Donald
have to
Trump,
do it, man.
sucks at running Venezuela is because he sucks at running the United States.
Rebel, I appreciated you, man, but you can't be just saying racist shit all up in my chat. I'm pretty disappointed in that, man. Calling our Somalian community inbred. I mean, come on, that's just like classic racist rhetoric. So I hope to see you tomorrow. I understand if you want to unsub. I understand, but I don't appreciate
States of America. Healthcare costs are skyrocketing, food prices are increasing, and we have energy prices like electricity surging in many places. We asked Donald Trump to be the president
Yeah, Cameron, could you name one Democrat that promoted violence?
of America, not the president of Venezuela. I'm honored today that we are joined by amazing veterans. I happen to be a veteran myself. We've got Derek Tran, Maggie Goodlander, and Jason Crow. I'm honored to introduce Jay.
Censoring us for saying racist stuff is pure Marxism. I know. Hey, that broke my heart. I really didn't want to do that, but
Jason Crow, who prior to Congress already served America in so many ways as a combat
oh, Liberal Trigger is back. He's my favorite memer.
veteran, earning many recognitions, including the Bronze Star, and he's a great representative from Colorado.
Democrats are terrorists. That's true. We are all terrorists.
Jason?
Thank you, Ted. As a 3-time combat veteran, I get pretty damn.
But Liberal Trigger was unfortunately too afraid to come into my Discord and debate me, so it's kind of obvious what he's serving up today.
Hot when a 5-time draft dodger.
Anybody, by the way, if any of you guys disagree with what I'm saying, feel free to come into my Discord and debate me. I haven't had one bite yet, but we got to keep fishing, you know? You got to keep fishing.
Like Donald Trump pounds his chest and banging the war drums in Washington, talking about sending boots in the ground. We're not even a year.
But in Somalia, they do, in fact, marry within the family.
Into this administration, and President
No,
Trump
they marry within their own clans, not their
has bombed
family. That's a
7
very
countries. He doesn't seem to see a problem that doesn't think he can bomb his way out
deceptive
of.
wording there.
I learned years ago.
Yeah, I know. I thought Liberal Trigger tuckered himself out and went to bed.
That when elites like Donald Trump.
Do Discord? Can I call in? Tomorrow you will be able to call in. I'm getting it set up to where you should be able to hear your guys' messages and all of that. Trump is the best president ever? I disagree. I think there's a lot of other presidents that were better than him. You would love to get in my Discord and debate me? All right, well, come in, man. Where's your Discord link? It is... One moment. Right here. Let me know when you're in, man. And I'll get into the void. And you just wait in the waiting room, and I will drag you in here. One moment, guys. We actually got someone to bite. Let's hear him. All right. We're waiting, Cameron. We'll play this while
Bang
we
the
wait.
war drums and pound their chests in Washington, D.C., and talk about sending troops into the ground or into combat. He's not talking about his kids. He's not talking about all of his minions' kids. He's talking about kids like me and the people that I grew up in working class areas, rural places around the country that have to pick up rifles, jump into tanks or helicopters and do the thing and do the tough work. Well, America is over it. America is over the $3 trillion we've spent, the quagmires of failed nation building, the sending of our sons and daughters and brothers and sisters to enrich oil executives. America is over endless adventurism using our military because they want their infrastructure rebuilt. They want quality, affordable health care. They want to be able to afford groceries. They want to be able to afford a home. They want to be able to send their kids to
I'm not seeing you, Cameron. Where are you? Oh yeah, I'll introduce him. You already know. I want to get as much support for my fellow content creators as possible.
school. Those are the things that we are relentlessly focused on as a Democratic caucus. Now, don't get me wrong. There is a time for strength. There is a time for standing by our allies. And there are certainly times where our military has to go to keep us safe. But what have we accomplished in Venezuela? The Maduro regime remains intact. Sitting here today, 2 weeks after this mission, the Venezuelan people are under more oppression than they were before because of the crackdowns. Americans are at greater risk. The cartels are running rampant and free with no crackdown whatsoever.
Well, I'm not seeing Cameron join here, so yet another keyboard warrior. That's all right. Can you see me? No, I cannot. I do not see you. I'm in the welcome channel, and I don't see you there.
And the drugs that actually are killing our children, fentanyl and meth, don't even come from Venezuela. They come from other countries. So I want to know how many billions of dollars this administration has spent to remove somebody that Donald Trump simply does not like and put in another dictator that he thinks will do his bidding. I want to know.
Well, if you come in, let me know, man, because I'm not seeing you here, and I was waiting for a minute. So if you're in there, just let me know in chat.
Taxpayers
And,
deserve
I'll
to
just
know
continue on with my
how much
regular
time
show.
and money has been spent on their behalf. America is over it. We're going to push for war powers reform. We're going to reassert our constitutional authority because it is not just our right, it is our duty to stand in the breach.
When you asked him where he is, I thought, no, the real RJ, that was just a spam caller. That was just
And
a
take the
spam
votes
caller.
and tell any president, Republican or Democrat, that you can't continue to send our men and women.
I don't do Discord. I downloaded it just to engage with you. Well, if that's the case, I don't have a Discord crash login. That's not a service I provide, unfortunately.
Men around the world into harm's way without a debate and vote in this
Dude,
body.
Mark, can you please stop talking about vaginas and all of that? That's very strange to be talking about.
So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce one of our most stellar members, Navy veteran, close personal friend, a servant leadership from the state of New Hampshire, Maggie Goodlander.
Well, thank you, Congressman Crow. Thank you, Chairman Aguilar, Vice Chair.
Oh, we hit 30 likes. Thank you guys so much. You guys are absolutely killing it today. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. You guys are absolutely, you guys have been killing it with the love and support, and that really means a lot to me. You guys have no idea.
Blue.
Where am I from? Oh, I'm from Kansas. I love this, this great state.
My grandfather used to talk about the 6 Ps. Prior planning prevents piss poor performance. Those are important. We're here, I think what brings us here today are the 3 Cs: the Constitution, common sense, and costs. The Constitution is the document that...
I really do think that America is a beautiful place. I really do. Oh, hell yeah, I flew over there one time. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a flyover state, but I think we have a real opportunity to, you know, we're in the heart of America, so I think we have a real opportunity. No fucking way. Hello, you are now live to over 7,000 people. What would you like today? Not a thing. Not a thing, apparently. What's the purpose of this spam call? You're not even talking. Like, what is the purpose of this? I don't get it. Are we trying to collect numbers that answer? Is that what we're doing? Because that's just providing me for more content. So, what is your purpose? All right, anyways. Yeah, I think that's the future. Needs to look more like people moving to states like Kansas. Well, Kansas also, we have a lot of opportunity, but also, you know, we're pretty, you'd be surprised with how politically diverse we are. A lot of people these days just vote for the just think people in rural districts just vote red or blue, but all they've known is voting for red. So I personally think that the Democrats bring a lot of opportunity when it comes to rural policy platforms. I point to a representative from Kansas, Sharice Davids, who is very popular in her district as an example of bipartisanry and
Finds us
Democratic
across
policies helping the American rural community.
generations as Americans. It is a document that contains our highest ideals, but at bottom, it's a job description. And one thing that's crystal clear is that under our Constitution,
I also had a nice time in Dodge City. Dodge City is interesting. I used to know a couple people from Dodge City. I went out there once to fix a roof when I was in industrial roofing. And that is a whole story I think I'm going to save for if we ever hit like 100 likes or something.
it is Congress, not the president, not the Department of Justice, not the Department of Defense, and it is the Department of Defense.
Mark, you are very concerned with homosexual sex. I'm just gonna say that. You are very concerned with that. Do you seem to... Is there something you're repressing there, my friend?
Because Congress has not changed the name of that department. It is Congress.
So you think things like infrastructure reform isn't needed in rural America right now?
Crystal clear that has the responsibility, the sacred responsibility to declare war. We have a bipartisan war powers resolution, and we saw 5 Republicans join together with Democrats in the Senate to speak with one voice and to say that if the president wants to go to war in Venezuela, he's got to come to the Congress first and get authorization. It is a simple statement.
Hey, the real RJ, I am in favor of, you know, spreading these, like, people who come here either legally or illegally. Number one, we'd have to get a process for these people to become legal, but I'm all for spreading them around America because I feel like there is an issue if we just conglomerate a bunch of people in one space, you know. I feel like we should spread these communities around. Now, obviously not tear people away from their friends and families, but make an incentive for people to move across the country, you know what I mean? Because there is a lot of space that we're just not using. And I really think Kansas would benefit so greatly from some more people and more diversity. I really do. We're just waiting to get started, dude.
Rooted in our Constitution, and there's a lot of common sense in this, because the costs of war in trillions of dollars that we've spent in our lifetimes alone, in the tens of thousands of lives that have been forever changed.
But also in my local politics, which we will still start doing, which we will start getting more interested in as the midterms come up. But what I'm looking for in my local politicians are bold new ideas. And unfortunately, the Republicans just aren't bringing any of them. I really do want some bold new ideas coming out of Kansas because I think we're just so ripe for it. Top 10% earners in San Diego paid 90% of income tax, which is the only way we can support the government assistance. Give a legal... Well... I'm not sure about the income tax policy. If that's the case, I do think that is a little high. However, I'd be interested to see how it's broken down. But paying for, like, undocumented people's healthcare and stuff like that actually prevents us from spending more money in the future and from hospitals losing money if they treat these illegal immigrants. Because what is a hospital going to do? Are they just going to not operate on somebody who's bleeding out? So what it does is it prevents them from having to, it prevents the hospital from taking a loss as a whole.
The thousands of lives lost, these are the most consequential
Oh,
decisions that a
he's not
government
saying
can
the
make.
tax. Okay, I was about
And
to say. I thought you were saying the tax rate was that much, and I was like, holy shit. I will agree that that is a lot. You know what I mean? But
common sense is not
how's that doing rather than deporting them cheaper long term? Well, the issue is these people also provide valuable services. So deporting them long term isn't really going to do much, unfortunately. I think these people do, and I think you will see a lot, like if you do policies like I have, which is letting them come out of the shadows, having them pay a little bit more on taxes each year, and letting them become proper citizens, then they'd have the freedom to move around. You know, they wouldn't feel exactly the pressure to just live in California. Then they could move anywhere they wanted. Because what we're doing now is just having people hide further and further in the shadows, you know, instead of just having them come out and pay us more to become citizens. I guarantee we'd make a good amount of money just from that policy alone.
something that the president has supplied to the American people. And nothing undermines public trust more than an inability to answer the basic question, why would we go to war?
Sorry about my misunderstanding, by the way. 64K people here unemployed.
In Venezuela. What is this going to accomplish for the American people? Well, look, we know that replacing
See, when it comes to like that, I think that's just more about like state politics and what their policies are. And so I'm not super familiar with all of California's policy. I was really behind Prop 50 or Prop 40, I don't remember, but you know, I'm not too knowledgeable on that aspect. But I'd love to read into it because I know California has a lot of progressive policies that have helped, and I know there are some areas where they've failed. So I think it'd be interesting to look into that. Not too sure about amnesty. Even a lot of communities in South America are losing people, particularly in higher indigenous areas, because they all go north for better pay, typically in Mexico. Interesting. Oh, trust me, I know, dude, the prices just in general have been rising. I'm sure it's bad in California, but even here it's bad. It used to be like $5 for a bag of candy, which is a nice treat every week if you want to treat yourself to have a nice little thing of candy. Now it's like $12. It's crazy.
one thug with another is not a good reason to go to war. There's no common sense in that. And the
Hey, what's up, Brian? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well today.
president has got to answer questions, and as members of the Armed Services Committee, we will be relentless in seeking answers to the basic questions that the American people deserve. At the end of the day, the costs that we are asking the American people to bear in the middle of
Well, I think the reason they charge more for gas is they were trying to incentivize, and they still are trying to incentivize EVs and alternatives types of travel. But I do think that the EV market needs to be a little more incentivized. I don't know how I feel about this turning away that I mean, obviously I don't like it, but I think we're losing out on so much money from these alternative forms of energy. And China's just eating our lunch in that department. That's what pisses me off. About the good case cause something didn't seem right. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm interested to hear what you learn.
the most acute affordability crisis in generations.
We actually have some more well, you have some a loaner box debate about that after Hank Green's video. It's a pretty short video.
is something that
so.
every person who's taken an oath to our Constitution has got to account for. I was talking to a veteran in my hometown just
Hell yeah, Steeler. Steeler 6969. Not doing what Newsom wants. Well, I personally think it is a worthwhile goal to pursue those because China really is like beating us in that department, and I don't want them to beat us in that department. In California is the #1 area where some of the greatest mines are. So I personally understand it, but I can see how I think maybe if you were able to potentially get a tax credit somehow on your gas, I don't know. There are ways to incentivize it that don't just purely penalize people that use gas-powered cars.
few days ago.
I'd argue that the market should decide. I get that, but right now we don't really have, I don't know. I think incentives are good. And I think the market is just too involved with AI right now to understand the wider picture. AI investments are so up right now, it's crazy. It's starting to scare me how much of it's maybe bubbling.
Budgets are
Yes, apparently in the hours before, ICE had called in for backup from the police because people were chucking stuff at the agents and some of them got cuts and minor bruises. The cop bailed. Well, that is interesting. I actually hadn't heard about that, but that would make it, in my opinion, more like less. You shouldn't be in that situation to begin with. But don't worry, we've got a WIC panel all about that, and I'm sure my chat will be ablazed.
Statement of principles, and families across this country are feeling the squeeze and the pain.
But I don't like, I feel like a proper investigation would have updates and would have people discussing the case. It just doesn't feel like that's happening right now. America is a white country. That is not true at all. The land of Balboa Park was donated 3 generations ago, and now charging for parking because they would rather us take the bus or trolley. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. I got to think about that for a
affordability
moment.
crisis like never before.
Because I can see the why they would do that. I just don't know if it's going to really... Because then they're not going to really appreciate the bus as much. You know, you got to build that appreciation before people accept it.
People who have put their lives on the line and served our country are having to make some of the most painful choices you could ever imagine a person having to make. The choice of...
Do you see the argument, though, that I'm making? Like, before something becomes your only option, you have to build up the appreciation for that service and why people are using it in the first place.
Whether to pay rent or to keep a car, the choice of...
Parking being free is BS, honestly. Is just the most land in the city, and they just give it to the car industry for free.
Of which...
That's honestly that's a good point.
Medical appointments. This amazing veteran who served...
I mean, honestly, I see your point, though. It is a culture here in America, though, to like own a car and all that. So I do see your point there, but I think it is like kind of a necessity for some people to own a car. It is a sense of freedom for a lot of people, and I wouldn't want to take that away from them. But hey, maybe paying a little bit at maybe paying just a little bit at the parking lot. I think we'll be totally fine. I don't think that's not nearly as bad as it could be. But I do see your point, the real RJ. Buses is the way they want us to live. I mean, public transport and bikes. Hey, I wish, you know what I really wish? I wish that our communities were built closer together so we could instead use bikes and stuff like that. Unfortunately, a lot of our cities were not built with that in mind. They weren't built with the idea of walking and stuff like that. But in the future, I would hope public planning takes into account that some, you don't have to have roads to everywhere. Some people can walk. Everyone is paying for each other. It's just the fringe 2% people who... Oh, don't be mean to Bill. Bill's amazing. I think he's a sick dude. And he's very knowledgeable. I promise you. Money and pay for everything with the taxes anyways. Well, I don't agree. Some people don't have cars just because it's not, they don't need one. They get their freedom in other things. You know what I'm saying?
Our country is going to be able to actually afford in the year ahead. This is just not
I don't
right.
think, I think public parking, if it costs, I don't know, I'd have to see how much the fee is. But I don't necessarily think it's a horrible idea. But there does need to be alternatives a little bit further back.
Right. It is dead wrong. And we are here to speak with one voice to say to our Republican colleagues, we urge you to join us.
Well, I do know people. I think the bike lanes in my city are nice because I fucking hate. You guys may not have to deal with it, but here in fucking a small town, what is the most annoying thing is when a bike is riding in front of me. I understand why you're there, but there is a sidewalk with nobody walking on it, just 3 feet away, brother. And I do not want to stare at your ass for the next 5 minutes. Oh, what's up, Stonegate? How you doing?
To the Speaker, he should bring our bipartisan war powers resolution to a vote.
I'd like to see a study on the percentage of people who don't have a car simply because they don't want one outside of New York. That would be interesting, actually.
As soon as possible, because
45-mile-per-hour streets. Hey, I understand that, but trust me, they are a blessing in disguise because if the amount of times I have been stuck behind a bicyclist right before a train. He sees the train. He can get on the side. What does he do? He sits his goddamn bike down. And obviously I can't switch in that amount of time. And so I'm stuck behind the train. The sidewalk is bumpy. I understand that. And no disrespect to any bicyclists, okay? It's good and it's healthy. And I'm honestly proud of you. But the amount of times I've been stuck, maybe you have a point and I'm just jaded by the fact that each project takes 3 years to complete with no visible week-to-week progress. That is something I think we need to work on. That's infrastructure, right? Like that's just, we're not getting the right people to fix these things. And I think that could be aided with infrastructure reform, just in general. I think that's desperately needed here because that's an issue here in our town. So, I totally know what you mean about that.
Because every member of this body should have to take a vote on this most consequential decision. Life or
And
death.
hey, maybe it's different in San Diego. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm getting PTSD, as you guys
best
can tell.
decisions that forever changed the course of our history. So I'm grateful to be standing alongside you today, and I'm proud to turn it over to my friend and colleague, and who I'm delighted to be leading this.
Hello, Mr. Streamer. Well, what's up, ZJM? I completed your picture, by the way. I'll show it once we start doing the new ones, because we hit our like goal of 20, and I'm super proud of you guys for that. Thank you so much. But the real RJ, it's the lack of accountability. The city, these companies, or themselves, I'm not sure which. They just couldn't possibly be bothered to fucking hurry. Well, I think you do speak to an issue of infrastructure repair just taking too long. I think we're going to have to see a New Deal type thing to really address these issues. Low-key day for me, just chilling. Ooh, let me see. Yes, sounds good. Hey, yeah, here, let me bring it up real quick. Let me hide the game. Or actually, no, I need to shut down the game. I'm gonna have to beat this level when we're truly, when I'm focused and I'm not talking about politics. There it is, ZJM. I'm actually gonna add some things before I start on the next person, because I did want to add some things to yours, like a nice little, make it look like a virtual community lives within the world there. We're working on a 3D printing house, so maybe they can do that with public infrastructure too. I have seen a lot of very cool things coming out of that, actually. Don't worry, I'm gonna add some things to it to make it a little more. I'm gonna add some bolts and stuff. It's gonna look sick. Anyways, I hope you're doing well, ZJN. It's good to see you, the dog.
Task force alongside, together with Congressman Crow, Congressman Derek Tran.
Good morning. I want to thank Chair Aguilar and.
Well, I don't know necessarily if they're begging for Trump divine. I think they're begging for some sort of help from the U.S., but I don't necessarily think it's Trump they're begging for. I think the issue with SD transit system is that the guys who run it are in Australia than rather being here in the city, actively researching traffic patterns. That could be an issue. That could be an issue.
Vice Chair Liu.
I'm not too sure about it, but about the situation though.
For
I'll be
gathering
honest.
us for this important discussion that we're having. I'm Representative Derek Tran. I'm an Army veteran, and I am a proud co-chair of the House Democratic National Security Task Force. Most importantly, though, I represent the people of Orange and LA counties in California's 45th district. In the 10 days since President Trump took unilateral military action in Venezuela without consulting Congress, we have been left with more questions.
I do
than
think
answers.
he should have at least consulted Congress before the strikes. I think that's one point I do agree with. Like, I think we should have at least been told, or our representatives have been told what's going on and stuff like that.
Answers. What does this mean for our troops at home and abroad? Can we maintain the international alliances that help keep our service members safe? Is the Trump administration more concerned with the needs of oil companies than the American people?
That's something else that is very frustrating, is how he's kind of treating our oil companies more important than our representatives, you know? I understand American interest in oil and all that, but why not consult the Congress a little bit? Let us know what your plan for Venezuela is. So at least the representatives can tell their constituents they know what's going on.
Look, when I enlisted,
it's not possible when we need the element of surprise. I guess. Have they consulted Congress since then, though? I don't know if they necessarily have. And then, like, for example, if we do a strike in Iran, I would appreciate, like, I think Trump should come to the Congress first. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for the heart reactions and all that, by the way. It's very much appreciated. I think that gets me out there in the algorithm. I'm not sure. I remember this one time I stumbled on a YouTube Shorts live where it was some dude my age and another dude my age just freaking the fuck out about like a goldfish in like they had a goldfish bowl with stones inside of it. And they were like, guys, you gotta hit those reactions. If you hit those reactions, we're gonna fucking... And it really creeped me out. But I guess that's what the American youth is watching right now. So I'm excited to see what this generation's thoughts are. Yeah, I'm principled, I agree. But then again, I don't want the commander-in-chief to be handcuffed in his decision-making if Congress votes down needs to happen. Well, I mean, that's kind of the beauty of our system, though, is that we get a say, you know? I understand the commander-in-chief needing to be powerful, but he's not all powerful. You know?
In the Army Reserve when I was 18 years old. I did so
Oh, and I think you meant in principle, my bad.
because I'm a proud American. When my president sends my brothers and sisters into harm's way, we have to trust that he's acting in the best interest of the American people. Not for oil profits, not for big donors, not for the next election. What my families in my district...
That's interesting, Brian. I'd be interested... Well, I think... Isn't hydrogen flammable? So I think that might be the reason they got fined. I don't know if it was necessarily... I'd need to look at the case, but, I mean, if hydrogen is flammable, I could see a world where they get fined for letting that leak out and, get into the atmosphere and stuff.
is begging for is relief at the grocery store. They need...
Trump wants to give citizenship of Greenland to 100,000 to join American, while still ask students to repay student debt loan. What happened to America first? Very true. I do think we're focusing a little too much abroad and on foreign things right now. Like, this isn't what Trump promised. Trump promised to focus on America, and it really doesn't feel like he's focusing on America. It just doesn't.
child care that doesn't
Like
break
the one good thing, I'll give it, the Trump accounts is a good idea. I thought we were gonna see like 50 Trump new accounts like that. Like that's what I think when I think America first. I think a working plan for Medicare, or not Medicare, for healthcare that will work, you know, sorry, my bad, I misspoke. Like bringing actual solutions that instead of just wanton doing whatever he wants with a foreign policy agenda because he can get away with it without Congress's approval, you know. I'm not certain if it is the flammable one, but hydrogen does disperse fairly quickly into the atmosphere, so I'm not certain at what level of volume leaked per hour. Yeah, I'd be interested to see like if it was leaking at a level in which put the whole refinery at risk, because if that's the case, then you're putting lives at risk, you know what I mean? That's an interesting case though. You dumb fucks don't even understand that tuition costs went up because of federal money influence. Or it could be that less people are interested in college nowadays. That might be the reason. I don't think one of them has to do with the other. We should voluntarily... Individuals took out having to do with federal spending. Here, let me reread that. Well, I do think the argument, real RJ, is that when people go to college, they enrich America because they are able to do more higher paying jobs. Nowadays, I don't know about the value. I think college has unfortunately become a little less valuable nowadays, but I still think it's good if you want to go in some areas, but it has unfortunately lost its value. But I still think you should go to college. You know, if you're a child watching this, which how did you even get on here? You're supposed to be an adult to have access to this stream. But if you're a child watching this, I still recommend you go to college, dog.
Bank. They are begging for houses that they can afford and healthcare that does not drain their life savings. The people on this stage is ready to
Banks
get to work.
had a
House
heavy hand in
Democrats.
interest rates towards student loans that had nothing to do with the federal spending other than allowing more loans to happen. Yeah, I don't like the idea of loans anyways. I think we should really try to move away from college loans. I like the idea of it being free. Of course, that would cost a lot of money. I understand. So obviously that's a pie in the sky, but I do like the idea of incentivizing people to go, you know,
Already.
especially if it's in a field that's going to require lots of study.
Get to work.
Like if you want to be a physicist, I think you should go to college. You know what I mean? If you want to be an etymologist, I think you should go to college.
We're not going to stand for another costly forever war while our constituents struggle to pay their bills. Thank you so much, and I yield to the chairman for questions.
Thank you, Derek. Questions? Nick?
Well, gender studies is actually kind of interesting. I know it gets memed on, but the study of how different cultures perceive gender and stuff like that, I think is actually pretty valuable. Now, I would personally be more in favor of people going into STEM right now. I think that's where we really need to focus. But, you know, I actually think it's very, it's actually more valuable than a lot of people believe. You know, it's interesting how other genders and like how other communities perceived gender. And I don't know if gender studies is necessarily a degree itself. It might be. I think it's much more interesting the idea of just how societies interact with each other. Anyways, kind of just riffing here, but anyways, kind of interesting, and having a market demand such someone pays you for the knowledge are two very different things. I do agree. Which is why I think if gender studies should be a part of a much wider education, in my opinion. But hey, if some people want to diversify into that specific idea, that's up to them. They're going to have to find a market, so yeah, they're going to have to fill the market. So
what is the posture of the politics now towards a year-long CR and DHS funding versus putting conditions somehow through negotiation?
I do agree. The degree is still valuable to a certain extent, but it's certainly an interesting topic. But should you be upset when you can't find a job after that degree? No, I don't think you. I think it should be part of a much wider set of studies, like I said, studying society and how people interact.
Well, we like passing appropriations bills, but the appropriations bills have to be fair. They have to have reasonable allocations. Democrats.
No, I know, Joseph. By the way, your name is literally. Did you realize you had a slur in your name? I don't know if you knew that, but pay the rest, don't demand I pay for it, scrub. Well, I advocate for more taxes personally because I want a higher safety net. So if we can provide valuable services that aren't being met by the market, then I think we should.
put.
I know it's crazy, but I would literally pay half of my paycheck in taxes if I knew for a fact that my money was going to feed my fellow American, and they were going to have a mattress under their head every night, and they lived safely. You know what I mean? Oh shit. A regard from my chat has infected Kalinda's Discord. Oh, it's Rebel Duster. I did unfortunately time him out for saying some rather racist things. What's going on here? You didn't by the way, Rebel Duster, I don't think you got banned. I think you just got timed out. Rebel Duster. Sorry for the ban, but you were saying some crazy things. Sorry for the timeout, I should say. One moment, we've got some behind the scenes drama. To check, but you should be. Okay, I responded. My bad. I'm so sorry, Toby. Tobias. Remember that one guy? Sorry about that, guys. I'm virtue signaling, apparently. I had no idea. I still appreciate you, gamer. Sorry, I know it's went silent. I apologize. Hey. All right, one moment.
Additional language forward to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's not language that they could support, and so ultimately the Homeland.
Your panty shields make you feel fresh all day? Oh, that's great.
Bill fell out of the package that we have in front of us this week. We want accountability and oversight. I know Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and their friends do not want accountability and oversight, but House Democrats
But I just
want accountability and oversight.
I just timed out Rebel Duster, so he'll be back tomorrow, guys. Oh yeah, I timed him out from my chat because he was saying some pretty racist stuff, in my opinion. But if he wants to, he should be free to come back in my chat tomorrow. I didn't ban him. I don't ban anybody.
To ICE, they should have to notify Congress. They should have to come to Congress. They should have to continue to testify to Congress as to what they are doing. But more importantly, they need to look out for the American people. Right now, they are terrorizing people in the streets of this country. They are hurting innocent individuals. They are detaining U.S. citizens. They are killing people. That's what House Democrats want answers to. And if DHS isn't willing to provide those answers, Democrats will continue to use every tool we can in order to push.
You fascists won't even share with each other while demanding everyone else share with you. What are you talking about? I share all sorts of things. Yeah, Brian, he was saying some, like, about how America's all, about just some really bad things about our Somalian Americans here. And I understand, you know, the tensions right now, but that does not mean we need to insult, you know, those people are American.
for them. It is not part of the package. It could be.
Well, I don't really think this is inflaming tensions, to be honest. I mean, he's not asking for Donald Trump to be hung. He's just asking for Donald to be transparent and open with the Congress.
In front of us in future packages, that's a decision for Rosa DeLauro and Tom Cole. Michael.
Where are my collectives? I don't have a collective.
Will be in Detroit today. Speaking on the economy, I wanted to get your reaction to the fact that he's now kind of turning his attention away from all of the international affairs that he's been focused on for most of the last year, will now be trying to focus on the economy and put forward a lot of affordability proposals that he believes will help Republicans as you all headed to the midterm.
Yeah.
I'm saying with regard to ICE, public officials should not embolden private citizens to obstruct ICE. I agree with that. Especially after what we saw, but I think it's kind of your right to protest these kinds of things, isn't it? Like, it's kind of your right to protest these operations if you feel strongly about them. Told that lady to just stay home. Well, it's not just that, though. It's part of your American fabric, you know, to protest something you don't like. You know what I mean? Think if Somalis are being chill, keep them. If they're defrauding the U.S., yeah, obviously. I mean, I honestly think that keep them in our prisons, you know what I mean? I trust our prisons way more than any other country's prisons. Following an ICE vehicle in caravans and honking your horn. I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty similar. I don't know.
I think we'll see, Michael. He tends to distract himself when he starts talking about affordability. But if he wants to talk about how we lower the costs that people face, whether that...
Joseph, why are you getting so upset, man? I'm being completely chill with you, and you're just soying out, which is understandable.
That's credit costs or housing costs. Democrats are all ears. Pleased that he picked up the phone and called Elizabeth Warren after her speech yesterday. If he wants to meet with House Democrats or Senate Democrats, I would imagine he knows.
We have to. Well, I'm okay with that. I understand that, but I think we have the best prisons in the world. I do. They need work, but I don't like the prison complex that's going on right now, to be honest. I'm not a fascist, dude. I'm sorry. You're trying to make me fit into this idea of being a fascist. I'm not a fascist. Like, and also something else, I'm not denying that maybe she should have been arrested. Maybe she should have been detained. I don't think the punishment for that, for denying that, is death. And it's also something the courts really do need to address. You know, I think an investigation and maybe an indictment. An indictment doesn't mean he's instantly loses the case. If he beats it, that means it sets a precedent. But right now, there's not many precedents for things like this. The WIC panel gets into the case law, but
how to find
I'll
us,
continue on with that.
and we will carry forward our focus and our mission on lowering the costs that people face. But if
Now, I don't think she was driving right at a cop. I will disagree with you there. I think she got scared and she didn't even realize the cop was there. She turned out, and I don't think she intended to kill a cop or anything like that. And we saw the result of what happened after she continued down her path. It didn't hit the cop, it just continued on.
He is set on using the Department of Justice to weaponize.
But, you know, this does hit on an important point of, and something I don't really see many people talking about. If I can call tomorrow, we can dissect the video. Yeah, sure, I'm down. I do work from 10 a.m. to 1, or I'll only be live from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow, but I'll be live all day Thursday too. So I disagree. I think we're gonna have to. We'll talk about it, but I think the video isn't quite clear either way. I think the POV video actually is less clear than one of the videos I saw. But it's like the blue and white dress, I tell you. You're either gonna see one thing or you'll see the other.
To go after the Fed, chair. Look, we're not in for that. And so the problem is he continues to distract himself, and we'll see what.
You know who's really hurting America? It's not our divisiveness. It's not our perpetuity to play party politics rather than actual getting jobs done. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's the illegals. Yep, it always is. You know, it's like when you're it's like when you're demasking them in Scooby-Doo. It's like, oh, the illegals.
What this speech is about. It is likely a speech about affordability, and then who knows?
Dude, I didn't mass incarcerate anyone for weed. I'm sorry, bro. You got a different dude. You're
what
thinking of
he
someone
says
else.
or posts once
You're
he
fighting
gets back
ghosts.
on Air Force One. That uncertainty is what's wrong for the American people. That uncertainty means we aren't talking about.
Europe has better prisons. They like country clubs, while America is the worst in the world. Well, I do think we need some work on our prisons right now.
Affordability. We aren't talking about real solutions, and that's the concern that House Democrats have. Sure. Vice Chair.
Yeah, Vought Media is hurting America. Amen, dude. They're really hurting public opinion. Yeah, I'm a streamer, not a dictator. I did not mass incarcerate any African American men.
Donald Trump lies all the time. He just recently said he doesn't remember saying he was going to give $2,000 stimulus checks to all Americans, which he did say, by the way. Now he's backtracking on that. And then he's going to go to Detroit. I don't know why we.
Yeah, I remember hearing about the $2,000 check, and I was like, is this real? And then he just never followed up on it. I was like, oh, damn. So it's not real.
Would take what he says seriously, because it's his policies that are jacking up prices. His tariffs have increased the prices on cars. His tariffs have increased the prices.
FDR was an amazing president, so I don't know why you have such an issue with him.
On food. His tariffs have increased the prices on a number of items people brought during the holidays. So unless he reverses his policies, these prices are going to keep on increasing and increasing and increasing, and its focus is elsewhere as acting president of Venezuela.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm also not advocating for violence. Like, I don't like anyone. I like free political discussion. I think it's a passion of mine. So when people just advocate for violence, it really does start to, it just breaks my heart, because we can always find another solution. He literally criminalized weed just to target blacks and Hispanics. That's the only reason he criminalized weed. Well, you know what? I'm going to be the big man and say I disagree with his action to criminalize weed. I'm not going to ban you. As long as you're not saying racist and or homophobic shit, you're fine, dude. Politics is the problem. No, it's not. Politics are just... Oh, it's so embarrassing. I watch a guy on YouTube that brought a movie to pay $35 to get the movie shipped to him. Wait, let me reread that. Watched a guy on YouTube that brought a movie. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because of the tariffs. Interesting. Well, Joseph, I disagree with that action. Yeah, politics is the only way to make civilized discussion. Forcing others to comply. Well, that's not what I do. I engage in democracy, and I love democracy, and I'm all about forging a path where we both build bridges together, man. You're the one soying out, my friend.
What's the Democrat strategy?
Has he tried Netflix? That is a good idea. It's literally how we got... Well, I disagree with it, man. What else do you want?
Our strategy is simple. Show up and vote if it can help the American public.
Does that mean everything he's done is bad now? Just because he did one bad thing? That's interesting.
We talk about it, every day in every meeting, and pleased that House Democrats showed up. 213 House Democrats showed up last week.
Oh, wow.
To lower.
No way. You're telling me Joseph lied? Nixon banned weed to go after the African and Mexican Americans, not FDR? Ooh, that's interesting. I do think your name is kind of hard to say, Joseph. I obviously can't read the last part. That is my one complaint from you, brother. Maybe change your name at some point. I don't know.
Lower the healthcare costs for the American.
Hey, and I don't support the weed criminalization. I thought it was a bad idea, and I think it's a market that was left untapped for so long. So you're not going to get any disagree. They should have never done that. And also, that's not the only thing I disagree with FDR about. Bill Clockwell brought it up. I also, disagree with his internment camp policy. I didn't think that was a good idea. But apparently I'm the NPC.
People, it's those types of wins that are so beneficial.
Weed was banned because hemp was cheaper alternative to paper from wood. Or at least that's the stoner lore. I do remember hearing about that. You know what? It's crazy how every stoner hears that story. That's crazy.
To lower the costs, as the vice chair said, that people face. It's up to Republicans as to
I gotta
whether they
be
wanna work
honest,
with
I'm
us or
not a
not.
fan.
17
I'm not a fan of the internment camps.
Republicans joined those efforts in that discharge petition. But we're going to keep showing up and coming to work, and that's what we'll continue to stress to our colleagues.
Today, the Clintons announced that they will not be following the subpoena with the House Oversight.
I'm gonna be honest, I did not like the Japanese internment camps. I'm gonna be brave.
To Clinton's decision, and what's the path going forward?
I don't think there's
It's like
any
saying,
oversight.
I don't like slavery. I'm gonna be brave, guys. I was never I can't even joke about that now because fucking just a couple days ago, Asman was talking about how he wanted to bring it back. I haven't seen that argument, Brian. I don't know if I personally would, I don't know how you would deal with that. Because we did see a rise in anti-Asian sentiment during COVID, which is basically like fucking insane. I have no idea how that even fucking... Anyways. But, I've never seen that argument for I mean, that sounds really bad. You know what I mean?
Democrats here, but that's a decision that obviously we just saw. Republicans continue to distract from the American people. They continue to want to focus on
I do need to look more into the Japanese internment camps because I know that a lot of people say we are in some ways reliving the past in a lot of the ways. If the camps were developed less like jail and more like a closed residential location, the idea would have been much better. Interesting. So it was more, yeah, I do need to do more research into those because I could see your argument, and if that was the case, pit haters lived apart from pot smokers and pot haters lived apart. Everyone gets what they want. What?
What doesn't matter. This is the same group that said for months they didn't.
Well, I don't get your argument at all, Joseph. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be frank.
Want to release the Epstein files and that nothing was there. And so now they want
I do not vote to enslave people. I'm not a fan
to
of
embrace
that.
this and score political points with testimony. That's a
I,
decision.
you know
for,
what? I don't
the
think you're
Clintons.
going to find anyone in my chat who's a fan of enslavement. Even some of my most crazy people. I don't think you're going to find somebody who's like, you know what? Slavery was kind of based. Property was damaged and vandalized by racial epithets everywhere. Ah, that's heartbreaking. Because there are plenty of people I vastly agree with that would share a blunt. Exactly, bro.
To make, but House Democrats are focused on one, the administration
Engaging in
carrying out the
substances
law.
that disorient us has been a tradition in humanity ever since we were monkeys in the caves. I think enslavement is bad. Well, that's brave of you, ZJM. That's brave of you.
To release the Epstein files, no matter what they say or who they name. But scoring political points and bringing people in for testimony, that's just something that House Republicans want to do to take our eye off the ball, take the American people's eye off the ball.
Yeah, I'll agree. If you like weed, you should go to California, not Texas. I'll agree with you on that one. How do I force compliance through the government? Oh my goodness. Joseph, have you ate today, man? Might want to check the directions. You know, I've done this before too, where I accidentally take one of my medications in the afternoon or in the morning rather than at night. And you know, I've been in that type of situation. So is that what's going on right now, man?
Members in your caucus were very disappointed that it's not as robust as the bipartisan ones that they agreed to. However, Republicans are arguing that at least it is something. Do you have a sense on whether are you encouraging Democrats to vote for this? Is this being whipped at all?
What do you think the government is for? Does stuff.
Didn't come up today. This is obviously something that's coming before the House Administration Committee.
Communism is
we
when the
will,
government
follow
does
the
stuff,
guidance
right?
and follow closely the questions that are asked in the markup.
Yep, I don't know how the government works.
House
You're right.
Administration Democrats. We were serious
Zero
about
idea.
stamping out corruption in Congress. There are Republicans in Congress who are trading stocks on healthcare while they're voting to cut healthcare. These are things that the American people feel are shameful and awful, and everything that's wrong with this institution. And I don't know if additional disclosure is enough, but we will look at the package. We will judge its own.
Yeah, that's a tough one, Brian or Joseph. That's a tough one to fucking answer. You're right, the real RJ Joseph making the chat chaotic today. That's a tough, you know, it really speaks to your values of what you think the government is for, and you know what you know, it's more about your values and what you have grown up, and you know, it's a complicated question what I think government should be, man. I mean, Brian did a pretty decent job. I personally think it needs, you know, it's also responsible for making sure social cohesion is good. You know, it's responsible for a lot of things, man. The government does incarcerate people. Yeah, if we didn't have government, we'd probably have some Mad Max style of fucking, I don't know, it'd probably be companies owning everything. If the US government just disappeared tonight, I imagine like Amazon would fucking start building tanks.
On its merits, we will look at the questions and the amendments that
Yeah, witness me.
are offered within committee and as a caucus.
Said live with the people you agree with the most. Fuck no, bro. Life is about disagreement. Life is about being able to disagree and still be friendly afterwards. So of course I'm not gonna fucking tell someone to move away if they disagree with me.
At that point, we will have a discussion as to where we go. We're a little early in that process, but count me in that category that is that wishes that it would have been a more robust package. But we'll see.
I think we might, you know what? That does sound interesting. Like a Japanese internment camp episode where we learn about what happened there. That could be an interesting
emerges out of
episode,
committee.
actually.
The president has just said that help is coming to Iran. How worried are you that we're about to see another military intervention without congressional oversight? And what do you say to the Iranian people who want America to intervene?
I see your point, RJ. I do think it does have a bit of a responsibility to keep like social cohesion. You know what I mean? And to make sure make sure Americans are not absolutely stomping each other in the head. I think it does have a point. It does have a bit of a responsibility to make sure, Texas doesn't invade Oklahoma. You know what I mean?
I'll ask Vice Chair and maybe Representative Crow to also chime in. The people of Iran are bravely standing up and speaking.
Which our states used to try to go to war with each other. It used to be a lot different, ladies and gentlemen.
Out against this brutal regime, but
over a river.
The president does not have the authority to go in, and this is part of this pattern. We don't know if this post
We almost killed each other over a river.
is policy, but it's something that all of us are very mindful of, and we want the people of
What do you
Iran to
think
be
of Nick
safe.
Fuentes? I think Nick Fuentes needs to stop digging for gold in his fucking nose and get some, just admit that he is into men. I think that's okay. If he wants to go prancing around with cat boys, I think that's fine.
We don't want people exercising their opinions to die in the streets, but the president needs to consult.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, in an ideal world, then the local governments would be a lot more responsible for that. I see what you're saying.
With Congress on actions that involve the United States military.
I agree with Chairman Aguilar. We should absolutely support the people of Iran. They are fighting back against a brutal regime that has repressed them. It's killed them. This regime is now experiencing what happens when you're authoritarian and repressive. The people are going to rise up, and we should.
Amen. Yeah, I kind of find it weird that the right is saying, like, we support Iran. Like, are you joking, dude? I don't support the Ayatollah, not at all.
To do everything we can. Now, if the president wants to use military force, that under our Constitution, that requires authorization from Congress.
I do think authorization from Congress would be important in this strike, just so you can, so the protesters don't have to have accusations that it's just Trump's will. It's like, oh no, the American people stand behind the protesters too.
And I'm sure Congress is happy to have that debate, but you got to have
I'm
that
not here to be original thinker right now. I'm just vibing along with Joseph. Let's go.
debate. You can't just use military force without congressional authorization.
Well, we completely stand with the people of Iran who are yearning for freedom and democracy. I mean, they are victims of this oppressive.
Oh, that's true too, Brian. And that's what I find, this is why I love America, because we can have discussions like this. Brian says, but there are local governments like Disney or Clearwater Scientologists who greatly change local governments to be against constitutional fairness. It is very interesting. Wish we had some sort of congressional underground voting mechanism. Then we can know how everyone voted, and then, yeah, that would be nice.
Violent regime. There are many ways for us to support the Iranian people short of military action, because it's not in America's best interest.
I do agree for a little bit more accountability. Like, I do like seeing who voted on a bill and all that.
To start a war with Iran. In fact,
and I think banning inside, like, stock trading, individual stock tradings, like, just put your money into an index fund, dude. Just put your money into the S&P. You do not have to be actively trading on the stock market, you know? That helps us all anyways, you know? More money in the S&P, more money in the index funds. Gets everybody money.
It's not even in the Iranian people's best interests for the United States to go to war with Iran. It is highly unfortunate, though, that the Trump administration and Donald Trump have spent the last year dismantling many of the tools and the aid.
If all the white supremacists live together, they can't bother anyone else. Yeah, but that it's like, that's just, you have a right to build an independent community, I guess, but number one, if you want to be an official town, you're going to have to abide by our laws, you know, regardless. Number two, I just don't think that's healthy for your community to just ban everybody out. You know what I mean? I think it leads to stagnation of ideas. You know what I mean? I think that's an issue. I think that's what you saw in the USSR. I really do.
Agencies and the departments and the things that we have at our disposal to support the Iranian people and the people around the world who are in exactly this type of situation. Like U.S. aid, like our communications capabilities.
Hey, Nancy was just good at investing. No, I do think there needs to be a law against insider trading like that, stock trading. And most of the Republicans and Democrats agree, you know, especially the ones in the House.
So many of the tools, the soft power tools of the United States government that we would use to support people who are yearning for freedom and democracy have been dismantled and gutted by this administration. That said, there are still...
Yeah, like, I don't like that Pelosi made that much, like, she wasn't breaking the law. That's why we make the law, though, right? That's why, because we don't like what people are getting away with, so we make a law for it. So I'm in support. You're not gonna find me not supporting a bill that bans individual stock trades. Now, obviously, don't ban them from investing in things like the S&P or index funds, but you know what I mean? Because they don't really have any control over all of those companies.
Mechanisms to support short of war, and this is exactly the point why we're standing here.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily. I think Mamdani won basically because he's kind of touching on what Trump is touching on. You know what I mean? That kind of populist rhetoric, which I'm personally not a fan of. I'm much more of a fan of, you know, how are we going to empower institutions to do better things for us? But it is kind of, he was tapping into that, Trumpian populist kind of messaging. And I don't doubt that Mamdani, won. I think Andrew Cuomo also was just a fucking Andrew Cuomo. You know what I'm saying?
We don't believe that this administration or any administration should start a war with a foreign country unless this body debates it and votes on it. That's exactly why for 20 years we spent trillions of dollars and thousands.
RJ, once you oh, did you want to, I don't remember if you wanted to call in or not, but or if you have a Discord, I'd be interested to see the numbers about that and just that data in general.
Of American lives and failed in nation building, and it ended poorly, right? So support the Iranian people, do so with the tools that we have available.
Yeah, I just wish we could get away from the dream selling and actually get into how we're going to be pragmatic and fix these things. That's one of my biggest issues. I just wish we could get away from the selling a dream and go into actually how we're actually going to fix that. What I'll call, I have that bet. Okay.
But military conflict would not serve the interests of the Iranian people or the American people.
No, California should not ban all guns. I do not advocate for banning guns. I think guns are an important part of, when people talk about American culture, there is a bit of a gun culture. And hey, all races and all cultures take part in that, bad girl. You know what I'm saying? We know why we stay strapped here in America.
We're back. Yep.
Republicans said the committee released their framework for reconciliation 2.0 bill today, and
Well, I don't know if you should be able to own a bazooka. I mean, maybe. How do you guys feel about owning a bazooka? Should we all be able to own a bazooka? Should we be able to own a nuclear bomb? Remember fucking Tim Pool? We should all be able to own a nuclear bomb. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to advocate for you to own a nuke, brother.
wanted to get your reaction to that and whether you think a reconciliation.
Till they get there. I agree. I do think we can make it easier with, I always say it, but getting rid of gerrymandering and the filibuster, but
Bill is something that Democrats are going to have to contend with this year heading before the midterms.
That's something for Republicans to debate and discuss.
I thought so too, Bill. But, I'm interested to see what the, kind of what the right is, what they're kind of doing, or I guess running with right now. Because if I don't see, the data, then it's like, I'm going to be unprepared.
Discuss, we will respond if that's the route that they go. But what we won't stand for is their continued assault on healthcare to pay for tax cuts for their billionaire.
Here soon, we're going to enter phase 2 of the MS Paint era. And you guys are going to see new content coming out. I'm even planning for when I hit 500 subs, members content. So there's a way to own a nuclear bomb. It requires a physics degree, nuclear technology, creating a study program with a government grant, and a few other things. That's true. I mean, I guess you could.
Friends.
You know what? If you contract with the government to make a nuclear bomb, you know what? There are a few ways.
They cut $1 trillion of out of the healthcare budget. We said that was what was going to happen when they talked about reconciliation.
Okay, Joseph, your idea of people just moving to states because they don't like that is unfeasible. You know why? Because some people love the place that they live. I love the place that I live. I think it's beautiful. The sunsets every day are the most gorgeous thing you've seen in your world. I live in a Republican state. Are you saying I should just move to California? Because I think that's bullshit. I should be able to live in my state and advocate for policies that I like. And you're saying to change it on the local level. That's what I'm doing. I do things on the local level. So stop bitching about gerrymandering. Fuck no. It's a plague upon our system.
10 months ago here in this room, we said they were going after Medicaid. Steve Scalise goes on the floor. He says, nowhere.
Yeah, Brian, you could just find one in your fucking backyard. Isn't that crazy? We've lost so many nukes. I don't think it's 500, but we have lost a concerning amount of nuclear bombs. A very concerning amount. Like, it's an amount that you, like, kind of makes you afraid to go around those areas where you lost them, you know?
Where in this budget document does
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it without a suit. Could be degenerative. Yeah. How do you lose a nuclear bomb, though? How does that happen?
say Medicaid is cut? We knew they were going to cut it. If
I'm telling you what to do. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Well, I'm just telling you why your idea just isn't feasible. Because I love my city and I love my area and I wouldn't exchange it for the world. And so, you know, you're not accounting for people that have that view.
If that's what's going to happen, count us out.
Oh, interesting. Democrat mothers had butt sex with Somalians and okay, that is really gross. I'm not going to read that. But David, that's pretty fucking disgusting.
If this is...
Haven't you left nuclear stuff in Greenland too? Yeah, we're just kind of, hey, it's a problem we have. That's something that just also, side note, we don't have anywhere to put our nuclear waste. And it's just building up in our nuclear generators. But I'm sure that's going to be fine. Anyways, yeah, we have a real problem with our nuclear wastes. That's a bit of an issue. Doesn't blow, it buries itself in the ground and you just can't find the hole. Well, that's great. Well, I hope the landing impact that happened disabled its ability to blow up.
Just a project that Republicans want to do to make themselves look good so they can say that they're talking about healthcare. Count us.
I choose tyranny over ideological cohesion. No, I don't.
Out. If this cuts costs that their billionaire friends have to pay and reduces taxes, count us out.
I choose pragmatism over ideology any day.
But if they want a process that's about bipartisan solutions, we've proven time and time again, including 3 times just in the last few months, that we're willing to go through that process.
No, my friend, David, Joseph is a very special person in our chat. I'm actually getting a little defensive over him now because he's an American. I can promise you that.
Last question.
Yeah, isn't like purifying, like I allow everybody in here. I really do appreciate all the voices. Why we abandoned nuclear energy because we don't know where to safely put the waste. Well, I like the idea of putting it underground, you know, and I think we had we have areas for it, but the issue is we're not expanding them. So if we put all of our nuclear waste there now, it would just fill up instantly. I do think he is MAGA trolling. I don't know, though. It's difficult to tell. It's difficult to tell.
A number of municipalities within their districts simply don't honor.
Hey, what's up? I am Silly. Nice to see you.
48-hour ice.
Hope you're having a good day.
Ice company says that a lot of the chaos that's
I'm sure he's off his
happening on the streets
meds.
happened because
I hope not. It's never good to
these,
be
number of
off my meds.
individuals who they are
No, I don't think
going
you're
after
trolling, David.
are being simply released, and they are
I think Joseph was, unfortunately.
criminals.
Or fortunately, whichever way you do it.
violent
I hope since we called it out now, it's not like he's going to stop, though.
convictions,
That
and
would
they were
suck.
simply held, they could pick them up and deport them, and then the issues that are happening in the streets would be happening. Would you agree that these detainers?
Oh, yeah, you're talking. Here we go. Yes. Oh yeah, you're talking about Nick Fritas in the bottom right there. He is a bit of a troll, I agree.
Should be honored within the municipalities, within your districts.
Small groups of ideological cohesion is better than centralized tyranny. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'd prefer if they all just mix in a pot and get to know each other.
Did Renee Good have a warrant? Was she an undocumented?
Yeah, I think Joseph called me being a fascist, and I found it endearing. I know.
It's my opportunity now. You asked your question. Some of the individuals.
We're all trolls, just like
that are
you.
being scooped up do
I'm
not
not a
have
troll.
detainers. They are not undocumented individuals. House Democrats firmly believe that violent criminals should not be on our streets.
Amen.
And if there are undocumented individuals who are violent criminals, they should be deported.
Amen.
That is our position. Now, if you're asking if we support local law enforcement being part of this Gestapo of rounding up individuals,
Now, I don't agree with that messaging. Just because people are a little heated about the Gestapo comments, which I think is a little apt, but since people are a little heated about it right now,
our answer is no. Our answer is local officials should be responsible to protect their local communities.
Now, I agree with that. And I think you agree with that, right, Joseph? Local officials should be in charge of protecting their communities, right? Had it not been for the fact that fascism uses manipulation and finding a scapegoat to problems, it would be an isolationist ideology. Yeah. And I just hate how they're being so fucking gross about our Somali community. That's just gross, bro. Excuse me. It was a little bit of the Nugs revenge, I believe is what that's
local law
called.
enforcement does. I was a local mayor. Many of our colleagues come from local government.
Okay, that does have to be trolling. Hell El Trumpo. Hey, what's up, Leap? How you doing,
That is the
dog?
responsibility of local government, is to keep people safe. The federal government's responsibility is to exercise what you're talking about, and that's the job.
There's no way that person is real. There's no way the person that just came into my chat is real. 999, I wonder what that's in reference to, says, Trump is a Jew surrounded by Jews. They can't be fascist or Nazi. Cry and try again. I voted for the idiot. Well, I'm sorry about your vote, but I hope maybe you've come to the light like many in our chat have. Maybe you have, but if not, that's all right. We have all sorts of chatters in our community right now. What's up? Not much. Just going over weekly press conference by the Democrats and then a video by Hank. We're probably going to have a pretty late stream
That
today. We might even
take
hit the
issue
8-hour
with
mark.
in this case with ICE. They have an ability to detain and they have an ability to deport folks. It should follow.
Fuck yeah, cold fusion is the future. What's my ideology? I am very liberal minded. I very much believe in the liberal principles and all of that. So I'd say I'm a liberal.
Follow a process.
Now hold on. Somalis are gross. Totally disagree. I think they're an amazing part of our democratic fabric, and I'm glad to have them.
Should
here.
include getting warrants for individuals, judicial warrants, not fake phony ICE warrants, when they want to grab somebody. They have a process to do that, and it should be to use the courts in order to execute warrants that keep this country safe.
Yeah, you can't attack your enemies and allies and expect U.S. to maintain its status as a world power. I totally agree, and it seems like they're trying to go towards a very unipolar world order. Thank you, Sneaky. I'm not Jewish, but thank you for the compliment. I very much appreciate that.
Safe. They are choosing not to do that. They are choosing chaos in the
Oh, wow. We've got the Trumpers in full force today.
streets. They are choosing lawlessness. That's what they are choosing. And so it's our job to provide
David, I'll have you know, I kick ass at any RTS that I play. I'm actually a very good RTS player. So you might want to rethink that. I heard Trump was sending thousands more ICE agents to Minnesota. Great, that's not going to decrease the pressure at all. That's going to decrease the pressure, right? Oh, God.
accountability and oversight when they aren't following.
I just think like we should be trying to de-escalate tensions right now. Doug gave me $1 million loan, like Trump got from his daddy, and I'll be happy too. God, I wish that'd be right. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? You play Risk? Give me a fucking break. I'll have you know, I am an absolutely killer Hearts of Iron War play. Fuck. Kind of exposed myself there. Anyways, I'm not here claiming to know the military moves and be a military planner, though. Now am I? Am I just playing video games? No, I actually have a small contingent of private military contractors, each one independent and talented in their own way, that I command from my desk here.
To be an internet science guy, because that is a very good job with this fairly low stress. It's very interesting. But one of the things about being
Snicky, stop with the anti-Semitism. I do not fucking agree with anti-Semitic shit like that, bro. You're not going to be an anti-Semite in my chat. Just like you're not going to be racist. Just like you're not going to be homophobic.
Being a science guy is that truth just feels really important.
Trump has
'Cause that's what science is, right? It's like a bunch of
businesses. How many
tools
do you have?
that we use
1,000
to get a sharper and sharper understanding of reality. As we say a lot on this channel, everything
Yeah, bro, do not be anti-Semitic in my chat. That shit's gross.
No, is something we figured out. And if you're thinking, and I know some of you are, God, I wish Hank would stay out of politics. I do too.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're just pissed off at elites, not Jews. Dude, Jews, I hate that this has become like a mainstream political thing to just hate on the Jewish people. You can disagree with the Israeli government and not hate a set of people. You know what I mean?
I don't want to be here, but I can't stop thinking about Renee Good and truth. There are a lot of things that we don't know about Renee Good or the man who killed her. But there
Amen. I think it kind of sounds like me and Hank are agreeing with this. All right, Snicky, I want you to think. You're screaming AIPAC. What about the American Beverage Association, who pays billions or millions of dollars more than AIPAC does?
There are things that we do know.
The
We know that
USS
Renee Good
Liberty
turned her steering wheel so that her car would not be pointed toward the officer. Now, certainly the officer may not have noticed that, but we do know that if she...
Democrats literally cheer. See, I'm getting mixed signals in my chat. We've got one man who's being absolutely the most anti-Semitic, trope. And then we've got another guy who's like, the Democrats are, we can't make up our minds.
She had wanted to kill him, she would have acted very differently. And there's some other facts here, like that Donald Trump said that she viciously ran over an ICE officer, which is not true. And Kristi Noem.
All right. And that is an example of something that will get you timed out. That is an example right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is an example. The 109 countries is is an example of blatant anti-Semitism.
Said that what she did was an act
don't
of
support the
domestic
river to the
terrorism.
sea.
And that is also not true. I was raised in the era of I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I know that politicians lie. But there's something different going on here. They have no chance of getting away with their lies. We all know that she was not a terrorist who ran over an ICE agent. Everyone agrees she would have taken very different actions if her intent were to kill someone. Now, there's probably some people composing a comment right now, either in their heads or down in the comments. They're going to write,
I never rooted for Hamas, my friend. MAGA is just purely a group of pedos trying to get away with it. I mean, I definitely think Trump is hiding something. There's no doubt about that right now. Still, did they release more Epstein files? I saw some talk about that, but I was not able to get to it.
she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing. She shouldn't have been fleeing. She should have been listening to what the officers are saying. This video isn't really about that. It's not about what she should have done. It's not even really about what the ICE agent should have done. I'm not going to show you the video, of course, but it is very clear in the video that the first shot went through the windshield, and the second and third shots went through the open driver's side window. And I know that it's just not my bias saying that this is difficult to justify, because instead of attempting to defend it, J.D. Vance simply lied about it. In a reply to a tweet about this, he said, "Side window? You could see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car."
Fly? Why?
He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense. The shots came from the front of the car. You could see photos of the car with bullet holes. These two sentences...
I love how crazy the world is right now. It is rather crazy, isn't it? I have no idea how this has just come to this. I disagree, Brian. I think that the Palestinian people deserve a state just as much as Israel does, and then in the future they can vote on a referendum to become whole, you know? I think that's what's going to decrease tensions right now. Just for right now. And then in the future, I don't think Hamas should be in charge of this state, though. I really do think it needs to be someone else. This chat is like a full clown car, let me tell you.
Astound me, because they indicate that either
There's no in between in chat. It's all extreme positions right now.
His president has
Hey,
been
we hit 40 likes. Thank you guys so much. That means the world to me.
basing all of his commentary about this situation on an incorrect belief that could...
Sands is not a pedo. Don't you dare say that about my, Oh, I know all about the Balfour Declaration. Oh yes, I'm a loner box orbiter, so we have been in the trenches of IP for years. Thank you guys so much for 40 likes though. That is fucking huge. And we're not even done with our stream yet. That's fucking
could be corrected
sick.
by watching the video that much of
Thank you
America
guys so much.
has already
That's so
watched,
sick.
or he is perfectly okay lying about well-known and easily discoverable facts. The officer fired 2 shots through an open side window point blank, and J.D. Vance says the shots came from the front and there are bullet holes to back him up. These statements are not true. I don't know anyone who thinks these statements are true. These lies are about very simple, visual, concrete things that millions of people can independently verify for themselves. And this is the thing I can't...
Sands is dope. Come on now, Neptune. Come on. Sands is cool. Sure they do. They need a capriole. They need a government. And fighting Israel at the moment is just hurting their development. I totally agree. Like, I think we just, and eventually... I like the idea of them being able to eventually vote to become a whole state together. But just right now, it's just a little hard. I need MAGA pedos to harass. Well, unfortunately, it seems they've left. I don't know where they went. I don't know where they went.
Shake. In science, when someone shows you data that contradicts your claim, you have a few options. You
Newsom's
can update
just
your
doing
belief,
fraud
you can
now.
argue about interpretation.
Everybody they don't like is doing fraud now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get caught by the bug.
You can point out
By the
limitations.
fraud
You could
bug.
even say, I was wrong. What you cannot do, at least for very long, is pretend that the data don't exist. Reality.
I think right now only a small minority would vote for unity, but I think if they have their own independent state and they're allowed to start functioning as their own independent people, I think we can eventually lead to a better community. Yes, everyone
He
is
doesn't
doing
cooperate
fraud.
with
Everyone.
that strategy.
They're all
What we are watching
fraudsters.
right now is a set of leaders behaving as if reality is
Look at Hank. He's doing fraud right now.
optional. As if the goal is not to understand what happened, but to establish
I actually didn't see what Snicky said.
dominance over the narrative as quickly and
I saw, I kind of saw it. Saw him devolving into
as forcefully as
anti-Semitism.
possible.
So.
And this is
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. I usually stream every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., but today I'm doing a little bit more. It's okay. I'm going to look for them. Bye-bye. Hey, well, it was good having you here, Neptune. Good luck on your mission.
of course unscientific, but it also feels to me like fundamentally disrespectful to the intelligence and agency of the American people. I know that there are some folks who are like along for the ride with these guys. Like some people certainly are fine with the lies because they feel that the lies are in service of some greater mission and that makes them justifiable. But that's not most Americans.
Yeah, I will say this. Most Americans would at least want an investigation. Am I wrong about that? Like, I feel like you guys would want a investigate. Everybody wants to know why they were there, what was happening, So that way we don't have to have these divisive opinions and it doesn't have to feel like, oh, they're justifying murder or, oh, this guy thinks it's okay to run over ICE police officers. That way we can know, but instead we just have to fight each other and get nothing done, which I feel is the Trump special, but what do I know?
Most people see a lie for the disrespect that it is. And this is important. Like, this is not a verifiable fact, but do you think that they would be lying about this if
Big beautiful Bubba has defied congressional subpoena on the Epstein files? What?
they didn't think the shooting deserved more justification?
I typically like to troll the anti-Semites, tell them they're puppet master and I own their bank accounts and I'm watching their every move, really make them paranoid. Yeah, I mean, I just, how do you live like that? Do you just think the Jews control everything? Like, that is so stupid. It's not logical. It just doesn't make sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds. I don't know. I think protesting is a right. So, if people feel like their voice isn't being heard, they have full right to protest. And I do understand, if you're on the liberal side, this is kind of what you've been fearing about, That's why I keep saying TV liberals. I know the vast majority don't think alike, just as I know conservatives believe a mother shouldn't die to give birth. Yeah. Disregard to crowd control, but he rather put the citizens in harm's way? I don't know about that, bud. He did talk about I think he realized he did talk about bringing the National Guard, and when he did that, you guys all thought he was trying to say we're going to have civil war.
And then the facts gave us, they'd stick to the truth if they thought the truth was enough. And so I think that they are showing by their actions that they also don't believe the shooting was justified. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying. I keep thinking about this for 2 reasons. First, it matters a lot for America whether or not we are a country where the truth still matters. But second, and this is, I'm sorry, but I keep thinking about Renee Good. She has been treated terribly, and not just by random trolls on the internet or jerk pundits whose job is to get attention, by the men who have been entrusted to lead this nation. And since we cannot know her mind, the best we could do is be honest about the things that we do know, like where the wheels were pointing when she was shot, and where the shots came from when she was killed. And that is, for whatever reason, something that our president and vice president have been incapable of doing.
Yeah,
Look,
it is just
I want to be working on.
Like, I see people trying to say she's a giant PDF file that they were. Oh, dude, I can't even say some of this shit because it's just gross, and I wouldn't even say this about my worst enemies, but you know, saying all these horrible things. So what laws did Trump create that he's enforcing? They can't tell you because he's enforcing laws that have been there for decades. They just hate the bad mortgage man at all cost. Fuck, you got me, Mike. I guess. Civil war can't happen in just one state. Besides, where would the front lines be drawn? It was all across all the state. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was some of the craziest shit. All right, we got this WIC panel. It's 4 hours long. Obviously, we're not going to watch all of it. But I did want to watch a little bit of it and have some good laughs at the... WIC gets so mad in this one. I was so, like, surprised at how mad WIC got. Now, if you don't know this cast of characters, don't worry. I'll introduce you. So, the man who has purple lights in the background and cool guitars and is basically a Chad, that's my Planet Lonerbox. He is a liberal content creator that, has a great community that I come out of, and he's just a cool guy. He's much more liberal than a lot of the leftist online. That's something else I want to point out, that he's not nearly as extreme as some other people. So if you guys want a liberal content creator that's a little more a little less rough around the edges, go check Lonerbox out. He has a great stream every day. We also, so that's Lonerbox right there. This man in the left corner is, I believe his name is Non-Smoker? Yeah, Non-Smoker. There we go. Gosh, I didn't even need to see that. So there's Non-Smoker right there. And if you couldn't tell, he's a bit of a commie, but that's okay. We love our commies. Well, we don't, I don't know if he's quite a commie, but he's definitely communist minded. So those are our left allies. And then in the corner against our liberal kings and chads, we have Connor, who is Counterpoints. He is I think the best way to describe him is a never Trump Republican. I think so. And then we have Jebtan, and I really don't know much about him, but he gets kind of dunked on a couple times in this conversation. So anyways, let's go back to the chat. Lonerbox, right? I think I've heard of that dude. Yeah, he's pretty cool. You should check him out, ZJM. I think you might really like his channel.
To be no way around it, but yeah.
Okay, we need to go a little bit back. Here we go. When Loner enters the room.
We're all live. We all set. We all ready to go once Lonerbox gets his video. Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, give him a minute. Give him a minute.
Yeah, he is technically a criminal president. I mean, we can't deny that, guys.
Are we doing opening statements, or is this just...
Yeah.
What do I think of Trump wanting to invade Greenland? I don't think he's going to invade it, but I think he's going to pull a lot of economic levers to try to get it. I think it's stupid. I don't think we need Greenland in our United States because we have NATO alliance with them and could park anything we wanted to there. So
yes, we're doing opening statements. We're going to go through the whole kit.
I'll try not to Scott this one and go for 6 minutes, but
no, if your opening statement's longer than like a minute.
Yeah, we'll be crazy.
Okay, so just keep it short and sweet. Okay, welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we're going to be talking about the ICE shooting, about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we're going to be talking about the ICE shooting of Renee Good.
Funny to me. Connor surprised me. I thought he was just a conservative, but he does support things like foreign aid, so he's not that conservative. So in one of the, he regards out in this one though, yeah, he does. But no, I respect Connor a lot. We should conquer Greenland and turn it into a inclusive ski resort. Hey, I like your idea, Leap 7-inch. There we go. There we go. What we're not thinking about is the ski market economy and what we're missing out on
week.
there.
The internet's been abuzz. It has created protests across the country, and there is a large disagreement on what actually happened and why and who is responsible. Was this self-defense a justified shooting, or was this a public execution? We're going to talk about it today, and we're going to go through it, and we got some great guests to do so. We're going to give the ball first to...
Now, Wick, I won't lie. He's not the... In this incident, he does kind of intervene and get pretty angry about things. Last 2 shots not justified. He was objectively out of any danger. I do agree. That's a point that I like to point to, is that, okay, let's say the first shot was justified, which I personally don't agree with, but the last 2 shots really do, like, damn him, in my opinion. But this is what this entire panel is all about.
Non-smoker, and then we'll just move around. Just be concise, be brief, and then we'll get to the back and forth. Go ahead.
I do think when Loner and Non-Smoker debated each other, I thought Non-Smoker was a lot more... He's very chill. I won't lie. You know, I'd rather have Non-Smoker as a representative for communist and communism than fucking Hassan. You know what I'm saying, guys? I can talk with Non-Smoker and have a good faith conversation. Or at least I feel
twitch.tv/non_smoker. Yeah, so I'm actually pretty interested to see where this goes, because I don't really see... Well, I understand why there's a controversy, because, you know, partisan brain rot, right? Like, there's just seems to be no way around it. But, yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a woman was murdered for protesting ICE. It's pretty much that clear to me. There's tons of copium, there's tons of excuses, there's tons of people wanting to play, you know, fucking detective over here or whatever. And really all of it amounts to the fact that they're just running cover for authoritarianism, which is really ironic, because all of those people, or many of those people...
There's no sure purpose other than making sure she's dead. Also, something I like to point out is it didn't stop what he was trying to stop. The car continued onward. It didn't stop the car at all. My practical solution to Greenland conquering and is sending there was automodded? No! Why... YouTube is trying to silence us, guys.
People claim to be small government conservatives, and they have no problem whatsoever with stormtroopers essentially coming in and completely violating people's civil liberties.
I am a real working American, my friend.
Rapid expansion of the powers of the federal government, where they act with complete impunity and no fear for any repercussions, and they fucking killed a woman and shot her in the fucking head. She was...
No way. There's a shooter's GoFundMe. That is really gross. No, the first shot hit her. The first shot, I'm fairly sure, hit her.
He was clearly driving away, attempting to drive away. This whole...
Well, that's why an investigation would be so important, so we could get a coroner's report to see how many shots she had.
Insane argument that she was directing her car towards an officer and about to kill him. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go. I'm interested to hear.
Yeah, which is specifically why shooting into a moving vehicle is against DHS policy. No way. $300,000, dude. That's gross.
These 2 guys who I generally like try to argue the opposite of something that just seems pretty clear to anybody who isn't totally fucking running cover for the president.
Okay, we'll get to it, I'm sure. Loaderbox, what do you got?
Here, I guess we'll read into it. Yeah, I ain't paying into that. Why does he need money? Like, okay, that is... Wow. Did he make the GoFundMe, or was it somebody else? What is that? I feel like that's against policy if he made the GoFundMe. We don't need the AAA. There's no gas cope right now. Wow. The stupid cunts. Oh, Jesus. Want to make a fund me for the stupid... Jesus. Let's get this man's... That's just gross, bro. We're not talking about... I was not talking about him in that way at all. Jesus, bro. Like, why do they have so much hate for their fellow Americans? And so much disdain, dude. Someone else on his behalf? Okay, well. That's gross.
I don't know, just looking at case law, it seems that in general, even up to the Supreme Court, even up to this Supreme Court, is not really all that generous towards cops who are standing in front of cars and behaving like assholes. But I don't know, we'll see. Totally unjustified. The defenses range from Trump's absolutely fucking deranged Truth Social post where he spoke about her like ramming into him and it's a miracle he's still alive, to I guess people trying to make it more nuanced. But yeah, I don't know how you can justify it.
Okay, I guess we'll find out. Debtan, go ahead.
Yeah, I genuinely don't see where the case law argument is all the way up to this current Supreme Court. So yeah, my basic...
It's actually kind of fun how Loner does his reading. Loner does his research, you know. Someone else is going to defraud the just...
The argument framework is...
Yeah, it really does have to be... I think it really does have to be... Like, there just needs to be an investigation.
Vehicles are deadly weapons. A deadly weapon was pointed at least near...
And you're going to hear me say that a lot today, because that is one of my principled stances in this situation, is that every American citizen deserves an investigation if their death is brought in a untimely way that could have someone else culpable for it. They at least deserve an investigation.
Sure, more than likely at the officer. You do not have to wait for a deadly weapon to be actively firing at you or aimed right at your head to defend yourself, and so the officer was justified. Case law backs this up. In basically every case, and I have several cases to directly cite, but one sort of blanket note that at least two of them mention specifically is two of them specifically say,
I think it's against policy in every law enforcement. They don't shoot at suspects in a high-speed pursuit. That's something else. Like, you know, if this woman was conducting illegal activities, it's a miscarriage of justice, because justice isn't death. Justice is serving time in prison.
There is no legal precedent to argue that an officer cannot defend himself in this way with a vehicle in front of him. And one of the core cases I'll be citing is 2C v. Billiot, wherein it's a very similar low-speed situation with a car attempting to flee without hitting an officer, but puts the officer in danger by virtue of driving toward him, even with the wheels jacked all the way to the right from a further distance, and they found him immune from, we found him qualified immune because it was a reasonable use of force, which is also what would be used to determine criminal charges. So I have more cases than that, but it seems to me basically every case law I've seen, even ones people have brought up to argue against me, has ended up kind of proving my point pretty explicitly. So I'm excited to see what he's going to cite.
Okay, we're going to get into it as we go. Counterpoints, please.
Yeah, I'm here to back up Debtan. I want to eliminate all of the soy arguments, and I want the liberal and the lefties to arrive at the two realistically only defensible positions that you have in this argument. One of them is going to be officer-caused jeopardy, which means that a police officer acts in such a reckless way that they incite a violent incident, which, by the way, this is relatively novel case law. It's only been used in court in the past like 5 to 10 years, and it still hasn't, I think there's only one case in which it's actually resulted in, I think it was only civil penalties. I don't even think it was criminal penalties against a law enforcement officer. And then that's the only argument that you're going to have, is that by being an officer who was previously dragged in a previous incident, walking in front of the car the first time was officer-caused jeopardy, and then walking again around the car and then stepping in front of the vehicle again is officer-caused jeopardy. That's all you got. That's like the best argument that the libs and the progressives and the lefties have. Now, also, the only other thing that I think is worth considering was forwarded by my dear friend and parasocial lover, Pisco, which is effectively, would shooting that woman in the face end the threat? And the truth is that the cop would probably have gotten run over anyways had he been 6 inches or a foot to the left. Now, that's the thing is, with that argument, though, I don't think that it's reasonable to think that an officer should be making that calculation in the exact moment. But I do think it's something that law enforcement officers across the United States need to be trained on, because what they were trained on is deadly force, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. Okay, you can use deadly force. That's the way they were trained in the academy. That's the way they're trained in FTO. That's the way they're trained in a billion scenarios that they do during monthly and quarterly trainings. The only way that you change that culture is by revamping the training, by saying, there may be scenarios in which you are met with potentially deadly force that is legally justified, but it's inappropriate to do so because using deadly force will not actually resolve the situation to anybody's benefit. And by the way, that's an increase in training, not a criminal or civil indictment. So, yeah, I mean, I have like another 10,000 things, but I'll let it flow for now.
Yeah, we'll get into it as we go. Okay, and with that, we have open crosstalk, and if I tell you to shut up, it's because we can't hear you guys, and I might have questions as we go, but go ahead.
Let me give a disclaimer real quick for people who think that they agree with me to this point, however few there may be in your chat. If you're one of the people who's like, Renee Good was an agitator or a domestic terrorist, and so she deserved to die, fuck around, find out, nobody on this panel agrees with you, and it's fucking stupid. And if you're celebrating or digging up criminal records or trying to paint a picture wherein it was actually good that she died, just know that you're not going to be defended, so you should probably turn this off now.
Yeah, or her slam poetry from 5 years ago. Like,
yeah,
that's
or her parental status, or none of it is going to be brought up here because that's not the argument we're making.
Well, what is the argument you're making exactly? Like, is it? Because listen, I'm just going to say, like, straight up, guys. You know, I'm not a lawyer. You know, like, I'm not really capable of having like a citing specific case law or like going into this like I don't know, odd exercise of like trying to hold a trial for this ICE officer. You know, I'm concerned with the bigger implications of this, as I would imagine most people in the audience are. You know, like, what does this really mean for our country, and like, really, like, what were the political, social circumstances that led to this even happening in the first place? So I'm just curious, like, what is your purpose in arguing any of your points then, if you're not trying to defend the ICE officer, if you don't think that ultimately, you know, like her, I don't know, like appearance at this, you know, like little protest she was attempting to hold, like, if you're not against that, like, I'm not sure I really get the bigger picture here.
So to clarify, right, I am defending the ICE officer on the ground.
Yeah, what's up? I'm back, guys. Sorry about that.
That it was a justified shooting because of the deadly situation he was in. The reason being, I understand the arguments for precedent. Maybe we should, whether or not it's really legally justified, maybe we should can him just to make it clear that this can't happen. I would make in my opinion, even stronger argument to the contrary, that we're always going to be in times of political turmoil, and there's going to be a lot of individuals who are put in situations because of.
We're always going to be. I do not agree with that. We're not. We don't. It doesn't have to be like this, dude. It does not have to be like this.
Politics that are largely out of their control, and police officers, who any precedent on this case will extend to, are some of the most easily victimized in that group of political witch hunts, of cases where people expect them to pay for the crimes of a bunch of cops who got away. And so
I actually kind of disagree with this, because I'm not out here saying we should defund the police. I'm not out here saying we should get rid of the police. I truly believe that the police are valuable. I'm not happy she died, but all she had to do was comply. Well, this is what they're talking about.
My thought is this: if it's legally justified, it's likely because we see moral justification in shooting at someone who is putting you at risk for your life when you're, in the line of duty as a police officer. If we decide to set that aside for this guy, how many cops are we going to justify violence against? Do we just say that any ICE officer, because if we think that ICE doesn't have jurisdiction and they shouldn't be able to do what they're doing, do we justify any violence against them? Are we allowed to put them in any sort of deadly?
All right, he's doing the slippery slope argument. Always fun with the slippery slopes.
Situation, and hope that they wait until we're actively squeezing a trigger to fire back. I don't like that precedent, and so I am defending this officer, because I think this officer, to me, demonstrated on multiple different levels, and we can get into that later after.
I think qualified immunity should only be usable for rookies only. Any officer or agent that has been 2 years should know better. That's interesting. I like that idea. And SBC says a better policy is if the officer is not experienced enough to be relied on to make the right decision, they should not be allowed to be put in those situations. Well, I think that is actually very applicable in this situation, just because he's had experiences like this, I do think police are definitely culpable with not assisting to de-escalate the neighborhood. Like, I feel like, well, the issue with the local police not being there is ICE didn't want him there. There's also a little pushback from the local PD, because I'm sure they probably don't want ICE there themselves. They know how much of a headache it can create, and look what happened,
Loner Box gets his part out. Demonstrated.
If you really want to interact with if you want to go into all these cities and do these operations, first you should build goodwill with the American public. At the very least. But they're not.
That he did not go there to kill Renee. He didn't even approach the car wanting to kill Renee. I think both officers demonstrated that on a couple of levels. But he ended up in a deadly situation that in part he did put himself in a bad position for, but the ultimate choice as to whether or not his life was in jeopardy was the person hitting the gas. And then she hit the gas. And Starks v. Black is a court precedent about that sort of jeopardy, right? Officer caused jeopardy, where the officer was found to, I think got civil penalties. He was not immune because of officer involved jeopardy. They specifically state in that case that the court and the plaintiff both agreed that if he stepped in front of the car before it started moving forward, all three officers would have been justified in shooting. It's because he jumped in front of the car as it was moving that he was not justified, and it was officer involved jeopardy. I mean, it took the agency from the person driving.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
That's
but
fine,
listen, we're not in court. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't even read the case you're talking about. So for all I know, like, you're interpreting it totally incorrectly. I don't know. But even if I'm going to take your word for that, like, there's just two things I want to point out, and then I'll let this spread out a little bit, so it's not just me and you. But like, so one thing that you're saying is we're always in times of political turmoil. Let's be clear about something. We are in an unprecedented time of political turmoil.
Bill, you do talk about something important. I'm all for increasing like resources to our police officers, especially the small town ones, because I do think they struggle in some areas. But we do have an issue with police like I do think there needs to be a little more stringent training, especially in ICE's case. And I think I always think more of an approach of rehabilitation and reach out is better for the community in general and leads to lower crime rates in general. But anyways.
Turmoil. And it's the direct result of the immigration policies of this administration, and particularly the rhetoric around immigration and the rhetoric around Somali immigrants in Minnesota specifically. Had it not been for this president and his rhetoric, which really the foundation of this is just he has a personal grudge against the mayor, the governor, Ilhan Omar, etc. Had it not been for that rhetoric, there probably wouldn't have been the level of opposition within that community to ICE, which is exactly what led to this
Jacob Blake? Same state, same kind of situation where an officer who had a justified shooting, it became a social cue for, are you a safe person or a good person? You had to say that the officer who shot Jacob Blake was this evil person, that Jacob Blake didn't deserve to get shot in that situation legally. And it's completely different political circumstances. There wasn't a bunch of, massive rampant anti-black. In fact, Trump was arguably doing more at the time to release and pardon black people than prior presidents had, So it's like we are always in
I don't know about that.
Political enough times
to
where cops end up
not always. It's not always. This is in my view anyway. I think it's kind of difficult to argue the opposite. That this is becoming like there's an incredible degree of acceleration in terms of political turmoil and chaos in this country. The country is more divided than ever. I think there's extreme hostility from both sides, and this circumstance, it's the direct result of the Trump administration redirecting federal agents to Minneapolis because he has a grudge with political figures in that state. And the other thing that occurred to me.
Yeah, I don't think Tim actively holds the call on whether the offer stands down. It comes down to the chief.
When you're talking there is like, it's kind of the slippery slope sort of assumption that you have that like, well, if we rule this case one way, then people are always going to be violent, increasingly more violent towards police officers. What about the fact that if you rule in the opposite direction, you let this guy go with no consequence, which is probably what's going to happen anyway, that there might actually be more hostility and anger towards specifically ICE, not just in this community, but all over the country. And there will be subsequent protests, riots, endangering the lives of not just ICE and ICE officers, but which, by the way, ICE officers have been the target of violence as a direct result of this administration's rhetoric. But you're going to see violence in communities that is widespread that could impact lots of different people. I don't really see the slippery slope argument in that.
It's not that it only exists one way.
Yeah, where's Joseph, by the way?
Yeah.
Box. I want to make sure that
so I'll go real quick.
I
agree that your slippery slope is possible and mine is possible. And so my thing is, let's default to the law and the legal tradition because it's the only objective measure that we have set up to ensure that we don't allow slippery slopes to happen, period. And we have a process for changing laws. We don't have a process for changing political opinion on police officers, and it hasn't been very successful in the past 2 decades. So.
I want to hear from Box and Counterpoints. Go ahead. What do you think, Loner?
Coming back to just like
gets so annoyed with this Jeb dude. It's actually crazy.
The fact of the shooting. When we make this argument, are we in agreement on like a couple of simple things? Are we in agreement that had the cop jumped out of the way and been unscathed, do we think this driver would have been seen as enough of a threat to the community to shoot her?
No. I don't think there's a threat to the community, in my opinion. I don't know about Connor.
You the same, Connor?
Yeah, I agree. She seems like a normie 37-year-old white woman.
Yeah, so we're not comparing this to like joyriders who get stopped and then they start going again, but they're driving very slowly and they're not in front of anyone, but the cops sometimes shoot them because to stop them.
Again, guys, I want to make it apparent. You can disagree with my opinion and these people's opinions. You do not have to defame Renee Good and call her a giant pedo and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's arguable because she's impeding traffic, but it's like super weak. It's very weak.
And there are definitely situations where, and I granted, but no, I'm not giving a fleeing argument here at all.
Okay, so the argument is just that she posed a threat to the officer's life.
Yeah, he would be objectively reasonable in assessing that in that moment.
Even though, and I'm guessing this is obviously going to be like a split decision argument because obviously he seems to have fired his first shot after doing the whoa, as in like after you hear the bump that's supposedly him getting hit. I don't know if it's actually his phone bumping or on the microphone or something like that, but it seems that he made the decision to fire the first shot after the car is effectively clear of him.
Well, not effectively clear. So I'm going to bring up case law here, but I want to give a disclaimer. When I'm bringing up case law, it's because I agree also with the moral core and the factual core of the case law. There's something that's been hammered out in what was it, a Plumhoff versus Rickard in the Supreme Court. It establishes something called the perception reaction gap, meaning there is a gap between when an officer perceives a threat and when he reacts to it, and this will become relevant later. Also a gap between when he perceives a threat to be terminated and when he reacts to that information. I think that accommodates for a couple aspects of this. And one of them is, when the car's essentially in his gut, whether you think it touched him or if he pushed him, was able to push off with his hand.
I don't know. I saw some people trying to imply that she was a pedophile recently. Just really gross stuff.
And or not. He has already assessed the threat. He's already pulling the firearm. He just haven't had a chance to aim and shoot yet. And in my opinion, it showed good discipline in that core by the officer to wait until he had a proper shot lined up. It's not that he waited super long, that he had this long deliberation, but yeah, when he was actively sticking his hand out, he hesitated for a split second, but he fired well within that gap. That gap has been found to be as long as 5-6 seconds. This whole, all the way from her gassing it to the third shot happened in about 5 to 6 seconds. So it's like, this is an interaction where everything's happening super fast. He cannot see the wheels of the vehicle. And an argument I've heard, I'm not going to call out any names, that he can see the steering wheel is fucking silly. If he's aiming at someone's head with a gun, what is occluding the steering wheel if you're aiming at someone's head above the steering wheel? Your hand is occluding that steering wheel. He's not going to be able to see or process the information.
Bill, that most Somali Americans are citizens. Very true.
Of her hand being in a certain position on a steering wheel, if he's lining up a shot.
The Somalian community is just so sad.
Clean enough to do what he did in that moment. So I think we're doing what the court says not to do, which is assessing with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, as well as not accounting for the perception reaction gap, which are both case law that I agree with on a moral and factual level as well.
Okay, first of all, Plymouth Ricard, that was after, in that situation, I don't think the driver, when they started moving again, was actually close to hitting a cop, were they? They started moving again because they were stopped after a 5-minute car chase.
I'm only citing them. Yeah. I'm only citing them for the concept that became a part of every.
Another Ken Brigade. Are you saying we all look like devilishly handsome people? Thank you.
Use of force assessment after the fact, which is the perception reaction gap. It's been cited afterward. Because it was in the Supreme Court, now all lower courts have to incorporate the perception reaction gap when they're looking at use of force situations, and they have pretty consistently. It's part of the argument of like,
expose the fraud. Everybody's doing fraud, ladies and gentlemen. Your mother, you got to go check her because she might be engaging in fraud right now.
Why police say you want a mag dump versus not mag dumping, because if you stop shooting and then decide to start shooting again, it's going to be evaluated differently by the courts because there's a moment for you to have a second threat assessment in between those shots. And that's been talked about as well.
You mentioned her.
Yeah, I am so down to get rid of fraud, ladies and gentlemen. I am for our American system working for us and doing good things. The issue is that a lot of these investigations were the investigations for Feeding Our Future were started under Biden, and Trump hasn't started any new investigations, so...
We're assuming, I guess, that he can't see her hands on the steering wheel, even though his phone captured it, and assuming his gun in his hand are big enough to completely obscure that.
Well, his phone's not behind the firearm, right? His phone's here. His eyes are here, behind the firearm.
Yeah, but again, we're still assuming that this is obscuring a whole ass human with their arms moving and the wheel. But
so that's definitely part of it. It's not a sufficient part. It's not sufficient to kill it. Like, there's also the argument that he just didn't have the time to react to that. I mean, she whips that steering wheel, and also 2C versus Billy acknowledges
the whole Democratic Party's being exposed. It's just any day now the indictment is coming against Tim Walz. Any day now. It's coming. Just like Obama's treason charge.
She could very easily just whip the steering wheel the other way,
any day now.
Which is why the argument that he could just step out of the way of the car is also silly. Because again, you're expecting him to determine 100% certainty that this woman will not turn the wheel straight or even to the left in that split second. 2C that's why it recognizes that an officer does not have the obligation to do so.
How much assistance went to Elon? Quite a bit.
But when that's why I'm curious that when you're listing all these stages with which he could make the decision, why didn't you mention the fact that she had reversed first? Doesn't reversing first start when she reverses?
So not necessarily, because if you look at the video, right, when she reverses first, it's kind of a neutral. It's not a neutral action because it definitely shows that she has intent to use that vehicle actively, which I don't think the officer was expecting as he walked in front of it. He doesn't pull his gun out until he notices that the vehicle is backed up and is angled at him, and he's also seeing a woman jump in and scream.
Yeah, an investigation would clear this all up. You know.
Urgently. I don't know if he's hearing her yell, "Drive, baby, drive," because it's all...
2 more weeks. Yeah. 2 more weeks, guys. That's his favorite.
The heat of the moment. But it's not like she backed up in a...
Well, we can look it up real quick. Did Elon Musk receive? Let's find out together. It looks like Elon, about $38 billion. About $38 billion. About $38 billion from the AI overview. Interesting. Oh, we still got the Nick Shirley interview. Oh,
wait, it seemed like she was neutralizing the threat. If anything, when she backed up and stopped with the car aimed closer to where he was presently and where he was before he moved in front of the car, that clearly raises the potential for a lethal interaction with.
Exposed is making you go into shit your pants. Pants, huh? I'm gonna shit my pants.
And that's when he started to holster his weapon. It was immediately before she hit the gas. Which, in my opinion, he should have had his gun out far sooner than he did.
Go ahead, Lunderbox.
Yeah,
Hey,
this is probably Winter. I'll say this, and I imagine this is probably where the disagreement is going to.
Having you in the chat. Have a nice night. The VOD should be up tomorrow, so if you want to watch the rest of the stream, you should be more than able
reach a complete brick wall. I don't know how you get past this, but the way I see it right now is.
Thank you guys so much for the love and support you guys have been giving. I mean, we are absolutely killing it today. You guys are doing amazing, and if you guys are new here, please consider giving a like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. Gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I typically do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Today's a little different, but yeah, make sure to like and subscribe. Criticism, not solutions. See, Winters, I know for a fact you haven't watched my show for very long.
The best way you mentioned at the very beginning that a vehicle is a deadly weapon. Like, kind of, I mean, it's got the capacity to be one, just as like someone's fist do or anything else. A vehicle can be a deadly weapon. The best way to, given that this cop had no reasonable cause to believe that she would be a threat to the community with her vehicle.
Oh, geez. Hey, bud, I'm really sorry to hear about that, man. I know what it's like to have a parent pass away, so I'm sorry to hear about that, man. I know it's hard, but stay strong, you know? They'd want you to stay strong.
Vehicle. This cop, the best way to defend yourself against a car that's reversing is to move out of the way. That's the best way. And given that he saw her reversing, still had the time to keep his phone in his hand for whatever reason, and then his first choice is to get his gun out. Again, this.
I don't buy the argument he makes about the turning the wheel to the drive into him. By the time she would take to do that, he would have already been firing the first shots, and he would be at the side of the car. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, Brian. I know it is hard losing a parent, but the best thing you can do is just live the best life you can for them. And I truly believe that.
This is like a car that's just, like you said, it's been reversing, then it stopped. The fact that he chose to get the gun out rather than step aside.
Oh, hold on. He was actively, as he was pulling the gun out, he was continuing to walk across the car in the direction opposite to where she had turned it, right? So she backs up and turns the nose of the car toward the right.
Talk about how socialism and communism has corrupted the government. Well, I think one of the big issues with Trump right now is him taking 10% of Intel. That's more socialist and communist than anything fucking Biden ever did.
Right, as he is moving across it to the left. When he pulls his gun out, he's continuing to move.
But if your definition of socialism is when the government does things, then yes.
Move toward the left. So he is actively trying to clear himself of threat. But 2C versus Billiot makes very, very clear that at that close proximity.
Far right, but I'm at the point when I see this society as being a clown show, so I'm going to drink some fancy beer and listen to and occasionally talk shit on Walt Somalians and the Turtle McConnell. Hey, I totally understand that. I like having different opinions in my chat. I really think it's important. Hold on, I gotta... Allowed an invasion. You're right. We did allow ET to take all of our jobs. We allowed that. Sorry about that, guys.
Even at a low speed, the officer does not have to assume that this person is going to purposefully evade them with their car if they hit the gas. It specifically says, from a much farther distance, the officer, one, cannot determine the intent of the driver. So he can't just assume she is going to do everything she can to protect his safety. That is us asking the officer to completely surrender his safety to the whims of the driver. And two, that vehicles don't move in a straight line from where they are to where they are pointed, that they move in an arc. And especially
yeah, the invasion.
Actually, at the proximity this officer was at.
I've heard this rhetoric before, but I just think it's so, like, it's just so fear-mongery. You know what I mean? Like, you go outside, you're not getting invaded. You just got a new neighbor whose name is, like, I don't know, typical Latin American name. He's cool. You know. Doesn't speak English that well, but his kids are fucking sick.
That's super material to whether or not his life is in danger.
An invasion!
Assess this.
Assess
her
God!
Intent, trust her enough to say that she's definitely going to try to evade me, and not shoot. In 2C versus Billiot, the court concedes the guy was actively trying to flee, and he was trying to flee from a distance of about 25 feet, and he had his...
The guy talking looks like a pale mockler. I see it. I see what you're talking about.
Wheel turned to the right, and the lane he was going to was open. There was no argument for fleeing, and they still said it was a justified shoot for the officer to fire on him, because the officer doesn't have to trust that with a car facing him...
Oh, jeez. Listen, globalization is just kind of a fact of life right now. You know what I mean? Like, we're all interconnected. We're all doing, things that influence other countries. It's just, that's kind of how we set the system up as.
That the driver is going to turn right just because it looks like he will.
Okay. Again,
So what I have to say about that, Bud Russell, is when Biden was in office, our unemployment record was extremely low, right? And so he let in, we saw all this job force at the open border, and he said, come on through. But then the American people said, now hold on, we don't like this. And then by the time Biden left office, we were at, 10,000, or no, not 10,000, 60,000 border encounters from a high of 300,000. So, and we had let in about 3 million illegals. I hate calling them that. Undocumented peoples. So.
He saw her.
Why is the only thing in history they point to is World War II Germany? The rhetoric through the lens of historic and I don't think I do that, my friend. You may be I think you're projecting your vision of someone else, because that's not me. No, it did have a lot to do with the jobs, man. We had record low unemployment numbers. Do you remember the help wanted signs on everywhere?
Reversing before she started moving. So he makes that decision to, and actually you missed out something as well. He walks not just to the side, but he walks towards the car, to the side when she's reversing. And you can see how slow he's walking as well. Like, it's not like this, even in a couple of seconds, like, it's more than enough time to move out to the side. I don't know. He made a decision to either get out of the way or to just edge towards the car, still holding his phone, which I think is insanely irresponsible. And obviously, Fourth Amendment, like, you have to consider.
Hey, all I'm going to say about that, Bud, is the entire world saw massive inflation during the Ukraine invasion. Nobody was really expecting Russia to fully go all in on the invasion. And I think in hindsight, we were stupid for that, but nobody was really expecting that level of, because we just hadn't seen something like a sovereign nation invading another sovereign nation. It just wasn't, it was unheard of for a while. That wasn't really how the world worked for a while. So drinking a tasty pale ale, hey, that sounds fire, man. Cheers, brother. Cheers.
The fact, like, the totality.
Everybody was expecting Russia to invade. They started in 2014. I don't think that's true. That is just not true. Everyone, yeah, it's easy to say that in hindsight. Go back before they invaded and tell me everyone was expecting them to invade before the buildup of troops.
Of the situation, not just the moment itself.
But in the totality of the situation, even more egregious than this.
No, let Letterboxd finish, and then we can get counter.
Yeah, the best way to not let a car be a threat is if it's moving, get out of the way, and he had time to get out of the way.
Only if you assume it's his responsibility to trust her that she will turn right the whole time, which established.
Yes, I know they invaded in Ukraine in 2014. That's not the point, though, because they did it in very different means and in very different ways than how they invaded Ukraine.
Established case law says it is not his obligation, and again, factually and morally, I also agree that it's not his obligation, especially from that proximity.
Go ahead,
So he's already at his right side of the car, or the edge of the car, facing the front.
Well, my opinion on immigration is let these people come out of the shadows that are already here, let them become U.S. citizens, add some more to their taxes so we're making a little money off of it, you know what I'm saying? And then 10 years, they get rid of that tax label, and then they're just a U.S. citizen. I think it's that easy.
It's not his responsibility to just go.
Ukraine's biggest export is wheat. There was definitely going to be inflation with that being removed. Yeah, for sure.
Another step right.
No.
Then to assume that she probably won't turn left and try to ram him from like 5 feet away.
So he's not 5 feet away. One. So he can turn right.
I mean,
he can. Weak to imply nobody expected the Russian invasion. I don't think it's weak to imply that. I think it just doesn't go with your narrative, and you're upset about that fun little fact that hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
Keep stepping right.
Just to the point. Because he's not 5 feet away, there is no.
No, they do pay taxes. I think they need to pay more in taxes. once they become citizens. Exactly. See, you, Winters, you're pointing to the issue that I am fixing. Come out of the shadows, become citizens, pay more in taxes. There we go. But something tells me your issue is not with these people being here undocumented. Something tells me you're upset with a little bit more than that. 2020 my ass. Oh, okay. Winters 186 knew that Russia was going to invade Ukraine directly.
No possible way she could have hit him. Even
That's
if
not true at
after
all.
going through the right, if she spun it to the left afterward, she was already too far.
Yeah, there were Russian sympathizers that were denying the full coming invasion. And also Donald Trump was super friendly with Russia. You know, gonna be honest, I just want them deported because they are brown. Well, Leap 7-inch, I'm honestly glad you can just be honest, you know? I'm just glad you can be honest. I'm glad you can be honest. I really am. We'll work on that together. But at least you can be honest, you know?
There was no possible way.
That's
Physics
just not
doesn't
true.
work like that. They don't have
That's
a
just not
0.3
true, and it's also
turn radius
operating
on
in
lots of
2020
areas.
hindsight.
They
One,
just
it's
don't
not
have that.
true,
It's physically
and two,
impossible.
it's operating in
Physically
2020
impossible.
hindsight. So
My country was invaded. Oh, yeah. It was like the Normandy beaches out here, guys.
if he starts moving out of the way,
I miss white America. Well,
and we don't take
I
for
don't think that you need to be afraid of America right now, you know? I think we're kicking ass, man. A lot of people, I hate the phrase "make America great again" because it implies America was fucking sucking. America is dope as hell, dude. And we can survive much more than different cultures being integrated into our own.
granted, the 2020 hindsight that she had the wheel jack to the right. She could very easily have kept that wheel straight or moved it to the left and killed him.
No, that was physically impossible at the distance.
You're
Wait, if we don't
assuming,
take
assuming
2020
something.
hindsight,
Yes,
what?
you're only assuming
What
it's
is it?
based on the position of the car
Based on
as he is taking the first shot, not as he is perceiving the threat, which is
even
the
as
moment
he's
he
perceiving
gasses
the threat,
forward.
again, he can see clearly the
Wrong.
wheel being spun to the right. That's clear on the
No,
video
that's
from his
after he's
perspective.
perceived.
Hey, you know, if all things fail, it's going to be a fun little... It's going to be an interesting post-apocalypse. I'll tell you guys that much. You think they'll still ask if I'm MAGA or not? Like, never mind. I'm not going to go too far in that, in that one. Make America pregnant again? I mean, I don't know. I think people are uncomfortable right now with having children just because of the political pressure, but I am all for people having children if they want to. You know what I mean?
And
after he's perceived the
what
threat.
direction does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Wick, when did he
What
perceive the
direction
threat?
does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Again, I'm going to
What
ask you
direction
because
does
you're
I'm going to keep
determining
asking
that
this
this
until you answer the
happened.
question? What
don't
direction
care
does
it.
the car
I
go
don't
when you
care.
turn the wheel to the right?
You said after
What
he
direction
perceived
does
the
the car
threat.
go when you
Bro, I love this. So by the way, the guy in the bottom right, his name is Wick. I love Wick. But he's supposed to be the moderator. And I think he's like the number one person who talks throughout most of this, which I'm honestly totally okay with. I'm gonna have a harem of Latina concubines during the apocalypse? Well, hey, you know? That sounds like a fun time, bro. Good luck with that. Or cis?
He saw the wheel.
I should just use gamer. I think gamer is a good word to refer to my community.
You're not answering this question kind of gives a lie to your whole argument.
No, it's because
the fact
you're
that you refuse
embedding
to
a
answer
lie.
this question gives a lie to your whole
Sure,
argument.
you
Let's
can,
give it
you
to
can keep rambling.
It
So
absolutely
anyways,
does. Go ahead.
see the wheel for the gun.
You're
right?
embedding a lie in
You
your
absolutely
question.
can see the wheel.
I'm going to keep going.
I'm not a fan of Plattner, but I was shocked to learn there aren't any IVF clinics in Northeast. Like, a Maynard would have to go downtown to Boston. Yeah, that's something else. People don't, like, I hear conservatives say, you know, you need to get pregnant more. Which, yeah, I'm all for people having babies. But, like, why are you against IVF? You know, this is such a revolutionary medication, or not medication, but procedure. And I'm not surprised Wick got angry either. I'm truly not.
You're
Yeah,
embedding
you're
a
just
line in
lying
your
about it.
question,
Connor,
which
Connor,
is
go
that
ahead.
that steering wheel.
By the way, if Connor ever sees this, I do suggest maybe lowering the saturation down a little bit on the camera. I don't know why. Maybe it's a filter he has on it, but he looks very angry this entire debate, and I don't think he's like that angry.
Was turning right at before or at the moment that he perceived the threat. The wheel was not turned right until
When
he had already started on. I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Right. What direction does it go?
He
It is
started
expensive. That is
pulling his gun
one
out
problem
right as she
with
hit the
it.
gas. She did not turn her wheel to the right until after he perceived the threat and decided to shoot.
She was
The
turning
pulling
to
of the
this right
gun
when
and
the
Chatters
firing
have
of the
their own
gun
discussion. Yeah. Hey, I love it out here.
was
You
a
heard
single
the
threat.
end
Even,
of
Even if, hold on, can I?
Yeah, please go.
Because I've been.
California's next. Let the lawlessness be told.
Even if you say, oh, well, when you turn your wheel to the right, it's turning
Chaos
to the right.
rules in
Okay.
these parts.
Even
Amen,
if we say that, what you
SBC.
guys are ignoring that Jeb Tan has said repeatedly that you probably need to conceptualize is action, reaction, gap. So listen to me real quick. I have already said this twice. And so if you bring it up as a counter argument, I'm going to point out that I've already pointed it out. Officer caused jeopardy. This guy has been dragged from a car previously. He's walking up on a hostile situation. He steps in the car in front of the car once.
That's
He has a
all
cell phone out.
socialists
He
know.
gets
Anarchy. Plattner said it's cheaper to stay in Norway for a few weeks and get it done than getting IVF in Boston. Oh wow, I didn't know about that. I don't know if I necessarily trust Plattner is my issue. Love you all. Hugs. Pause for our standing ovation. Amen, Queen. I see you. Starboy the Night. Love you all. I love you too, gamer. I hope you're having a fabulous day.
a video of her face, walks to the back of the vehicle, gets the license plate. At that point, in my humble opinion, he can coordinate with local law enforcement where if he wants to take her in on federal charges, he can take her in on federal charges for impeding a ICE operation. If he wants to get her on local charges for obstructing a roadway or civil disobedience or some shit like that, he can write up a warrant and he can pass it off to the local municipality. So he has what he needs for a criminal warrant and to put her in jail. But most of the time, if you can put your hands on someone as a cop, you do it in the moment. Okay? So he goes around the car again.
I don't know. Loner, I'm telling you, Loner is the Chad liberal here. Stone-faced, and he gets his points across, I'd say.
And he hears his buddies call out. All of this elapses in less than 10 seconds, and the movement from the car moving forward to shots fired is probably less than 3 seconds. And from the first shot fired to the last shot fired is probably less than a second. So we're talking about a situation that's like less than a total of 10 seconds.
Fuck, sorry. IVF.
So if you were to ask me tactically, Connor, you're in this exact same scenario. How do you do it?
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, I haven't done this in a minute. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I typically have a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. But today, we're having an extra long stream because you guys deserve it. And you guys are sick, so...
From the passenger side, I say, we're giving you a lawful order. You're under detention. You are not allowed to take off. And if you take off, I'm getting a warrant for your arrest. Like I'm screaming that through the window because it's not worth killing me to get the arrest right there. But that's not what that officer chooses to do. That officer trying to back up his buddies goes around the front of the vehicle. She backs up and then she starts cutting her wheel to the
mom.
Right. And I've seen the camera footage. She's smiling. She thinks she's doing something cheeky. She thinks that interrupting a law enforcement operation and then fleeing, eluding law enforcement officers who have
I don't think Islam is even controlling the UK. I'm going to be honest. The UK's, everybody's shitting on them, but they're doing decent. It's not like all out riots and fucking bloodbath in the UK. But, anyways.
Already notified her that she's being detained is a fun game on a Saturday afternoon. And so what ends up happening is she doesn't cut her wheel. Well, she does cut her wheel enough, let's be real. But she decides it's worth it to risk it to take off in a motor vehicle and maybe hit a cop right in front of her car. Because let's be real, they were only off. Even if she totally missed the guy, she missed the guy by inches. Less than a foot, she missed the guy. In
and only because he did continue to try to get
You
out
don't do that kind of shit unless you're willing to take on risk or danger.
If you guys also want to... One moment. Sorry. That... Leap, that fucking comment just completely took me off of what I was talking about. If you guys enjoy are enjoying the stream, enjoy the community interaction, don't be afraid to join my Discord. It's a Discord I share with my fellow streamer Kalinda, where she's more focused on she's a political streamer as well. So go check her out if you want a more liberal perspective on I'm much more focused on U.S. politics, so.
So then, to reiterate what Jeb Tan has said, action-reaction gap. So he's by the front tail light.
I don't think so. Lonerbox actually had a debate about this, Brian. If you want to check it out, I can link it after I'm done streaming. But he has somebody who has a similar view that Islam is kind of affecting the UK, and he actually points out, makes a very good defense of why that's not the case. I encourage you to look into it. It's actually very interesting. He goes over the Sharia courts and all that type of stuff.
And he's already saying, this bitch is about to hit me with her fucking car. Holy shit. And he's pulling the gun and aiming as she's gunning the vehicle. By the time that he already realizes that the vehicle may have cleared him, the trigger's already pulled. His brain function's already gone. And you guys need to get...
You don't have to believe in it. It's happening, buddy. Unfortunately... the globalist agenda, it's already taken effect, man. You're already in it. You ain't pulling out of it now, bucko.
Action-reaction gap into your mind as a concept.
Fuck, you got me. Islam and the Dems are working together. That's why I am so excited for the Iranian regime to fall.
And you need to jam it into your fucking frontal lobe.
I understand.
So if non-smoker
The
says,
argument,
real quick,
no, I
just
get
last point. If non-smoker says, oh, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a cop, I'm just worried about the general trends of immigration. We can talk about like mass deportation operations if you want. We're talking about cop shootings because what you're saying is you want to rewrite the entire book on when a law enforcement officer is allowed to use deadly force.
Can I respond to that?
Everyone can respond.
Hey, Winters, are you just a bot, man? You can be honest. If you're just a bot, let me know.
I know Lonerbox wanted to say something. I want to say something.
Yeah, okay, so one thing as well, again, I'm guessing at a human level, I don't know the law on this, but when it comes to that 5-second or 3-second action-reaction gap, I'm sure this is very...
Okay, Winters, that's just not true. The Quran is not a book of evil. The Quran has been used just like the Bible has been used to justify good and evil acts,
situational, right? Like if a car is coming at you at 100 miles an hour, that's like 200 meters away, 5 seconds before it reaches you. So I'm guessing you probably, in that situation, might have to...
Yeah, Winters has no chill. Oh, I miss Mr. Manic. Mr.
I don't think you can shoot at a car that's 200 meters away from you, coming towards you, even if it's only 5 seconds, right? So in this case, I think the significance of her reversing is quite big then, because again, his priority there, he's not necessarily to be a threat to the community. His priority there is to protect himself. How is firing a gun at her going to help him at that point?
So yeah, this is a shitty piece of argument, and I didn't want to name anybody by name who's not present.
You can just address the argument if.
Yeah, I'll address the argument. But it's one that's been so annoying.
It? No, I've not.
So
read
the standard is not guaranteed threat elimination. The standard is, can you reasonably believe it is reducing the threat? So let's go down kind of mathematically. Let's assume that an accelerating driver is 100% likely to be accelerating in your direction when the car is pointing to your direction. So if you shoot them, even if it only goes down by 1%, which obviously it goes down by far more, it's probably more like a 50-50 split. Whether or not a dead person's foot will lead foot on the pedal, or they'll slump off to the side and it will come off the pedal, it necessarily reduces the risk. Now, when it comes to the steering wheel, can you guarantee steering control, right? If the cop has to assume that the person can have the intention to steer the car toward them, and that is a necessary aspect of the threat assessment, can a dead person steer a wheel as easily as an alive person? No. So in that way, it also necessarily reduces the threat, because it's not a guarantee that they're accelerating, which it is if they're alive and accelerating, and it's a lot less likely that they'll be able to control the car in a way that can harm you.
It's almost certainly
if you shoot
in any
them.
situation where the driver is a shot that they will go lead foot just because of how people normally drive.
Oh, come on.
Not true.
You've seen
That's
100
not true.
people shot in the face driving cars,
yeah.
99 times out of 100, they all went
Grand
left
Theft
foot.
Auto, if you do it, they
Get the
do.
fuck out
In GTA 5, they always keep
not
going.
the case.
But show me
Okay,
one
hold on,
person
there's-
who shot in the
it's
face and
50-50.
they didn't go
Free speech is an awesome thing to have. I love
For
it.
you to prove right now, show me a case where someone is speeding
That's
and then
such
it
a stupid
drives, right, like is starting to accelerate and they drive and then they stop.
Sure, we'll do that when you show me a case law that looks just like
Because I
this
can
one.
show you a video where the other thing happened, where someone was shot and they sped forward. That's the Renee Good video.
Maybe, wait,
Okay, I'm just saying.
No, Wick, based off of your logic,
I
what
don't
you
need
had
logic, you
was
just need
in
an
our
example.
rules of engagement to shoot drivers. Did we assume that every VBIED
Yeah.
can go lead foot and blow us up anyways?
Hold on, we
That's
shot
bullshit.
them at
Like, you
distance,
made it
at
totally,
range.
like,
Why does that matter if they're going to die
Hold
and
on,
hit
you don't
the
think the
gas anyway?
ranges matter when it comes to accelerations and things like that?
I'm sure it does, but at the same time saying like, oh,
That's why we did. We also had
not only
multiple
do does
barricades,
does
like so that they would
90%
get the
of people get
barricade.
shot-
Charlie. Who's Renee Cook? Who is Renee Cook and why is she auto-corrected in your phone? That's what I want to know, Charlie.
not driving the car lead foot, but also the cop should know that before the scenario. It is fucking insane. Like that's wild. That's a
That's
crazy.
not true. Globalism equals more free speech. as long as America is at the top of the unilateral order. If that's not the case, then, you know, Russian imperialism and Chinese ambition will be what's on the menu.
Talking
well,
but I want to give I'm trying not to debate, and I failed at that, but that's okay. We're gonna give it to what's his face, non-smoker, and we're gonna give it to Letterboxd and they can respond.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I almost jumped in there, but because I also feel like even if it's not 99% of the time, there is always the risk someone could go lead foot. I don't know. It should maybe factor into your decision making if you're the cop. It does present. It is a moving vehicle where nobody's consciously operating it, flying at a particular speed.
I'm gonna break it down very simply for you. So after the Cold War, the USA was the big guy. The USA was the one who decided the rules, okay? That's what happened after the Cold War. We were on top. We could do anything we want. And then America started to slowly decide that it didn't want to be the world leader for a variety of factors. And then, so when America was in charge, we were installing democracies. We were doing it all. Oh, you don't care? Oh, never mind, guys. Winters doesn't care. He's like, history? Fuck that. I want to fucking talk about what I want to talk about. Fuck that. We're moving towards a more multipolar world. Yeah, and I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. Because I think America's ideals are great. Freedom, democracy, justice for all. Come on, man. Who doesn't like those?
It does present a danger to the people in the immediate area. I don't know. Worthwhile argument. Just wanted to respond to what Connor said. To me, I mean, I almost feel like bad being here because I don't know if I'm the best opponent for these guys because I don't have a broad list of like examples of case law to cite and stuff. I'm not a lawyer, you know, like I'm a streamer, political commentator,
they
aren't
lawyers either.
And
that's okay.
yeah,
It's
they
dangerous
could
to
I
have
believe
a
Jeb's a lawyer.
multipolar
He
order
seems
just
very
because we never know what's gonna fucking happen. Like, who's to say that in this multipolar order that we're setting up, fucking Russia doesn't decide to nuke somewhere and then I don't know. There's just a lot of fucking worst case scenarios that can happen in this type of world order.
Decided to got mad at me and found out I wasn't.
Extreme,
So well, good on you. So listen, Connor had said, you know, if I want to talk about immigration policy, I actually don't. I want to talk about the rhetoric from this administration, which has caused a 1,300% increase.
Yeah, I mean, the moniker I give, freedom, justice for and liberty for all. I think that's a good tagline, you know.
In violent incidents towards ICE officers from 2024, there was a 1,300% increase in 2025 of violent incidents towards ICE officers.
I trust China
and violent
a little bit more than I trust fucking Russia. I don't, you know, obviously there are adversaries, but what the? I have no idea what Russia really thought they're achieving from this. Because let's say they get like the parts of Ukraine that they want. It's just, they're still going to be a pariah. I don't think they're going to be welcomed back onto the world stage just willy-nilly.
Incidents involving ICE officers. And to me, there's a clear, direct correlation, it's as clear as day, with the rhetoric from this administration, the fact that this administration uses ICE and their highly visible tactics, at whether it's directly
I trust China, but I definitely don't trust fucking China not to invade Taiwan like a fucking idiot, dude. They've made this so unexpected. They've made it so linked to their national identity, and it's so stupid, dude. If they could just forget, yeah, the Chinese and the Russian people are cool. They're all cool. You know what I mean? Russia is full of liberals? Hold on, bro. What? Bro, I don't think you know what you're saying. I'm a fan of Tetris and can definitely pull off a Russian accent, but that's just me. Hey, I love the Russian people, and the Russian culture is sick. Yeah, I guess Russia's just full of liberals, guys. That's crazy. My friend, I think they are far from the liberal that you have
This
in your
administration's
mind.
behest or not,
Yeah, Russia is a conservative culture. It's not liberal.
I think it's kind of unquestionable. They use it as a marketing tactic for the legions of retards who support Trump. And I think that is a much bigger problem. I think that's the root of this problem. And that will be the root of every
I
subsequent
always thought
violent.
Russia was pretty conservative, but I guess I was wrong. No, it's just, oh yeah, I forgot. The Russian pride parades are very plentiful.
Incident involving ICE until he's out of office. And this is a much bigger problem because I really disagree with Jeb on that point that, while there's always periods of political turmoil. No, this is a period of a particularly
when Vice was big, did you guys see that interview with a gay man from Russia? It's fucking harrowing what he was talking about.
Like intense degree of political turmoil on this specific issue. And, it's like one of the hallmark, campaign things that Trump, included in his, campaigning, not to sound redundant, but you get the idea here. So I'm not interested in talking about even whether or not we should deport people or whatever. I think there's a humane way to do that. I'm talking about the rhetoric from the president.
Sure.
Yeah,
but Jeff, may I just, because I want to...
Well, I do have it at 1.5 speed. Conservatives aren't inherently against gays. That's just a Christian thing. Yeah, I think that is true to an extent. But I do think since, conservatism relies on that traditional sense, and since our traditions are tied more to the religion that we're from, so I don't know. But I think the main point of Russia being conservative is just insane.
I want to isolate this argument real quick.
Yeah, so not being being full of liberals is just insane. They are conservative.
The reason why Jeb and I are so passionate about the details of the micro incident, pulling trigger, adrenaline, action, reaction, are vehicles deadly weapons, all that kind of stuff,
is very
is because
conservative and there are gays. No, there's not. If you're gay, you will be stoned. You can they will transition you in Iran, but that's just kind of a loophole. Yes, I know the laws in Iran about this, my friend.
That doesn't just apply to this scenario. This applies to a shitload of law enforcement interactions. And I think the argumentation that you guys are making, actually, you might not be meaning to do it, but it's almost implied that you're allowed to engage in civil disobedience and violate nonviolent laws without fear of detention. And then if you're detained, you're allowed to flee and elude. And if you endanger people while you're fleeing and eluding, cops should just sit back and take it. And so it's just like totally, you might not be saying it, but the implications of your line of rhetoric basically mean that we should just like throw low-level law enforcement out of the window.
Wait, am I misunderstanding you? Are you opposed to civil disobedience?
I want to address what you said. So real quick.
Well, wait, you're going to like throw a bunch of points. Are you oppose civil disobedience?
No, I don't oppose civil disobedience. But if you engage in civil disobedience, then you should expect to get arrested, particularly if your actions are illegal. That's actually part of
hall monitor.
Hey, I think it's sick what the Russians did against the Yahtzee scum. I think it's absolutely sick as hell what they did. Adolf Trump, ICE, and MAGA are terrorists and traitors. I don't think that most Americans are traitors, but I do think Trump is betraying the American people in exchange to line his pockets.
He was a cop.
No, but I was a cop, right?
Oh, so basically, no, okay. Kidding, but
we've met previously. Hold on, I'm not done yet because I wanted to address what he said with the ICE thing.
I mean, honestly, I'm cool with moving on to the next. We can save this for a rainy day if you guys want, and we can move on to some other things. Because honestly, we've all talked a lot about the shooting, and I have a consensus. I know some people disagree, but I don't know if I have much else to say about this video. APA, there's even a documentary that shows the U.S. didn't enter the war with Europe would be Russian occupied. Very true. Well, I don't know, but that sounds pretty fucking accurate. Because immediately after, yeah, the USSR was looking at Europe very hungrily. And Russian chicks are extremely attractive. I will say that. I dated a Russian chick in high school, actually.
So with the ICE thing, with a 1,300% increase in violence towards ICE, I can agree with you descriptively that this is just caused by the visible, high-tempo mass deportation operation that the current administration is engaged in.
Charlie,
but then that's kind of the question is, if this is already the law of the land...
I think she got shot cold blood, you know. But that's why I advocate for an investigation to be had. I think everybody in chat agrees that there should be an investigation. You know what I mean? Brian. I think everyone here agrees that there should be an investigation and they need to get down to the bottom of what's happening. The issue is that there's not an investigation happening right now, and that's the criticism I have. And if there is, they're not involving the state police, which needs to happen. This is their jurisdiction.
And then if they're enforcing existing laws, do you have the right to engage?
Oh, golly, Brian Tyler Cohen is asking if she should do an interview with a Senate candidate while they are both working out. Oh, yeah.
In civil disobedience without arrest. Do you have the right to flee and elude from law enforcement officers? Do you have the right to endanger other?
Yeah, we'll probably be ending the stream in about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. By the way, guys, you have absolutely killed it with the likes today. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. So thank you guys so much for being here and being active in my chat. It's super cool. No investigation, always scream cover up. I don't get why they don't understand that. Exactly, dude. Exactly. BTC is such a moron. How dare you say that about our liberal Chad? How dare you say that?
People during the fleeing and eluding.
Right,
And I think
I'm probably gonna split from the video and save it for a rainy day. Maybe we'll go over it Thursday. We do have this Nick Shirley video. Oh, and then we have Benny Johnson too. And Joe Rogan. Oh, God. We've got it all. But I did want to see, there was a video by Warfronts I wanted to watch with you guys that kind of talks about the Iranian protests. So I think I'm gonna go to that real quick. Pisco versus the world? Oh, that's gonna be fun to watch. Warfronts. Please don't let it be Holly. I like to imagine he's jacked. I should really go. It's bed. It's almost 5 a.m. Jeez. Bill, get some rest. Have a good night's sleep, man. It was good seeing you. All right.
A grand national revolt.
Let's watch
Millions
this
of Iranians
to
are
kind of
fighting
get filled in about the Iranian protest. While that's going on, I'm going to
for
draw
their future
some characters in chat today. I've drawn Brian. I've drawn ZJN.
as we speak, not just in Tehran, but in every province and every city across the nation. According to human rights groups, many hundreds or even thousands are already dead as soldiers march through the streets and the regime chokes off access to the outside world. If there was any doubt before, then let there be no doubt today. This time, Iran's protests are different.
That happens to all of us, man. That really does.
They're bigger and burning brighter than the Masha Amini protests ever did, and the entire world is waking up to the realization that the Iranian regime is close to collapse. But even as hope rises all across Iran and all across the world that the Ayatollahs might finally fall, there's a far darker possibility that the world simply must consider. The protests have turned into a revolution, but that revolution might not be possible to sustain for very long, and if it does collapse, then a long national nightmare will soon follow. Iran's revolution can succeed, and for the millions of people committed to that cause, it must succeed. But if that's going to happen, then it's got to happen now. So at the start of today's episode, we've got to issue a quick caveat. The information that we're about to discuss is accurate to the best of our knowledge and ability as of the morning of Tuesday the 13th of January, local time in Tehran. Literally a story that is constantly changing, so Nope, still just revolting. As the publication date of this episode would suggest, our team has gotten this episode turned around as quickly as we possibly can, but nevertheless, the situation on the ground in Iran is evolving constantly. As such, if there's been a major development between the time that we recorded this episode and the time it was released, then obviously, that development will not be accounted for during this episode. Now, if you'd been paying attention to the protests in Iran all through last week, took a rather understandable weekend break to cleanse yourself from the global headlines, and haven't got around to checking in Iran since then, would imagine it could be a surprise to see an episode referring to Iran's protests as an attempt at revolution. But, as that change would suggest, Iran has had a very busy weekend, and over the course of that weekend, the nation's opposition seems to have crossed the threshold. It'll be a recurring theme throughout today's episode that due to internet and telecommunications blackouts, the information coming from Iran is highly spotty and, at times, very scarce. But all of what the world has learned about the situation would suggest that this is the most perilous moment for Iran's regime in generations. Worse than the Mahsa Amini protests, worse than the election protests of 2009, and worse than the nationwide violence of 2019. Judging by available information, this round of protests appears to have drawn mass support in the vast majority of Iran's metropolitan areas, with demonstrators taking to the streets night after night in what's turned into a combination of protests, running battles with police, and takeovers of population centers where the regime has lost control. Despite the recent decision to deploy soldiers to the streets, protesters have managed to destroy or damage countless government buildings as they've set fires, caused chaos, and called routinely for the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and the regime itself. Industries have participated in mass strikes all across the country. Protesters are adapting
what
their
do you want to be drawn as today?
communication strategies and street tactics rapidly to counter regime action, and in a trend reminiscent of other recent successful revolutionary movements, Gen Z appears to be leading the charge. Of course, Iran's leaders have signaled quite clearly that they've got zero intention of backing down. While direct footage is hard to come by because of the ongoing telecoms blackout across the country, reports indicate that security forces are now firing at will on protesters whenever they're present in sufficient strength that they wouldn't be wiped out in retaliation. Video evidence of multiple massacres has already emerged. The sound of gunfire is a fixture of audio snippets that do make it out, and reports on the ground in individual cities suggest that up to multiple hundreds of people might have been gunned down at those locations at a given time. While a precise death toll is unclear, the humanitarian counts of verified protest deaths, like those released by human rights activists in Iran and Iran Human Rights, are believed to be severe undercounts, and even those numbers range from the high hundreds to more than 1,000. Remember, this protest movement has only been active for a couple of weeks and hit its current level of intensity just days ago, suggesting that Iranian officials are now willing to use overwhelming violence to suppress the riots. According to a Monday report from Time, there's reason to believe that the true death toll is far higher. Quoting here, starting with reports from a handful of Tehran hospitals, an informal expatriate group of academics and professionals calculated the protester deaths could have reached 6,000 through Saturday. The calculation does not include bodies carried by authorities, not to hospitals, but directly to morgues, such as the hundreds laying on the floors and parking lot of the Karsak Forensic Center outside the capital. End quote. Over the last 48 hours, state television has started to broadcast the killings of protesters in a clear threat to those who would choose to participate, and regime leaders have started to condemn protesters as terrorists. Ayatollah Khamenei also praised daytime pro-regime marches organized in Tehran on Monday, although notably those marches took place under heavy guard before the hours when protesters tend to take over the streets. According to a US-based rights agency, over 10,600 people had been detained through Monday, with 48 members of Iran's state security forces confirmed to have been killed, although the true number is probably a good deal higher. Of course, it takes more than just a series of street riots to make a revolution, but over the course of the last few days, it had become clear that a series of uniting factors that analysts had believed were at play across Iran have turned into driving forces for the protest movement. Unlike the Mahsa Amini protests of 2022, the grievances motivating these protests are predominantly economic, not ideological, leading to greater unity among protesters and greater hesitation among elements within the regime's security forces. Protesters have proved themselves to be highly knowledgeable in this go-around, using lessons learned during prior periods of unrest, following the example set by recent global uprisings, and maintaining at least a limited connection to the outside world, largely via Starlink, despite the regime's best attempts to restrict access. The protests are decentralized, locally organized, and are prioritizing attempts to safeguard minors, women, and the elderly whenever possible, with young, fighting-age men currently making up the bulk of protest deaths and taking the brunt of the role in proactively fighting the regime. There also appear to be larger psychological factors in play. For one thing, there are now very few people across Iran, hardliners included, with any level of faith in the regime to fix the economic troubles that have plagued the nation. The regime's relaxed morality codes and religious enforcement over the last couple of years have shown clear signals that the regime believes itself to be weak, and that belief has been validated further now that regime forces are resorting to such extreme violence to try and suppress the protests. Hand in hand with that violence is a growing awareness among protesters, according to sources on the outside, that for better or for worse, their movement has already crossed a point of no return. The regime has already crossed all its former red lines. Too many lives have already been lost on the side of the revolution, and if this effort doesn't succeed, then the reprisals from the regime will be incredibly severe. Unfortunately, the world won't know whether an overthrow of the regime is truly possible until either the regime has collapsed or the protest movement has been effectively quashed. But after initial hesitation from global experts and intelligence agencies, it seems the consensus is building. At least in theory, this could be done. Recent reports suggest that US intelligence is re-evaluating the situation after initially concluding that regime change wasn't likely, while Israeli intelligence is growing in confidence that this is a unique moment to topple the regime. Other nations across the Western world have thrown their support behind the rising revolution, and the global Iranian diaspora, including the exiled son of Iran's former Shah, Reza Pahlavi, are seizing the moment as a key opportunity to overthrow the Islamic Republic. As one expert on global revolutions, Jack Goldstone, put it in The Atlantic, Iran now hits nearly all the specific conditions necessary to allow a revolution to succeed. A fiscal crisis, a divided national elite, a diverse and highly motivated opposition, and a shared narrative for a better future. The only element that's missing, at least for now, is an international environment where other countries are willing to help sink the regime. And it is here that we've got to discuss the prospect of foreign intervention. And just before we do that, we've got to take a moment to tell you about something very exciting that our entire Warfronts team has been working on for months. Its name is Fronts.co, and it's our very own premium subscriber service. Over on Fronts.co, we take an even deeper look at the hidden stories shaping our world, and $5 a month or $50 a year. Now, when we assess the staying power of this new Iranian revolution, we don't recommend putting quite as much faith into night-by-night turnout numbers as some analysts have suggested. The height of the work week in Iran runs from Sundays through Wednesdays. People need to take care of their obligations and families, and while protesters in any world nation would often like to be out every night, that just isn't realistic. Instead, the problem with the revolution's staying power is a bit more abstract. People who choose to participate and thus accept great risk to their own well-being have to be able to justify that decision, meaning, in essence, that it's got to be clear that if they did lose their lives, experience torture, or disappear into a detention system, then it wouldn't all be for nothing. Right now, that dynamic is looking as if it might become a major problem. Week over week, Iran's protests are still growing, but the regime's expansive suite of repressive tactics is expanding too, with no sign that either side is willing to back down.
Chat seems to have frozen. One moment, guys. My bad. For some reason, my chat has been doing this. I am so sorry about that, guys. Oh, it's a black screen? I am so sorry, guys.
It's tough to say whether the protesters will be able to push the regime to its breaking point, or whether it'll be the other way around, with the regime simply slaughtering too many people, destroying too much of the nation, and surviving for longer than protesters have been expecting.
For some reason, it keeps going black whenever I have my screen. I may have to make some drawings later, I guess. It's kind of weird. Oh, that's all right. We at least got one. We got Digital Warrior. Shout out to Digital Warrior. Anyways, let's get back to the video. Sorry about that, guys. That's gross. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Real gross. I apologize.
Phase of a revolution where the stakes are higher than they've been in generations, and everyone
Goes black whenever I go into paint. Yeah, I guess
on all sides agree that this is make or break.
Sorry about the
Morale
loogie
is everything. And if protesters begin to become discouraged, decide to stay home more often, and show signs of backing down, then the regime appears strong enough to rally. But what does it imply when a major domestic revolutionary movement and the regime seeking to fight it are evenly matched? Well, it implies that if an outside...
What the fuck? Richard, why fuck England? England's dope.
actor were to come in and decide to tip the scales, then they could very quickly become the deciding factor that determines the ultimate outcome. Iran's regime is weak. The regime knows that it is weak, and it's certainly not in a position to withstand a major blow from the outside. As for where that blow could come from, the answer is obvious. Israel, the United States, or both.
Oh, your dog sounds really cool, by the way, bud.
Step in, even through relatively limited action, and they could see the Ayatollahs run
I see what you're talking about, Brian. That's a good point.
out of Iran. But if they choose inaction,
it's like, you know, any religion can be used to oppress the people.
They may be condemning not just Iran, but these millions of protesters to all the reprisals
Not heard of the Spice Girls?
that could
I've
soon
heard of the
follow.
Spice Girls.
As of the time of writing, it's the United States that appears to have the initiative, with Israeli sources telling Reuters that as of now, they're watching the US closely and waiting for Washington to choose whether or not to intervene. As for Washington, it's become very clear that US President Donald Trump is in a very intervention-y mood between his recent decision to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, his recent air campaigns in Nigeria and Syria, and his threats of...
Netanyahu looks like a muppet. Netanyahu is a real piece of shit, dude. What he's done to the Israeli government is heartbreaking, and I hope here soon they can come out and they can come out of it. You know?
Direct action in Colombia, Mexico, and Greenland. Weeks ago, as the protest movement was taking shape in Iran, Trump threatened to intervene directly in support of the protesters if Iran began to target peaceful demonstrators, which, by any reasonable metric, Iran has absolutely done by now. On Sunday, Trump told reporters that the US is, quote, looking at some very strong options, end quote, and that if Iran were to retaliate against the US and Israel in response, then the US would, quote, hit them at levels that they've never been hit before, end quote. On Monday, Trump told the press that Iran is now looking to engage in a last-ditch effort at negotiation, but the US may still choose to carry out direct military action anyhow. As for what American or Israeli strikes would actually look like, don't look too closely at Venezuela for a comparison case. The United States doesn't appear to have pre-positions in the precise group of assets that would allow
I didn't know
for
Ringo was such a hater of Britain.
a snatch and grab operation of the supreme leader, and even if it had, Iran's regime is far less likely to simply pass into the control of a pliable US
The freeze frame you had made Trump look like a preacher from the
tolerant designated successor like Delcy Rodriguez. Instead, the US and Israel are each likely to leverage long-range aerial assets from American
There's a lap right now? Seems okay in my OBS, but if that's happening, I'm probably going to end stream a little sooner, actually. Probably at the 7-hour mark. I'm getting kind of tired, and I need to eat food, guys. I'm not like Asman, where I don't eat food when I decide to lose weight. I do need to eat food, so, and go on a walk, so here at the 7-hour mark, we'll probably shut things down, and I'll send you guys into a stream that I really
strategic
like.
bombers.
You guys have absolutely killed it today, by the way, guys. The screen's gonna go black, but I mean, you guys have really done an amazing job. And if you guys are new here, again, make sure to like and subscribe. It really helps get the channel and boosts my numbers. The average view duration, by the way, has been growing ever slowly, so I appreciate that.
Stealth aircraft to missile trucks and unmanned drones from both nations. Iranian air defenses are still thoroughly compromised after its recent exchanges with Israel, and although prior phases of the conflict have seen Israel and the US avoid oil and economic targets or the regime's highest leadership.
Gotta take care of that health. That's a very important. I wish we were a little more oriented towards being a little healthier. You know, I wish that Maha didn't have all the fucking crazy conspiracy shit with it, or else I'd be down. Like, yeah, we should be being a lot more healthy. Gotta go. See ya and thank you. Hey, thank you so much, Sans, for sticking around. We're getting more chaotic chats now? Oh, yeah.
Iran would have little ability to prevent an attack on those targets today. As of now, White House sources have told the global press that Washington is considering everything from cyber attacks and attempts to open Iran's internet to the rest of the world to large-scale direct military strikes against a variety of regime targets. On Monday, Washington Insider has told the American press that Trump has been presented with an expanded slate of options for military action.
Thank you so much, ZJM, for sticking around. I hope to see you next time, my gamer.
Including strikes on nuclear or ballistic missile-related sites, and appeared to be in favor of authorizing a strike.
Guys, I'm sorry I cleared my throat, okay? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I'll admit it.
We should mention, of course, that Iran is working to deter any military action from the West, threatening immediate reprisals or even a surprise first strike against Israel, American military bases, or both. But those are threats that both Washington and Jerusalem have anticipated, with air defense systems in place to protect American assets and a range of recent reports indicating that Israel is getting ready for an all-out defense of its skies if necessary. Iranian officials seem to confirm the idea that Tehran is open to negotiation, with the country's foreign minister saying during a briefing on Monday that Iran was, quote, ready for war, but also for dialogue. Of course, he's not exactly the most trustworthy source. During the same interview, he claimed that Iran's situation was, quote, under total control, which it definitely isn't. But as of now, Iran appears to be trying to pursue an off-ramp at the same time as it threatens all-out retribution. Threats aside, there's little reason to believe that Iran could actually meaningfully deter either Israel or the United States. And if those two nations really do want to take action against Iran, then the time for them to take that action is now, not in a week, not in a month, now. On the ground, across Iran, the ordinary people fighting to overthrow their ruling regime are doing the absolute best that they can, and they've brought Iran's regime closer to collapse than it's ever been.
Would be like, gosh, what are these people doing? Protesting? Jesus.
But the costs of all-out revolution are accumulating fast, and there's no guarantee that the regime will break before these millions of civilian protesters are pushed beyond what they can endure. Tip the scales now, and the Islamic Republic of Iran might not last the week.
I'm in full support of the Iranian protest, and I think we should be supporting their protest movement right now, and I think it's a beautiful thing to see democracy start to unfold. But guys, we've had a really long show today, and I'm getting kind of tired. I'm hungry. I gotta go on a walk. Gotta be healthy. So I think I'm gonna end things here. I'll do a little. We'll do some after show chat basically, where I shut some things down, talk about just the future. Nothing really important though, or anything like that. I just hope to be having more debates. That's kind of what I'm looking for. You know, there's just not anybody who really wants to debate these days. I don't get it. Although I believe it was DJ will be debating here soon once I get a phone, so that should be exciting. Anyways, I'm gonna send you guys over while I get things ready. Why am I getting ads? I don't get this. I have like an ad block. I have like fucking 5 ad blockers. So infuriating. By the way, if you guys are wondering what music this is from Front Mission 4. It's actually an amazing little soundtrack they have. I'm gonna see who's live real quick. I'm probably gonna send you guys to Pisco because I think he's the only one live. Oh, looks like Kalinda's actually live, so go check out Kalinda, guys. Go check out Kalinda. Look like she's going over the Pisco stuff right now. Yeah, Kalinda's a super cool person. Very sweet and very kind. Here soon, I should be able to raid directly into other people's streams, so get excited for that. Once I hit 500 subs, which we're really close to. We're actually really close to right now, so that's pretty exciting, isn't it? Our community is growing. Oh, Divine, you're missing out, man. You've missed the stream. We're heading out, ladies and gentlemen. It's the end of the stream. Unfortunately, I'm tired. I want to go and eat some food, enjoy my day. So go say what's up to Kalinda, though. I'm sure you'll be having fun disagreements there. Discord. I always forget that I'm in Discord. Good. Well, I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow, Divine. You seem to be in my chat pretty frequently, so until then, go check out Kalinda. Let's take a moment to lick the boots of our oppressors. I love it. Good job, Jabocat. Bye, SBC. Thank you for being in my chat, by the way. You're like one of my #1 supporters. I really appreciate it, man. Love ice! Well, that's good. I'm glad you love hydrogen in a state that is frozen. Yeah, we're getting kind of tired, as you can tell. I do want an epic end stream music, though. I don't really want conspiracy. I want fucking... Let's do Siege. Sounds fun, doesn't it? There we go. This is some hype music. If you enjoy me, go check out Kalinda. She's a great person, great streamer.